At de spiller som godt kjent til de fleste som har spilt klubbpoker I Oslo-området I hvert fall.
Ja, og kommer du til disse bordene her, når vi snakker om bord som skiller seg ut med erfaring, så du ser ikke ett eneste bord på dag 3 I denne fasen som ikke har minst 2, 3, 4 ordentlig rutinerte. Og forskjellen jo egentlig, det 2, 3 eller det 8 som virkelig kan slå fra seg?
Nå vi klare for Waka-time.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Welcome back. This is Jason Glatzer, and I'm ready for a beautiful day here at Card Casino Bratislava for the Norwegian Championship main event, €800 buy-in freeze-out. We are on day 3 of 5. The field of 750 is down to 126 players, each hoping to collect that 107,900 top prize on Saturday. But first things first, we are down to 126 players. Just 95 of them will make the money for at least a €1310 cash. We're right into the action. We won't have graphics for the first hand or two, but we can talk a little bit about what's going on. You could see in seat number 8, actually we cannot see her, but you could see her chip counts. We have Monica Vaca, Unibet Poker ambassador and streamer. She had amassed more than 2 million in chips to take the overnight chip lead. So there's a lot of eyes on her to see whether she could parlay that chip lead into a deep run and set herself up nicely for day 4. She is one of the players not that worried about making the money. And here we go, we got graphics. So I was told it might be a hand or two, but we did miss a couple of hands to start off the action. Blinds are at 7,000, 14,000 with a 14,000 big blind ante. The plan of the day is to play 8 blind levels of 1 hour each with breaks after every 2 blind levels of between 15 and 20 minutes. There won't be additional bonus coverage tonight like there was last night with the action-packed heads-up match won by Petter Berg. But we will have a lot of fun today during the main event. And right away, Pettersson getting involved, opening up with the pocket sixes, continuing on a flop after Johansson defends with the 9-2 suited, only for Johansson to improve to 2 pair. Johansson checking for a second time off his short stack, and Pettersson putting some pressure on with his bigger stack. Johansson likely to go nowhere. Is he going to get it in now just so that he denies his opponent potential equity on the river, or is he going to slow play it and try for max value, knowing that if he calls, there's a good chance that if he checks the river, his opponent will jam because we are very close to the bubble. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's jamming in the lot. There's no way Pettersson can call. This looks awfully strong. It is what it is. He's saying, I just want to take down the pot now. You know I have it. I know I have it. I'm not making any moves at this standpoint, but I do not want to bubble the tournament. And Pettersson buys the story, which was the correct story. Both players can't be too disappointed with that fold. Although, if Johansson saw the pocket sixes, he maybe wouldn't have minded just to sweat 2 outs on the river. So here's a look at the chip counts. We have Monica Vaca up top with 2 million in chips. We have Halvard Leone Pettersson in second place with 1.3 million. And then there's a few stacks hovering around that $500,000 to $1 million mark. Johansson, who was at that point, is now down to Johansson, who was one of the short stacks, is now up to 525,000, leaving Petter Richardson as the only short stack. But he has a bit of maneuverability, not in immediate jeopardy of being a player on the bubble or the soft bubble, but may want to be a little bit tighter in his hand selection, at least for the time being. For those of you that don't recognize this voice, this is Jason Glatzer. I will be joined a little bit later by George Sanford. George will also be on his own probably for a little while today, so you'll get a little bit of variety here in the booth. Meanwhile, Halvard Line Pedersen opening with his ace-jack, more than fine, especially off a 1.3 million stack. Gets an inferior ace to be folded by Juice Hansen. And Richardson waking up with a better ace in the cutoff, and he was one of those stacks that we said isn't in immediate jeopardy, should have a tighter range, but this is a perfect jam spot. But he may want to play it a little bit slower than that. He is going in for a 3-bet, perhaps thinking that he can fold if need be and still not be in jeopardy, but it's for 1/4 of his stack. I'm not saying you need to jam for 24 big blinds, but I probably just do on the bubble myself. And let's say if Line Pedersen decides to come along, decides to 4-bet and put pressure on the small stack, does make the call, and it could spell trouble for him if an ace lands on the flop without the jack. And no ace on this all-diamond flop, but it's a great flop for Richardson nonetheless with the nut flush draw, 2 overcards. Line may feel that his jack of diamonds is good for a flush draw as well, so let's see if Richardson can get a little bit of value here. Looking down at his chips, showing no fear. Do like this. If you are going to 3-bet rather than 3-bet jam, you should be continuing certainly on boards like this where you have a lot of connection, and it's a bet of 50,000, so not a very big one. Trying to milk Line a little bit, even though Line could have some made hands here. He definitely can have some sets. And a call here by Line. Oh no. I mean, this is good news for Richardson, but bad news for Line Pedersen because he can't get away anymore. And Richardson, with half the pot in his stack, I feel has one sizing and one sizing only, which is a jam or a jam and leaving a chip or 2 behind. A check back is fine too, trying to induce a bluff from your opponent or a value bet from an inferior ace, such as the case is here. And after it checks over, more often than not, I expect Line to be betting here. And the bet size should cover Richardson. So let's see if he does that or is happy to just see what happens on the river. And then I'm curious if Line checks what Richardson decides to do. We see that he's ahead, but he didn't decide to jam the turn. Maybe he feels there's enough hands that beat him. The pot is nice enough. We're near the bubble, may check it back. If he has the heart of a lion, he will be jamming it in though. Let's hear him roar. Come on, Richardson, get it done. See into the future. Your opponent has ace-jack. He has no way of knowing that, but he is reaching for chips. Maybe not a jam, but trying to milk a little bit of value. It looks like a bet of 125. Gets the snap call. Line will get the bad news. Richardson, meanwhile, has chipped up to near 700,000. So now there's really no stack in jeopardy unless some coolers happen at the feature table. Good to see Olaf Ulstein back at the feature table. He was battling it out yesterday. We had Monica Vaca on a feature table as well, but that was during the 6 Max PLO Championship. And here's a look at the top 10 chip counts at the start of the day. Quite an impressive group of players. Behind Monica is Vergard Andersen, Knut Bernsten, Eider Christensen, who won a Festival Series title. I remember him from that. Patrick Patanakaram, Evan Mikkelsen, Birger Larsen, Ole Christian Rode, Pedersen, who we have on the table, Halvard Line Pedersen, who no longer has a top 10 stack, and Renee Zimmerman round out the top 10. So Line Pedersen folding. Ulstein jacking it up with the ace-8 from early position. Vaca folds her 9 deuce. Now Johansson with this decision to make. He's now the short stack at the table, but still plenty of big blinds. Can peel. It is an early position open, though. He opts to peel. He could also have 3-bet there, but it's a little bit awkward off his stack. The safest option would have been to fold, but he is here to play. So Ulstein versus Johansson heads up, and Johansson actually has more equity because we have some cards folded, but it's Ulstein improving the top pair on the 8-4 tray flop. Reaching for some chips, calm, cool, and collected. A cheeky little bet of 35,000. About 1/6 of the pot. And there's no spades on this board. This is a little bit of posturing with the field down so low. You can see the 126 that started the day. We likely already lost a player or two, but that is just 31 players away from the bubble to start the action. As a reminder, the top 95 players will go home with at least a 1,310 cash, with Saturday's winner getting a lot more, and by a lot, I mean a lot. It's 107,900 euros, the top prize. Loving the graphic on the bottom. Right now, it's just commentator, Jason Glatzer, but usually it'll be commentators with George Sanford. He will be with us a little bit later. Looking forward to that. And on directsport.no is Stig Moen commentating in Norwegian. Absolute legend, good friend of mine. Learned a lot from him over the years. One of my many mentors I've had that I am thankful for. I always remember how I got to where I got. And it's helpful people like Stig giving me tips, understanding I'm always looking for constructive criticism in whatever I do. But much love to my friend Stig Moen. And you can watch him on just a 30-minute delay. We're on a bit of a longer delay here in English. So Monica opening up her first hand. Has the poker gear going, the hat, the hoodie. So far, so good. Gets to cut off the fold. The button needs to fold as well. And Pedersen with the 9-8 offsuit. Maybe in the big blind he would be calling, but not from the small blind. And Line Pedersen may decide to defend here. Can go either way. This is very player dependent based on how they feel their post-flop capabilities are. But decides not this time. Monica hasn't really done anything yet to believe she's opening up super wide. But even with 10-6, you can defend that against a player if you so choose. To a min raise anyway. It's a gorgeous day outside in Bratislava today, but inside everything is beautiful as well. The Poker North Masters continues as well with 2 more opening flights today. A bit of overlay in that, so if you're nearby Bratislava or can take a quick flight over, you may want to enter that. It's a 350 euro buy-in event with a 500,000 guarantee. I imagine that the guarantee will eventually be met, but it's a win-win either way. Either there's some extra value with the overlay, or you're going to be playing for a monstrous prize pool with a big, massive top prize for just a 350 euro buy-in. Richardson opening up his suited connectors, only for Ivaka to wake up with the ladies. So she'll be active 2 hands in a row. And this will be 3-bet incoming. Looks like a 3-bet to about 89. No, 68, I apologize. Thins out the field a little bit. And this will likely get through. I mean, maybe Chus here decides to do something fancy with his ace-10, but typically once the pot is 3-bet. If it was just flatted by Monica, then the ace-10 would come along either with a call or a 3-bet. But this looks strong and is strong. And although Richardson has a pretty hand, when you're 3-bet by a player also in early mid position, it could be tricky. But that's not Richardson not shying away. Willing to play his Jack-10 suited out of position, perhaps not realizing how strong Vaca really is this hand. But what a flop here for Richardson. 2 hearts on the 7-5-6, 2 overcards, which are both dead, but he may feel are alive. Vaca will likely continue. Curious about her sizing. Can see her trying to control her breathing as well. That's something a lot of poker players are improving at.
Registration is currently open for that tournament if you'd like to participate. It's a 2,000 euro buy-in.
Fires out a bet of 80,000, about 1/3 of the pot. And Richardson with his flush draw going nowhere, getting a good price to just call. No reason to kill your stack, but this might be a stack killer here. Improving to top pair. Let's see if Vaca can keep her foot on the pedal or if she'll feel like she needs to slow down. Perhaps wondering if she ran into a cooler, discounting probably the fact that her opponent has kings or aces, but it is a draw-heavy board. And bets 100,000, so a little less than 1/3 of the pot. Richardson will at least call, if not more. He may feel his top pair is good. He has a flush draw on top of that in case he's wrong, but does play it safe with just a call. And the 3 of spades on the river, kind of an action killer card. Not that either player should really have any 4s in their hand, but it was an early draw-heavy board. Another check by Richardson. He's praying his top pair is good, perhaps wondering if it is. More than happy to see Vaca check it back. Vaca will be thrilled to see that her queens are good and extends her chip lead.
Ja, så det der racer du, da. Det er nye triks. Jeg tenkte måtte jo bare være races.
We saw a little bit of Monica during the PLO match, but I've watched a little bit of her poker and other festivals as well. Very strong player, very good ambassador for the brand, very nice person. I hear a lot of poker players sometimes complain, I'm a good player, why aren't players approaching me for sponsorship deals? Well, you also have to be kind of integrated into a community, a very friendly person. There's a lot of qualities that are outside of poker that are good to have if you want to represent the brand. Free tips by Jason Glatzer. Let's see what Ibach does. He's reaching for chips, so we don't have to wait long. We see he's raising to 30. It looks like Linnea Pedersen wants to do something here from the small blind, actually from the button. Apologies with the King Jack. Does 3-bet. We'll at least get Osteen out of the way, and likely this 3-bet will work. No reason for Eidbach to want to play the Queen-10 offsuit out of position, but it's his chips, his cards, but it comes to the same conclusion. I was walking by the cash game area in the morning to talk to a few people, and I noticed that there was a big game going on. I mean, the stakes weren't big. It was 2-2 PLO, but there were several players with stacks over 3,000. So if you're looking to play cash games, they have been juicy. I know a couple of the players hopped in fresh in the morning too against the players that were playing all night. That's a strategy that some players employ. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Nothing really interesting on this board. Neither player really having a hand nor connecting with the board. He who bets it gets it.
7 bet 15,000. 8 pass.
And it just took a small bet to get the job done. Do love this graphic. I do need reminder myself sometimes of the chip values. So the greens are 5Ks, the reds are 25Ks. If we see any of those whitish gray chips are 100Ks. The yellows on the table are 1Ks. The 100s and 500s, I believe, have been raced off already. And the 250K chip will probably be introduced on day 4 or at least later today. I don't think I see any in Monica stack, and if they're not in Monica stack, they're likely a no-player stack. But maybe we'll get a close view of her chips when the action is on her, and we can see if she has any of those 250K chips in her stack. This is a little bit of a loose open with Jack 8 suited, but is okay as well. If it was earlier in the tournament, I wouldn't necessarily say it was a loose open, or even later in the tournament. It would be on the looser side anyway, but within the realm of acceptability. Now he's going to be facing off against a better Jack of Ulstein, and Vaca likely to come along for the ride with those trays. Yeah, it doesn't appear Monica has anything higher than 25K in her stack, actually, in terms of chip values. She's putting her big chips up front like she should. A seasoned pro. Ooh, this might spell trouble for Pedersen. Flopping top pair, but has some kicker issues with Ulstein having that king kicker. Vaca with a little bit of connectivity to the board, but not really enough for her to continue if there is some action, which there will be. Pedersen will be leading out for 30,000, a small bet. Maybe Vaca feels this is the right price, but is playing very disciplined poker. That do like the fold there. Ooh, but if she stayed in, look at that. She would have turned a set. Monica not displaying that she folded the goods, so able to keep her emotions in check, which is actually rather good for the rest of the table. There's nothing worse that when you're in the middle of a hand and one player that folds starts acting a little bit strangely, you know, as if that I should have stayed in, that card could have helped me, because it can influence the action of the two players that are remaining. So Ulstein keeping it small after it's checked over to him, keeping along with what Pedersen was doing. And this might be an action killer, the ace of clubs. Very often this will go check, check. And Pedersen perhaps thinking he's good, but he will get the bad news that he had some kicker issues. And Ulstein collects a nice pot. Look at that smile. So we don't have as much table chatter as we did at some of the earlier tables, but it is the first table. Players are, some of them are less than fresh, let's say. They might have been up all night playing cash games or some of the side events, or maybe out with their friends. There's a few Norwegians that have had birthdays this week, so maybe at some of those parties as well. But it's still a friendly vibe. Evan Eidbach folding his suited king from under the gun. Pedersen, who just opened Jack-8 of clubs from under the gun +2, will likely then be opening Ace-8 suited from under the gun +1, and does indeed raise to 30,000. And Chus coming along with a call, with also Ace-8 suited, but in diamonds. Meanwhile, Richardson has them both pretty much dominated with the Ace-Jack, with each player blocking that 8 to some degree. Does just elect to call. No squeeze coming. He's playing a short stack, but has some room. And let's see if Johansson completes the action. Taking his time. Part of this might be actually an acceptable stall tactic in a way, because he is shorter on chips than the rest of the table, but does opt to call eventually, and does have 2 live cards. And one of them comes on this Queen 10-5 flop, so flop's top pair. Richardson does have a gut shot to Broadway, backdoor flush draw. Neither other player really having any connectivity to the flop. It does check all the way through, most likely. And the Jack of clubs on the turn. Johansson now also with the bottom end of an open-ender, but a king would spell trouble, as now guys like Pedersen and Chus, who is actually leading out his Ace-8, thinking nobody bet the flop. Let's see if I could take it on the turn, but it would give his 3 opponents a better straight to Broadway. Richardson's likely not just thinking about whether he's ahead of Chus with his Jack, but if he's ahead of the 2 players behind him that checked. But he is going to at least see the river. And let's see what happens with Johansson, who has the best hand at the moment, but it is a scary board. He is playing a shorter stack. And they are about 28 players from the money. Psychologically, it's very good to make the money, as well as just ICM-wise. I mean, it's nearly double a payout. The payout, the buy-in, and the payout jumps after that are a little bit smaller. So after the money is reached, ICM isn't as big of a consideration until you're down to the final 3 tables or so. So the queen did fold there. And Chus going to try again. He's going to rep that Broadway, but the Broadway would have definitely have 3-bet. So maybe trying to rep a king-9, a 9-8, queen-jack, and trying to target the short stack at the same time, with Richardson having 20 big blinds in the middle. We saw Chus fire out a bet. It looked like it was for about 75,000. We'll wait for the graphic. So getting incredible odds to make the call, but there is some stack preservation that needs to be considered. It's for 100,000 too, so it would be for more than 1/3 of his stack. He would be down to about 12, 13 big blinds if he calls and is wrong. If he calls and is right, though, he's going to pick up a huge pot, at least compared to his chip stack, and leave Chus a little bit on the shorter side. Chus showing a lot of heart, though, near the bubble. May get the job done, and very good awareness there by Geir Chus Hansen. Hashtag respect. We were talking a lot about the PLO high roller yesterday, so I'm going to quickly pop over to that, because day 2 of that bad boy has already kicked off. It eventually got up to 30 players for a 55,500 euro prize pool. A lot of big names in that. Late reg is actually still open, so that will continue to grow. Bernard Larrabee was the overnight chip leader in that, bringing his 100,000 chip stack up to 470. A few new players came in. Actually, they look mostly like re-entries, including Joachim Bach, Morten Klein, Manuel Stojanovic, Ingve Steen. But it's an impressive group of players. Patrick Yaros in the top 5 in the counts. Absolute beast. Plays 200, 400 on live cash game streams and private games. The chip counts are going to be slightly off. Thank you for Steek for pointing that out. I'm a little bit of a tired eyes, but what's happening is instead of a big blind ante, the ante is being collected for each player according to the system. So we'll be doing a bit of eyeballing. As a reminder, those red chips are 25Ks, the greens are 5Ks, the yellows are 1Ks. We haven't seen any other chips introduced quite yet, but the gray ones will be 100Ks, and I believe the 250s, which we may or may not see today, are going to be blue. Like the sky and the felt. Mr. Blue Sky. Yeah, it's showing 133,000 in the pot before any cards go in, and that should be just 35,000 actually. So just a blind on blind limp fest here between Queen 3 and King 3. Nothing doing so far. Pedersen happy though that if this goes to showdown, really just has to fade a queen. He doesn't know that. But meanwhile, Eidbach is maybe thinking, I don't want to let that happen. And it's going to be hard for Pedersen to think that he's good, but he will at least see a river.
Vi nærmer oss matbilletten, gutter. Hæ? 21 til. Eller 95, det var kaffebong på.
And Pedersen, after goes check, check, is king kicker doing the job. And we've lost at least 8 players so far. So 23 away from the money when there are 24 left, or maybe a player or 2 more. We will go hand for hand, which does make things a little bit tricky for a TV table. Just to get into it, the casino has multiple floors. The rest of the main event is on the ground floor. The TV table is where the cash game area is, and behind the cash game area are usually tournament tables. So the TV table, players outside the TV table can't run over to the TV table to see what's happening. The TV table players have no idea what's happening at the side tables. It creates an interesting dilemma sometimes for players at a TV table. Folds around to Johansson. Let's see what Yanni does here. Does fold. Pettersson in the small blind. Won't be folding. Can raise, can call. I mean, he can fold too, but it just wouldn't be an advisable move by 99% of the poker world. And I could probably even round that up to 100. Does raise it to 3.5x-ish. Or 2.5x-ish. No, 45,000, so a little more than 3x. And now it's the other Pettersson and Line Pettersson. So it's Yanni Pettersson versus Line Pettersson. Halvard Line Pettersson. And making a move with the Queen 5. A little bit of a leveling war going on now in a blind versus blind situation against the two Petterssons. One is listed as Line. And Yanni thinking. Does call the 3-bet. So we have a bloated pot and a blind-on-blind situation. It's not 352,000. So the bet sizings we saw that we were saying they're very small, they weren't as small. It was that the pot was showing a little bit different. So we can subtract quite a bit from this pot figure. It's around 220, 230. And it's a good flop for both players. Expect the action to continue. Pettersson with the open ender, Line with the flush draw.
5-bet, 125,000.
And it's a bet of around half the pot, a little bit less. And a quick call there by Pettersson. Oh my. This is going to spell showers, I believe, for Pettersson. I mean, it's so hard to get away from. Your opponent just hit a flush, but you just hit the straight. And it's a fairly disguised straight as well. Perhaps because we're getting closer and closer to the money bubble, Pettersson can get away, but it's so hard to get away from a turn straight. You would have to figure your opponent is very tight, but with that 3-bet pre-flop, I mean, there are some suited cards. We see he did it light with the Queen 5 suited, but he could be easily have done it with the Ace Queen suited. But still, it's just too hard for Pettersson to get away. Yanni is double checking his cards. And now we'll think a little bit. It's a tough spot for him. And jams it in. Snap call by Halvard Line Pettersson. Wow, 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 wow. We are going to lose a player because there isn't a card in the deck for Yanni Pettersson to survive, who came into this table with nearly 1 million in chips. The ace of hearts on the river completing the action. Rather unfortunate series of events for Pettersson there. Wow. And we may have another player over 2 million in chips. We're going to have to do a visual, but it looks like that might be the case. Wow.
Ja, sånn her, ja. Ja,
Ja, kommer litt på først, der så kommer med kniv til en revolver, det. Kommer med strid på den først, ja, der skal komme med kniv og en revolverfight.
Just from a rough estimate, it looks like he's slightly shy of the 2 million. Each of those green stacks is around 100,000. If the red stacks stack up to as high as the green ones, that's $500,000 each. We can use a little bit of my live reporting skills where I have to estimate chip counts nonstop. As long as the cameras allow us to do so, we'll be fine in general with chip counts. Rather unfortunate there, though. Meanwhile, for Halvard Line Peterson, it was an amazing series of events. Should have a lot of confidence now, has a lot of chips, and here comes the smile. Bit of a setup there. It didn't need to be a 3-bet pot either. Perhaps that hurt as well, but I think the chips would have gone in if it was just a call to the raise as well. I don't think it mattered, the 3-bet, so much in terms of that card distribution on the flop and turn. Olaf folding from under the gun. Petter followed suit. Vaca likely to also fold, and she does. Meanwhile, Johansson mixing it up a little bit from the short stack. I guess not afraid to bubble. Has under 20 big blinds. The blinds will go up soon enough, too. And called by an ace-3 suited from the cutoff. It does look like a strong open when it comes from a short stack near the bubble. Certainly not 10-8 offsuit. And Chus defending with a better 10, so we could wind up with another setup situation. The suited 10-9 is a very pretty hand. Oh my, but it's not the setup I was planning. It was top pair for Eidbach, flush draw for Chus. Checks on over to the pre-flop aggressor, meanwhile, who does slow it down, and wisely so. Eidbach, though, is now given the open invitation to try to get some value from his top pair. Hoping that he doesn't have any kicker issues. He does have to play it somewhat cautiously, but should still at least see where he's at. It wasn't 10-9 of clubs, so it wasn't that interesting. Apologies. I thought that was a 10 of clubs. Apologies. We were up late last night, so even though I'm apologizing, I can't apologize if I can't see correctly. And here's a look at the top end of the payout scale. First, as we mentioned, look at that payout, 107,900 euros. I mean, that's going to be quite the heads-up affair with second with 65,700. I mean, both players would at least have locked up a good chunk of cash, but if no deal is made, there's going to be a lot of pressure with a 42,200 euro pay jump. That is north of 50 buy-ins in this 800 euro Norwegian Championship main event. Vaca with an ace from early position. Chip protector off the chips, so chances are something is coming in. A little more than a min raise. It seems to be the sizing most players are using to 30, partially because it's a little bit easier, but partially because it's close. It's close enough to a min raise, but it may be that little bit extra can thin out the field a little bit more. I don't believe it has that effect. And so far, so good for Monica. Not necessarily a hand she wanted to play out of position. And may get a walk. Yep, Ulstein not defending his 10-5, and who can blame him? So Monica picking up a little bit of chips there. Not that 105,000 you see, but at least she picked up extra 35,000 in chips. The big blind ante, and the small blind add up to that. So it looks like we had a deck change already. Can get expensive if decks are continuously changed. This isn't an ordinary deck of cards, but you do want to make sure you have a good deck of cards always at the table. But these cards are expensive because each card has an RFID chip in, and that's what allows us to see the whole cards on the stream. On a delay, of course. Oh ho, here we go. We got some Coke Zero, we got some water. Thank you very much. Perhaps you want to join for a few minutes, or not now? Okay. We may have a special guest later on, but in the meantime, do have my supply of liquidation for the day. Vaca opening from under the gun. And Johansson asking, I think, to see Monica's stack with the 5-4 suited, but Monica has heaps upon heaps upon heaps. Came in as the overall chip leader in this event on day 3 of 5. Ulstein coming along for the ride with a ace-9 offsuit from the small blind. And looks like we have a new player. Oh, Petter's been around, apologies. And it's a 3-8 deuce flop. We do not know what Petter Richardson has, but perhaps connected with this board. He would likely be checking, but we have seen some out of position bets in the past. It is a strategy that some players employ. Even some of the best in the world have a donk betting strategy. I have basically 100% check range in the small blind and big blind to a pre-flop aggressor that isn't in those positions unless I 3-bet myself. Is Vaca going to try to rep that jack after it checks over to her twice? Yes, she shall. A bet of 65,000 into a pot of around 104. So about 2/3 of the pot on the turn. So a delayed C-bet. And Ulstein wondering if his ace is good. And look who is here, Mr. George Sanford. Welcome, George.
Hello, kind sir. How are we?
We've had some a little bit of action. We did lose one of the 2 Pettersons that we had on the table.
Right.
It was a 10-jack suited, open from the small blind, a 3-bet from the big blind with queen 5 suited. The board was 2 clubs and also an 8-9. And of course, the 7 of clubs comes on the turn and mayhem happens for like a massive pot. So what looked innocent to start turned out to be a nightmare for the player in the small blind in that situation. But meanwhile, Monica keeps on piling up chips. Overall chip leader to start today, and we're getting much closer to the bubble.
How close are we? So we are 28 or 18? So 18 players, isn't it? 95 or 85? It's 95, I believe, in the money.
It's 95 in the money, and we've seen the short stacks not afraid to be playing speculative hands like 10-8 from the hijack offsuit, nonetheless. So it doesn't seem like there's so much bubble fear at this table, but you should try to make the money off these 20 big blind stacks at this stage of the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, people get waylaid by the thought of, well, you know, it's good to be aggressive and I still want to have a chance of winning the tournament. But when you're 20 players away from the money, you've only really got one goal in your short-term sights, and that's making the money. So kind of disrespecting the format in some ways can harm more than help, I think.
I need to point one thing out to you, George, that we're going to have the eyeball stacks because the chip counts are going to be a bit off.
Okay.
Right now, it's going to be corrected likely at the next TV table, but the big blind ante is instead showing up as everybody putting in 14K. So
right.
in the beginning, I was a little bit confused. Why is Monica betting 1/6 of the pot, 1/7 of the pot? I have tired eyes as well. But meanwhile, we have to hop into the sand. We can talk about that later. Look at Monica here. Ladies for the lady.
Wow, yeah, what a spot here in the big blind. Idabak has, what are we looking at here? About 45 big blinds, so he's pretty deep.
It might not be 45, though.
Because of the...
Yeah, it's changed quite a lot because it's adding an extra 100,000 nearly to every pot. That doesn't exist. Oh, my.
Wow.
Doesn't get much better.
Yeah, so top set playing slowly pre-flop, not wanting to get it in. I think 3-bet getting it in is usually the play here, but maybe she feels like her opponent is just going to be too strong.
Wow.
Quaddingtons, and what a turn card, actually. The one turn card that will allow her to get some serious juice out of this King 10 is her opponent checking back, and now he's going to be going for two pretty meaty streets of value, you'd think, targeting some worse 10x, targeting some pocket pairs, targeting some backdoor flush draws. Of course, the King Jacks, the Jack 9s. So how do we play this? Usually people play slow with those quads. Absolutely no reason to panic. And should be just a clear as day River Valley bet for Idabak here when you think of the typical big blind defending range, not thinking about too much Queen X in this situation.
Yeah, it looks like he has at least $500,000 in his stack, too. If he was a bit shorter, then you can justify a check back, actually.
Yeah. So 55, let's get rid of, what, 6 14s? So it's going to be about 100K less
yes.
Than what we're actually seeing. It's about 55 into 190 or so.
It looks like he has a very strong hand, but it doesn't really matter to Monica. I mean, Monica has the stone cold nuts. It's the second time she's had queens, actually, in this opening blind level.
Yeah, and we know that all of this posturing is simply going to result in a raise, and it's going to be an unfortunate spot for Idabak, because if he were to dive into the deep depths of the hand, thinking, well, I've sized down the river, my range looks a bit capped when I check back the flop, all of this kind of consideration.
And Monica could be check raising a lot of her King Jacks, as you mentioned, missed flush draws, Jack 9s.
Yeah, exactly.
She wouldn't be doing this with a weaker 10, obviously. She would be doing it with a bare queen. Maybe pushing off the 3, but good awareness there by Idabak, I have to say.
That's a big fold, and quite a quick fold for King 10 on a board such as that.
And now can actually feel relaxed about it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's hard not to show when you have quads or a royal, you know, you're always tempted even online. I just keep that auto muck button on so that I'm never tempted to do it. But in a live situation, especially when it's friendly, I don't like to show my cards, but you know, you kind of have to show those things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's fair, right? And also, it plays into her hands in some ways, because she's going to be the table chip leader on this bubble, and for her to be able to show down the goods is just going to be that kind of psychological factor, as if to say, you know what, guys, I'm going after you, but I do have it.
Yeah.
So be careful. So we've got Kios from yesterday. I really enjoyed commentating on his performance at the end of the day too.
I've learned that we pronounce his name something like Chus, or like how the KJ for Chetel, you know, like think of it. And then the O is a little bit softer, but we do what we can with our English upbringings.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's his last name is actually Hansen, but we can call him Chus because that's what's showing up on the stream.
That might be one of his middle names, which is what happens sometimes.
It was confusing before when we had two Pedersens. It was Pedersen on Pedersen Crime in the small and big blind. But at least one was listed with the Line instead of the Pedersen, making it a little bit easier to commentate.
Absolutely. So Richardson is going to have to take this spot here at the 14K big blind and gets the ace-deuce suited to fold with the player behind. So nicely done there, and surely Queen 8. It's quite nice because he gets to kind of sandwich the chip leader with the other short stack behind. So she doesn't call the ace-deuce on this occasion. I think she'd have probably called with maybe ace-7, ace-6 suited. It's hard to say, really. She's got such a big stack that she can afford to take some of those thinner calls at this stage. Although she will be aware that maybe on the approaching the ITM bubble, that people are going to be a little bit more honest than maybe in other spots.
I pulled out my inner Berg.
Oh yeah,
You just guzzling the water. I'm going to guzzle the water. It worked for him, so if it worked for him, maybe it'll work for me. If it works for a Norwegian champion, then I'm going to guzzle 2 liters of water at some point today.
Every time you're all in, you've got to stand up
and chug the water.
Chug the water and stare at the run out. So Juice, as we now know, the Norwegian pronunciation, is folding ace-9 suited there from +1, just not fancying it. Does have to contend with the chip leader on the button, and she does have some playable cards here. The King-Jack, offsuit Broadway. We know that the small blind is short, but not shoving, so yeah. Yeah, okay, so it's her foe from the previous holding where she did find the quad ladies. And she's coming back for more. This time a little less hand, the King-Jack, but by no means a weak hand in this situation. She's got herself into a pretty nice situation here, looking for a jack-high board to really delve a hammer blow to Ida back. Unfortunately, not to be, but you feel...
she should be able to bet that 5 off.
Yeah, a bet is coming, and you feel it's going to be difficult for Ida back to hold on to this 5 across the streets, because she's got this kind of combination that just has great barreling credentials. She blocks some of the stronger ace-X in her opponent's range, which is going to be ace-Jack. And he does even just snap relinquish the 5, realizing that there are going to be barrels coming, and I think that's a sign of respect, if anything else.
Yeah, and you don't want to get yourself in trouble as well. As we can see, we're 14 away from the money now, and that might even be 13 or 12 because that's a manually entered field. I would even say, just why are you going to defend the big blind in that spot if you're just looking to flop, you know, like something super strong like 2 pair or whatnot.
Yeah, you're not really getting the price for that, right? And
not if you can't see a turn.
Yeah.
So the mistake wasn't, I don't think, folding on the flop, although we see that he was ahead. It was actually calling pre-flop.
Yeah, calling pre-flop is a bit murky for sure. He is deep stacked enough where he has some maneuverability, but Jack 5 is just so disconnected that, as you say, the most likely route to having some kind of equity is flopping a pair, and just going to be on the receiving end of a lot of barreling and a lot of pure and raw aggression from the chip leader. So Johansson here, he's chipped down a little bit, but he's got himself a spot. Ace-deuce suited on the button. I don't think beggars can be choosers in this situation, Jason. We're just going to have to send it in, and if we die, we die.
Yeah, I mean, he let himself get down in chips a bit, so this is the perfect spot for him. shouldn't feel like that. Well, he's just raising, actually. This is interesting. Maybe he has more chips. It looks like he does have a few more chips.
Because of the ante that's...
Yeah, the raise makes sense, actually, because he has, looks like about 15 big blinds or so in a stack.
Yep.
And now a bit more. Those red ones are 25Ks, so that's about 150 there alone, plus the greens is about another 100, and the yellows add another 20, so it was about 260-ish. And near 20 big blinds, it's just a raise. A raise fold, actually.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, raise calling would be heroic, if not ludicrous. Does get the job done, though.
Yeah, basically, if a player doesn't play a hand for a full orbit, multiply that by 8, now by 7, so that's going to affect their stack by 100,000 at least.
I see, yeah. So we're going to have to be eagle-eyed on the actual chip counts.
Although now it's fixed.
Oh, okay. Nicely done.
The chip counts will still be a little bit off, but we'll just keep our eyes open, that's all.
We'll get
it's a
there.
little bit hard now with sleepy eyes, but...
Isn't it just?
I was reading a spade as a club before. I thought Juice had suited connectors and wondering why he's folding a flush draw, you know, but then I looked a little closer and it was a 10 of spades instead of a 10 of clubs.
Yeah, these long days in the booth can certainly play tricks on the mind. But we'll get there. Lene out the way and Chus.
I think you could even do it like Juice, like
Juice.
you know, like you could have like the J sounding. We can practice with Steeg on the break on these kind of names, but I know with the KJ it's like Chetel.
Chetel, okay. So Vaca is much more of an easier one to pronounce, as she does flop a really nice situation here. Top pair versus an inferior top pair. Juice does have that backdoor flush draw to contend with, so of course not going anywhere. The 5 of hearts offering no help, but maybe some areas for concern for Monica. I don't think that she's going to be slowing down here, but some hands now do beat us. 6-5, 9-5, King 5, 8-7.
8-7 being the more difficult one, and it would have been played exactly like that.
Yeah.
But she still needs to bet, but it would be interesting if Chus actually turns his hand a little bit bluffy and raises here.
Yeah.
Then Monica would have some food for thought. But it looks like he just wants to call for value, and who can blame him? We could see there's no value in the call, but usually top pair is worth a call, especially to a small bet sizing.
Absolutely.
I see my favorite waitress is upstairs today.
Working the feature table and getting some TV time.
I have to say, all the bar staff is among the best in Europe, if not the best in Europe.
The quality here, the quality and service in general is very high, and it's something that the Slovakian casinos pride themselves upon. They offer great hotel deals for players, so if you are interested in coming to some of the future stops here at Card Casino, head over to cardcasino.sk and check it out, because there's just a bumper tournament action, and it's almost non-stop. They're running decent guarantees almost every week, up to 250,000, sometimes even 500K for the main event, which is usually a buy-in of 250 to 350. So certainly affordable and definitely a great way to build your bankroll playing these multi-flight day ones, as we do have with, of course, the 350 Open event, which is up to, let's have a look actually how many players, because I think we were around about the 800 mark.
Yeah, there's still a bit of overlay, but there's 2 big opening fights today that will likely change that a little bit.
Wow, is that right? We've got 232 pre-regged for the day one.
Could be.
Wow, that would be quite something. 724 total entrants, so times 350, about halfway towards the guarantee, with, I believe, somewhere in the region of about 5 flights remaining.
It's going to be good value either way. You're either going to have some overlay in that event, or you're going to be playing for a monstrous prize pool, so it's a win-win to enter that. The PLO high roller we were looking at earlier, it was up to 30 at the start of the day, but there were several players that either entered fresh or re-entered, including Ingve Steen, Morten Klein.
Manuel Stojanovic, I don't think we saw him yesterday, so he's in for 2 bullets in the day 2. Ah, Mr. Haroldstad, one of the more feared online players. Patrick Yaros has done decent work with his starting stack of 100K. He's up to 223, and Bernard Larabi, also a very well-esteemed and high-level online player with the current chip lead with just under 5 starting stacks. So back to the action here as Lene has opened, actually 3-bet the hijack with the King 6 suited, and Johansson simply has to fold those 5s with all of the ICM pressure firmly put in his
And there's
corner.
another special event here today, the annual Thor Hansen Memorial. I know that there's several players coming out just to play that.
Wow.
My friend Ant actually drove from Vilnius
Really?
to play a little bit at both casinos, but this is the event he had his eyes on, was this multi-day mystery bounty. So
Yep.
we'll drop down during the break to say hi to him. We traveled to Kaunas together recently, where we were both on the final table, which was a nice drive home then at 4 something in the morning.
That's a high morale drive home, isn't it? Both of you have made a bit of money and had a nice run. And what was the tournament in Kaunas?
It was just, it was like a side event of like the Kaunas Spring Cup. It was the only day that I could play, and Ant wanted to go anyway. So we had a couple other people that were supposed to come with us, but they both got sick. But it was a 250 buy-in. It wasn't a big field, 84 entries, but to get 4th place, I'm not complaining.
Absolutely. So just facing this cutoff open from the King 6-0, Lene exerting the in the money bubble pressure. And it's over to Richardson in the big blind here, and he's got a pretty decent squeeze candidate all in, and he's going to take it. I really like this, showing a lot of gusto here. We can see he's got probably just over 200K, so something around the 15 big blind mark. Sending that one in with the ace-jack, and he runs into a pretty big hand here. That's going to be about as strong, apart from the traps like aces and kings that may sometimes peel pre. This is about as good as a hand as Chus is going to have here in this situation. And you can see he's not overwhelmed at the thrill, at the potential downside of getting these chips in. If he could see his opponent's cards, he'd be, wow. Okay, so seeing some different gears here from Chus, getting close to the money, folding ace-jack suited there to the squeeze jam, late position open. He calls on the button, the big blind shoves for about 15 blinds, and just getting out the way of the ace-jack there. That's rather puzzling.
It was a bigger jam, though. It was for more than 20. You could see all those
okay.
25K chips, so it would have been, he would have been crippled if he called with the ace-jack and lost.
Yeah.
So it does make a bit of a difference. If it was what the graphics showed, then it's a call, but based on the increased sizing, I can't really blame him this close to the money for laying it down.
No, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I'd be a little too curious there, because there's going to be hands like King-Jack suited, Jack-10 suited, Queen-Jack, some Ace-5, some Ace-4, some potentially Ace-8 suited in there, Ace-10. So that would be more than enough reason for me to consider calling. He would still have chips behind, but he does elect to make a really disciplined laydown as far as button versus big blind goes there.
I think he's just showing respect for that 18 to 20 big blind stack, saying he's probably not going to be jamming light when we're 14 away from the money, perhaps even just 12 away from the money. At least in events I play, I see a lot of players off those stacks just look at their cards, sit there for 15 seconds and fold for orbits. And then when they play a hand, they usually show up with something.
Yeah. Very fair. Richardson now with the King-9 suited. Does he elect to take this one upstairs? We could see he's got about somewhere in the region of 350K, if not 400 here. And he does just let it go with the King-Jack, so quite happy with the work from the previous hand. Was a nice sort of 5-6 big blind pickup there, and doesn't fancy tangling versus the button who does have him out chipped, so it could spell disaster if he were to have VPIP that hand with King 9 versus Ace 9, as we can see in this situation. He will know, of course, that the button will be opening much wider than that, which is why it makes King 9 suited such a tricky hand to tussle with there.
If we were after the money, then I think it could have been easier jam or a call if he, even if he wanted to.
Yeah, exactly. The beauty of shoving a hand like King 9 there is you get these hands like King 10 offsuit, Ace 9 offsuit, and King Jack offsuit to potentially raise fold. So not looking to take that chance. As I mentioned, did get a nice pick up the hand before, and that can sometimes play a bit of a psychological factor with one of those sort of more bottomy re-steal opportunities. You feel like the job's almost done from the previous hand, and you've kind of done a decent job of almost securing that in the money berth. So no need to take any kind of massive risk just in case you do run into the top of the button's opening range. Vaca, though, she's eyeballing that stack in the big blind. Could be seeing a blind versus blind open jam here. I believe that the big blind is rather short. She's going to go for what looks to be...
Maybe 38?
32.
32, min raise.
Ah, min raise. Okay, that's a little curious.
No. 4 more. 32.
She's very polarized here for this min raise, because when we're playing sort of 12, 13 big blinds deep near in the money, we're going to be shoving an awful lot of ace X, some king X, some broadways, some pairs, some suited connectors.
32.
And Johansson's just getting such a good price here in position versus this min raise. And this is why the min raise can be quite tricky to employ from out of position, because you're going to essentially get floated pre-flop by any 2 cards that aren't just complete bottom 10, 20% trash.
And a flush draw for Johansson. We do not know what Vaca has, but if she min-raised pre-flop, that does signify that she is trying to rep something very strong that she didn't want to jam with.
Yeah, she's going to have, for value, obviously, hands like ace jack suited plus some of the pocket pairs, 9s plus maybe. You'd feel like 7s, 6s would just jam pre-flop. So she's going to have over pairs here. She's also going to have some kind of more speculative hands like Queen 4 off, maybe, that just try and maneuver your opponent off of a hand like 8-5 off, which had the 2 live side cards. The king could be a decent card for her. Some of those like weaker offsuit king X type holdings that felt like they didn't want to jam for the sort of 13, 14 big blinds could very well be in there. She's also going to induce hands like ace king. So let's see if she does follow it up here. I feel like she's not going to have so many hands like queen 10 and 10-9, because they're likely just to jam pre. So she's repping hands as like king queen suited and ace king at this situation.
Even something as strong as king jack suited, where she now has top 2.
Yeah, potentially. If she's going to go for the raise call with king jack suited, that's for sure. Very annoying, tricky spot here for Johansson, an overcard to his queen. So the queen is going to be a little less appetizing on the river.
It looks like his stack size is more or less correct.
Yeah.
Slightly more, but not by much.
Yeah, so he's got to call a third of his stack off for a flush draw. I think the standard play is still to come along, peel 1 off, and potentially look to bluff some straight completing rivers, where our opponent is... She's just not really going to have hands like 7-9 here, I don't believe.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a discipline laydown, and a lot of respect being shown there for the Unibet ambassador, Monica, picking up a nice one there. Unfortunately, we don't get to see her whole cards, but maybe she did connect with that king. Maybe she was just blasting into oblivion there, and that queen 3 had some pretty decent equity. We will never know.
Yeah, it could really be anything, because she's chip leader. She can be opening at will.
Yeah.
And she understands that players shouldn't be jamming back at her unless they've really got it. I mean, we did see that ace-5 suited jam, so they don't necessarily have to have it, but for the most part, that they need to have it.
But she's doing a great job of accumulating chips and not putting herself too much at risk. We saw some somewhat passivity with the King 10 versus the King Deuce. It wasn't an ideal board. It did run out slightly unfavorably. An 8-7 or a pair of 6s would have made trips on the river. So she did just go for the 2 small bets there. But showing a lot of gusto and a lot of nous. And Jack 6 on the button here, you feel is going to be a mandatory open with this ICM pressure that she can exert. So 750 entrants here, a prize pool of 500K, I believe. Yeah, 523.8 thousand. And Monica will certainly be having her sights set on the dizzying heights of the 6-figure payout. And I'm not sure if she's had a 6-figure score before on her Hendon mob. Did you have a look at that one earlier?
I didn't look at it today, but I'm pretty sure she doesn't have a 6-figure score, but maybe we check it out now. Meanwhile, Eidbach, not a bad spot for him. He has this middling stack, but has top 2 pair. It went check, with Vaca not trying to bluff her opponent away, at least in this spot. And Eidbach not protecting his top 2. There's certainly some hands that can get there. The 2 of clubs is fairly safe, though. Of course, Vaca could have been opening a button with an ace-4 or 4-6, but you have to feel like your king 9 is good. We did see Monica, though, slow play quads before, but that was only because she was being bet into. But perhaps Eidbach is happy just to take this a showdown. He's looking now for some river value that isn't there. He would get some of the hands that he's blocking to call, but hoping that Monica had something like a 9x that she felt she had showdown value with, but didn't want to pump the pot up with. But a quick fold by Monica, and top 2 gets it done for Eidbach to chip up a little bit. It looks like we have a new player as well, so let's see who joined us at the table. Leo Magarano in seat number 3.
Yeah, we saw him yesterday on the feature table. He's quite a spicy player, very interesting style. Sometimes quite conservative, sometimes just relentlessly aggressive. So you never know what you're going to get from someone like Magarano. I'm looking forward to seeing how he imposes himself upon this table as we do head towards the all-important in the money situation. Looks like he came into the day with about 1.2 million, and
this would be coming into the feature table.
Okay.
Because so they do the updated count before they sit down.
Right, okay. I'm with you. So I was just looking at Monica's resume, and she's had some pretty big scores online. She won the GG Masters.
Oh, wow.
Which is one of the Sunday main events on GG Poker for 60,000 euros. She also took down an iPoker event for 98K online.
Wow, the events are that big on iPoker now?
Yeah.
They won 98,000?
That must be like the main event of their biggest series, because usually it's like you're lucky to get a 109 on there, right? It's usually 22s and 33s.
I can't play at iPoker from Lithuania, so I've been watching the growth of it, and I'm just drooling and jealous.
Yeah.
There is a crypto site that I can play through that is somehow accepts players from Lithuania, but I don't want to chance that, even though
Does it begin with the C?
Yes, it begins with the C, but let's just say they're not a brand comparatively to like a Cool Bet that if they were available in Lithuania, I would be gladly playing there, or Guts or Nordic Bet. I used to play at Guts actually when it was there.
Yeah, so Monica's biggest score on the Hendon mob is actually taking down second in the 2K high roller at the Unibet Open Bucharest, which is obviously in line with her ambassador role. And she won the Heads Up Championship in 2022 at the Norwegians.
Both have quite an impressive group of players. I mean, anytime there's a 2K high roller, you're going to get a lot of big names in there. And then we saw what was happening the last couple days in this heads-up match and the amount of mental energy that you need to expend against a very talented group of 64 players to get to the end. Lots of respect for Monica, and she's always calm, cool, and collected whenever we see her on a TV table, both here at Bratislava and across the world. We got the next payout graphic. This is a new one, so you can see a min cash worth 1310, and then there's going to be a 210 jump and another 210 jump. So the key is just to get into the money. Then you can really kind of forget about these little payouts, other than the fact that if there's 80 left and you kind of have a spot, maybe you can just take your time a little bit more. But other than that, you're not playing your hands with that in mind. You're playing more of a chip EV strategy until there's about 3 tables left, and then you have to start factoring in ICM once again.
Absolutely, yeah. The significance of the pay jumps between, let's say, 80th and 79th, just nowhere near the vast pressure that these players are under to get from not in the money to in the money. That's going to be the biggest and most significant pay jump for them up until, as you mentioned, the final 3 tables. So as we've already seen some quite big adjustments, the ace-jack fold springs to memory, calling the open from the cutoff and then folding to the sub-20 big blind rejam. You'd never see that earlier in the tournament. That would just be absolutely snapped off. So players are very much aware of the hearty considerations that need to be made for getting in the money, as you could see with, if you're sort of tuning in wondering, why is everyone playing so tight and cagey and what's going on here? It's because we are almost in that final berth of in the money. So Lene here with the 9-8 off is facing a +1 open from Ulstein.
Both players with some chips, neither in jeopardy of bubbling this event. Although you never know, we saw a 1 million chip count stack go into the dust already, so it's certainly possible. But this is a good flop for the opener, Queen 10, flopping the top pair. Not really that concerned about some 2-5s or 5-10s, so you should feel that you're good. If your opponent has a 10, you probably have a better kicker.
Goes with a fairly chunky sizing here. The board is super disconnected. Rainbow, of course, as well.
It's just 2 big blinds.
Yeah. Yeah, just usually with this kind of ICM pressure, I mean, he was the person that was out-chipped, so sizing up in some ways to gain some value and protection from overcards, but also, I guess, even in that situation with a hand as strong as Queen 10, he doesn't want to see a check raise and multiple barrels being fired his way. So the human brain naturally does incline you to think, if I just size this one up, maybe I don't have to deal with that kind of rigmarole later on. I think a robot there would be betting sort of 20–25%. But small things, not so important. Does get the job done and picks up pocket 8s next to act. So Ulstein with those 8s, naturally opening it up, grabbing a sip of Dutch courage there in the background. Chip leader Vaca out the way. Eidebach doesn't fancy getting in there with the trash as Mangarano relinquishes, and we're around to the blinds here. Lene in the small blind with those pocket 7s. You feel like he might be going set mining here. Does have both players covered, can afford an opportunity to try and flop something. Mostly, of course, in the form of a 5. But there are some other decent boards for a hand like pocket 5s. A very low paired board or some kind of open-ender gives him options. Just gets out the way there with the raggy 6-4, and we are off to a flop here as we do see King Jack 6. So 8s facing this small blind peel. Some cause for concern on this type of texture. Your opponent is going to flat hands like King 10 suited, King Queen off, King Jack suited, some Queen tens. He's going to have a decent bit of equity on this kind of exact texture, but also is going to be having some ace-X and some pairs. And he does just follow up with the kind of middling sizing and gets the worst hand to fold, which obviously is never like the best situation, but in this exact situation, just happy to get the c-bet through, I think, with the eights there.
Looks like we had a small light adjustment, but our eyes will get used to that. If Steek is listening, it was not me playing with the lights. So 7 away from the money. And this table doesn't know what's happening at the outer tables because it's on a completely different floor, creating an interesting dynamic. They just have to follow the board. Obviously, when it's hand for hand, it kind of works out the same anyway, because you're supposed to remain in your seats, obviously, during a hand. If you want to get up and stretch, you're really not supposed to walk around to the other tables, but it's so unenforceable that pretty much it's kind of like a soft rule, not a hard rule. But there's a tiny disadvantage at the bubble time to being at the feature table if you are a short stack or you have a decision to make near the bubble. Vaca continuing her aggression, this time with a pretty hand, king-queen suited from under the gun. King-queen offsuit, I apologize, from under the gun. Nobody showing up with anything quite yet, but Line here. Line Pedersen with the ace-queen suited. Does have some chips. It will either be a call or a 3-bet. If it was posted to the money, I would expect 3-bets quite often, although Monica's under the gun opening range after the money bubble broke might be a little bit different, but it would certainly still include a king-queen offsuit most likely. And does feel comfortable enough to 3-bet.
Yeah, I think they're deep enough where he doesn't really have to be concerned about the presence of being 4-bet bluffed off of the hand. So he feels like he can go with slightly more of a linear range. And by linear, I mean like hands that you're just 3-betting as kind of, it's unclear whether it's like for pure value or to drive the initiative or just to pounce upon this wider open. So ace-queen suited, of course, is going to be a value 3-bet, but versus under the gun. Although, of course, facing the 4-bet, going to be in a bit of a tricky spot, but he kind of is deciding to go to that or deal with that if that comes, rather than playing the ultra conservative route. If he had 30 big blinds, I think he might just peel here.
Yeah, and it's good he had more chips because it got pocket 8s out of the way, and if he's just peeling, it's going to go at least 3-way with ace-queen, pocket 8s, king-queen.
Yeah, could be some disastrous ace-8 type boards there. That Commodam. That sounds like king-queen. So Monica did have a candidate that can sometimes 4-bet bluff, but showing a lot of restraint versus second in chips at the table. And she does probably feel that it's unlikely that he's going to be targeting her under the gun open as a spot where he's going to start to open the floodgates. It's rather unlikely in many ways, for sure. Johansson. Ace-10 offsuit. Under the gun. by no means an easy decision here. Do we go for the raise into the chip leader, or do we just send our 10 big blinds in? I think at this stage I would go for a raise fold with this hand. And he looks like he's just going to fold, so I don't blame that one either.
No, I'm folding, I think, ace-10 offsuit there as well on a 10 big blind stack.
I think the beauty of the open is that it just looks so strong that you do get a very honest reaction out of your opponents, and you're able to get that all-important steal through. And sometimes when you do have the ace blocker, it's almost better to go for the long-range steal, just because everyone's going to be so hyper-aware of how strong your range has to be to open there. So maybe some king-jack off and ace-10 can be mixed in, but I think you're right as well. Like it's not incorrect.
It's close either way. And on this table, which is a little bit active near the bubble, I mean, it wouldn't have worked out well for him, but this is results-oriented.
Yeah.
But on an active table, sometimes it's not the best of ideas. But Richardson shouldn't feel shy about chipping it in, assuming he actually has 250,000 off a button open with ace-jack suited. But
this is a very disrespectful open from Ulstein, opening into the chip leader with 7-deuce suited here. I'm really not sure what
does jam it.
Yeah, that's a good jam from Richardson. Some cause for concern, but not with ace-jack, more with a hand like ace-7 suited, where you're like, well, this guy's sized up into the chip leader in the big blind, so surely that strengthens the range somewhat. We can see that it was just with the 7-deuce suited nonsense, but nonetheless, it's always brave to take a rejam spot when you're approaching the money, and even if you've got a hand as strong as ace-jack there, the heart rate is starting to go up, and there's always going to be that fear in the back of your mind that what if I run into it on this occasion? But it still doesn't mean that you should be getting out the way. He does execute with the all-in and gets the job done. Eiderbach with a decent spot here. He's got the chip leader in the small blind and a short stack that's going to be extremely honest in the big blind versus his under the gun open here. Can do a good job of getting some of these players out of the way, but it looks like Kjus fancies getting involved here. We saw that he folded the ace-jack to the ace-5 suited squeeze jam, and he is going to peel with pocket sixes here, looking to take a flop. I think possibly you want to just fold in this situation. There are, of course, some implied odds of hitting that 6, but do we really want to tangle here with the low pocket pair? The issue is with a hand like this is, as we saw earlier in the week, those low pocket pairs get a bit annoying because you feel obliged to call on lots of kind of boards like this where it's not exactly smashed your opponent's range. They're going to have a lot of misses, a lot of straight draws, a lot of overcards. So we've got two players with the nut gut shot, and Kjos kind of sat there in the middle there with the sixes. Wondering if Eiderbach elects to bet this flop. And I think check is a good option because Kjos in this situation is not going to be shoving 10s and 9s pre-flop for over 20 big blinds. So he's going to have lots of hands that connect really well. 10s definitely, 9s definitely, a hand like ace-10 suited for sure. He's going to have queen-jack suited. And he's also going to potentially have some hands like king-10 suited. Is that just a check fold with the two overs here? No, I don't think so. I think we do peel one off here, try and turn some kind of equity, a king, a queen, or a jack.
I found it interesting that the big blind even folded there.
Wow. Yeah, the big blind is sandwiched with the opener behind, and the opener's going to still check some overpairs, so that makes sense. But relinquishing the king-queen there just shows how much respect a stab there gets from the short stack peeler. It looks like a pretty strong range. He does hit that board fairly hard, as I mentioned, and a really nicely well-timed stab in position there from Kjus. Fearless in some ways, 2 overcards to his sixes, but definitely a good spot to lean on some of those ace-kings, and he even got the king-queen to fold on this occasion.
So while normally we're going to take breaks every 2 hours, if the bubble does not break by the end of this spine level, they're going to wait a little bit because we're so close that they're going to wait. Maybe it'll break, maybe it won't. But we may be in the booth a little bit longer during the hand-for-hand, depending on how long that might take, because we're very, very close to the money. The field is probably down to about 100. There's probably, we can't see the clock, but about 15, 20 minutes left on the clock. So it's 50-50 what happens. Meanwhile, Olstein opening up to 40,000, a different betting size, 2.5x. We've seen this earlier, but not at this table. And everybody folding easy peasy lemon squeezy. There's something coming in through the screen. Here's a look at the payouts that are coming up once again, 80th through 95th, 1,310 euros. After that, there's a pair of pay jumps of 210 each before they go up much faster and harder.
Just seeing that we already have 160 entrants in the Mystery Bounty Day 1, and
wow.
I feel like that is the type of tournament, of course, with the Thor Hansen Memorial kind of theme to it as well, which means that the Norwegian players really want to pay their respects, but also, of course, in the more selfish sense of things, want to pull that big mystery bounty. This format is really taking off in the live scene.
Yeah, I expect there to be, let's say, a little bit more adult beverage imbibing during that, especially, you know, whose birthday it is today.
Yeah.
The legend Alf.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Christ, the loudest guy in the room.
If he's here playing, it's going to be insane, but I think he plans to have a day off away from the tables. I chatted with him a little bit earlier today.
How's he been getting on?
He's just having a good time as normal. I didn't even ask him how the poker's doing, you know, because it's kind of irrelevant when it comes to Alf, but I don't think he's had any deep runs or anything, but he's having a good time.
So Johansson all in on the short stack, and Magorano here with the King 10 suited. Button versus Big Blind. He's in the big blind there. He's just getting a count. I think it's a bit more than the 106, because we did have that issue with the big blind ante showing as an ante for every player. So some of those chip counts are going to be updated and will for sure be back to normal after this first break. So we're going to be playing to in the money for now. 100 left in the field, so we are 5 off the money. We can see this all in is 150, 200, 235K, which I think would lead the King 10 suited, or give the King 10 suited reasons to...
Yeah, I agree with that. I think if it was a little bit smaller, then you can easily justify a call. A 10 big blind shove, it seems like it's a standard call, actually, but this is just too much.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think 15's a bit too much. It looks like he wants to come along. He does beat some hands like King 9 suited, Jack 10 suited, Queen Jack. He's doing well against the low pairs and the ace-X that doesn't dominate him, so I think it would be a little bit of a gambly kind of call. And look, there's a little bit of kind of negotiations here. It's like, do you want to call? Do you fancy having the cards on their backs and Johansson?
Wow, it is called. So it's Ace-Jack versus King 10 with Johansson at risk.
Yeah, Johansson, you can hear him sighing really loudly and audibly in the background. Maybe he feels like he's not lucky in these situations.
Ooh, dangerous flop for the Ace-Jack. It's still ahead, but now the Jack is no longer any good. He does have some outs to the 10, but his opponent also has a backdoor flush draw. You could see the equities are still about 3-1. That's a very safe card.
That's a clean as a whistle turn card. Just the king or the jack. Ooh, sweaty Betty there. No turn spade to really put him in the doldrums. That would have just been... I think he's almost bewildered as to why he got the call and giving a little bit of a lecture there. That's my read on the body language. What do you think's going on?
Yeah, it looks like the same. You get these people sometimes, I call them warriors. If you feel like somebody made a mistake, why are you pointing it out?
Yeah,
If it's a friend of yours and you want to talk to them later, then of course you should. But in the heat of the moment,
that's it, isn't it?
Take your chips and move on.
It's a very emotional response. It's like, God, man, why did you call? Why did you put me at risk? I really want to min cash, but you know, you've just doubled on the bubble. It's a great spot for you to get called by the King 10 there. Of course, 40% of the time you are going to be out the door without that min cash, but 60% of the time you're going to double up and have a really decent chance of forging some kind of final table run.
And even if you lose the hand, you shouldn't be like berating an opponent. Like we see some famous people doing that, like Mike Mattisau, Phil Hellmuth, both come to mind. I mean, I feel Phil is a very good ambassador for the game, but that's the one thing about him that I don't like when he's berating players, especially on a live stream situation where it just looks very condescending for no reason. You have guys like Alan Kessler that are doing it as well. But he's kind of doing it sometimes where it's just like a standard situation, which is funny. But Kessler is his own beast, I suppose. Not really beast is the wrong word there. I don't consider him a beast, but his own man.
Yeah, certainly is. You've been throwing a lot of shade over to Kessler over the last few days.
I mean, like, if he's pulling up people's Hendon mobs when they're calling him out, like, you've lost money the last few years, and what he does is he pulls up a Hendon mob of a winning online player showing that he has 100,000 in cashes and say, yeah, but look at this, I have millions, you're just a nobody, you have this. And he's like, and half the people reading the thread are like, yeah, but this guy has 5 million in online cashes with a 40% ROI, you know?
Yeah, chalk and cheese. Richardson off the short stack, Queen 9, definitely not going to be getting involved near the money. So it's over to Johansson that did just double.
I do think Kessler is still good for the game, but he needs to be able to take some heat when he's giving so much heat. You know, that's the kind of thing.
Yeah,
you know, I don't mean it out of disrespect, but in a way I do. You know, it's kind of like a mixed bag. I like Alan. I hope he sticks around. I just wish he would cool down on this little nitty stuff that he's doing with people, because it's then turning your ambassador role, because he is an ambassador to the game, into some kind of negativity that doesn't need to be in poker. And Phil does that too, but then after he recognizes it after some time and goes with this hashtag positivity stuff.
It's laughable in some ways, yeah. Hashtag positivity.
And Mike is just Mike, you know, he's a character. We need characters in the game. Also a very good player, but sometimes lets the emotions get the better of him. Phil, even though he can be very emotional, he's always composed in his actions at the poker table.
Yeah.
Not necessarily in his behavior, but actual betting, calling type of stuff. It's not affecting that.
You never see him just launching it in. He's always, there's always a reason. And I feel like sometimes the carry-on of the table presence and the antics can be in some ways a red herring to allow his opponents to think that he's kind of hot under the collar, but in actual fact he's just playing his kind of solid game. So Johansson here +2, ace-9. I don't think he's going to be getting in the mix, fresh off of the double up. No real reason to tangle here. We are getting really dangerously close to the money now. Edibak, though, would fancy a little steal here with the ace-10.
A bit stronger, a bit better position.
Yeah, and exactly, and he's got a few more chips behind as well, so. Wow, Lene, who we've just seen jam 10-4 suited blind versus blind, applying the max ICM pressure on his opponent, is now picking up an absolute monster. And if Edibak has any devilish intentions here with this ace-10, it could spell disaster for him, because Lene has been shown to be a very active and aggressive player so far. I don't think he would have seen any showdowns either, which usually makes you kind of suspicious that this guy's just going to be at it here. We can see button versus hijack that Lene does indeed have the goods, but definitely some reasons for Edibak to consider not just snap relinquishing this one and potentially making a move on what he deems to be quite an aggressive 3-bet from the button.
Especially, as you said, Lene has been active already on the bubble.
Yeah.
And didn't show down his cards yet. If he did show the 10 high, then it would make this 4-bet a little bit easier for him.
He does let it go. That's showing a lot of discipline. It's very annoying in these situations. I've been in them myself many times where you think, is this guy after me or has he just got it? And ace 10 certainly had some potential reason to consider making a move there. Doesn't on this occasion, and it was the correct decision in this outcome. 98 remaining, 3 off the in the money jump to 1,310 euros as that min cash. And then we've got some relatively inconspicuous jumps as we move towards the sort of 2K range with around about 60 players left. Let's have a little look for the more accurate information. So yeah, once we get to about 55, there's a jump from 2K to 2.25, and then it's up to 2.5 for the top 45 or so, 47, sorry.
But the pay jumps are all kind of cash until
very casual, and then
the final 3 tables.
Yeah, final 3 tables would be 24 left, right, where you jump from 3.6 to 4, and then all of a sudden, final 3 tables, you're in that 5x cash territory, which is when you're really getting deep in the tournament. What was the starting stack? Was it 50K?
100K.
100, okay.
So Magarano picking up a pot with just a raise from the hijack with the king 10 suited there. Happy to not get any resistance. And we may be hand for hand because I hear Sean in the background announcing something. It could be for another tournament. As we mentioned, there's the PLO High Roller. There's the Thor Hansen Memorial Mystery Bounty. And other events as well. Wow, nearly 200 players now in that Thor Hansen Memorial.
Yeah, that's
on level 1.
Do we want to have a little cheeky side bet on how many runners in the Mystery Bounty? We have, I would imagine, let's have a look. Probably 12 levels of late reg, so that they can jump in with 40, so the average is... Average is 50K, so yeah, maybe it goes down to the 12 big blind max late reg.
35,000.
What we could do is we could both write down numbers and then we can see who's closest that way rather than do an over-under.
Yep.
Although, do we have a pen? I had a pen in the booth, but I don't know where it is. Here it is.
It's the notes section on my phone.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing. That's easier than writing it down. Okay, I have mine.
Okay, let me just think about it. It's pretty early as far as the life of a poker player goes. 2:30 local time. 206 entrants so far.
Oh wow, it went up again.
You're gonna
I'm gonna readjust a little bit. Yeah.
Is it a re-entry?
I believe so. Yeah, it's an open event. Already 100,000 in that prize pool as well. I think it almost feeds upon itself as it gets bigger and bigger. More and more players are going to get interested.
Exactly.
Do you have your number?
Yeah.
Okay, I went with 511.
Okay, 485.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
I had 479 before I changed it, so that's interesting. We were so close.
Nice. I like that.
So what's the break even? You had 489, you said?
I've got 485.
485, so it's 26 different. So 498 is a push.
Okay. 20 bucks?
20 bucks is fine.
Done.
Now we have the official hand for hand on the money bubble. They're going to do a chip race during the hand for hand. I think there's a break incoming, as we mentioned before, which is why the floor is maybe already here, but I think he's also saying as soon as the bubble's broken, your guys are going downstairs. Your moment in the lights and camera is soon coming to an end. You're going to have to advance deeper if you want to get back on the feature table. We're going to bring some new players up. And this is where it gets a little bit confusing for the staff, because there has to be constant communication between the TV table and the side tables so they know when they can deal the next hand. But that's why they're wearing the headsets, not only to communicate the bet sizings, but also to hear information from what's going on the lower floors.
Also, if you're spectating at this time, I need you out of the tournament area.
Go Sean, giving everybody the boot. Announcing, if you aren't playing, get the hell out. Meanwhile, we have a jam here. We don't have, oh no, it's a chip up. I see a lot of chips in the middle, and I forgot that they were doing a random chip race during hand for hand and not waiting for the break, but it makes sense at the feature table because they need to spend part of their break actually going downstairs. It's not just going to one of those empty tables that will be filled with cash game players pretty soon.
All right, tournament players get about 5 minutes before we kick off this Thor Master Memorial. This is our mystery bounty. Players, please go ahead and get activated.
And now we hear that they're actually starting the Thor Hansen Memorial in stream time. We were 30 minutes ahead because we were looking at real-time information for a little prop bet. Looking forward to paying George his 4 big blinds. Although I hope I'm right, not just because of the 20 euro, it just means that we got over 500.
Yeah, the game I was playing last night, it was that was the original 4 big blinds, but maybe less than a blind after all the straddles.
Oh, God. How did you do in that game? Did you at least, no, we're not talking about it?
Not good.
Okay.
It was such a crazy game. I was going for the min buy-in strategy because you were almost guaranteed action and squeeze pots, and it wasn't quite a Frankie game, but it was somewhere in that realm, let's say.
So good, but super high variance.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. On my 8th 500 euro bullet, I managed to spin it back a little bit, but...
Ooh, was that bad?
Yeah, but it was just crazy. Okay, so we're on the direct money bubble, guys. Are we going to see some fireworks here, or are we going to see a kind of a continuation of the theme over the last hour or so, which has been relatively cagey, kind of almost like a tactical chess battle rather than a game of poker in some ways. Just people kind of tiptoeing around, not looking to make a mistake, looking to solidify their position.
It is a bit demoralizing to bubble at this point if you're hand for hand as well after investing 2 days and a little bit of today as well. You're putting a lot of your soul into a single event. You want to at least make the money. Ooh, and we have to listen to Sean. Okay.
Dealers, if you have an all-in and a call on your table, you're going to freeze the action until instructed to carry on. If we lose 2 or more players on separate tables, they will chop the prize money. 2 players are eliminated on the same table. We will go by chip count. If you're not in this tournament, stay out of here. Players at this time, if you need to get up and stretch your legs all of a sudden during the hand-for-hand portion, you need to take your body outside of the tournament area, please. Dealers, we're going to do one hand only, until you're instructed to deal in the middle. So dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
So, not sure if you guys heard Sean, but he gave a lot of instructions, and he started off saying, I am only going to say this once and not repeat myself. So 2 minutes is going to be run off the clock. It's basically stopped for every hand during hand-for-hand play.
Yep.
Some places do it that way. Some places let the clock running. With this many tables left, I like the 2-minute runoff rule because you could get one table that's just taking 10, 15 minutes to play out, which wouldn't necessarily make it good for the stream, but sometimes people have decisions to make and everybody has to wait. But meanwhile, they shouldn't be suffering with 15 minutes gone on the clock. The other message is if there's 2 all-in calls at the same table and they're both eliminated, then the bigger stack will make the money, the smaller stack won't. But if there's an all-in call at table X and another one at table Y and another one at table Z, and all three go out on the bubble after cards are shown, like if there's an all-in call, they're going to wait till all the other tables have played out their action, then all three of those players will share the min cash. So if it's 3 players out, then they share 2 min cashes among the 3. If it's 2 players out, they'll share 1 min cash to nearly get their buy-in back, which at least softens the blow of hitting the rail in the bubble.
So Ulstein opening with the queen 6 suited into the short stack, was hoping not to see some resistance from the chip leader. But Monica's got other ideas here, taking it upstairs with the jack 10, going for the 3-bet from the small blind. She makes it very small here, which is brave because certainly allows an easier time of some of the more fringy kind of continues in her opponent's range. I think the typical sizing that you'd usually see here is something around 135K.
And Ulstein, who isn't in jeopardy of bubbling, at least in the moment. We could see this go either way. I mean, obviously, if he has a stronger holding, he's coming along. He may just decide, is Monica really doing this to make a move? We could see Monica has a 3-betting hand, but it isn't that strong of a 3-betting hand.
No, it will be folding versus a 4-bet if he does decide to go down that route. I think the game's up at this point. We're stone bottom of our opening range. It was already quite an aggressive open in the sense that we were pushing the envelope somewhat.
Meanwhile, my bet is beginning to look a little bit better. Mystery Bounty somehow already up to 242 entries.
Wow. Yeah. Certainly is.
And late reg must be closed by now in the PLO high roller, but maybe it isn't. But that is up to 35 players for 35 entries, which is quite impressive.
I'll just stop you there, Jason, because we're seeing the 4-bet from the queen 6 here.
Wow. What's going on here, George?
I've got no idea. The sizing is just absolutely massive as well. 2.8x. Wow.
Maybe the 6 looked like another queen to him.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. And it's an interesting spot because Monica really... Ooh.
Maybe he picked up
Might
the tell
fold.
from Monica. I mean, I don't see any tells from Monica. She's very composed at the table, but maybe something with how she's laying her arm before she had it on the rail like this.
Yeah. Is she going to pull the trigger here? This stinks a little bit. The sizing especially, it kind of looks like, please fold.
Wow. Reaching for those chips. This would be such a sick read. Like, how is a player 4-betting me late on the stone cold money bubble? But if I 5-bet jam, they're going to have to fold maybe hands like 10s and 9s where they would be snapping them in earlier. But then why would those hands 4-bet only to fold? So it's a very polarizing 4-bet, but it would be more of a top-of-the-range expectation, I would think.
Wow, she does find the call here with the Jack-10 suited. And look at Ulstein. Doesn't exactly look thrilled at the prospect here. Really firing one into the abyss here with the Queen-6 suited. Went for the massive 4-bet sizing. I felt like a size like 225 would have got the job done. And oh my lord, we've got middle pair versus pair open-ender here. I feel like Ulstein is likely to follow this one up, although when you really dive into the range of Monica here, she's going to have hands like 10s. She may even flat the 4-bet with hands like queens. I think ace-king would be going in pre-flop. So
and it's hard. You have 1.5 SPR in your stack as well, so you can't start bleeding away your chips per se. You are in position, so you can bet the flop to check the turn.
What does he think he's going to get to fold here when you really think about the 3-bet and call a 4-bet range?
9s, 8s, 7s.
He's ahead of that, right? So,
yeah, nothing that he's beating.
Yeah.
Maybe, like, I don't know. There's no queens that really should be calling a 4-bet there that he's ahead of either.
He's completely lost the plot here, to be honest. The 4-bet, the massive 4-bet sizing, this like half pot size on the flop. Yeah, this is completely off piste. Let's just see what happens, because I'm lost for logic in this spot.
That being said, if you're in Monica's shoes, what do you put your opponent on that just 4-bet and was happy to fire half the pot on the stone cold bubble? You know,
yeah,
you need to call here with your Jack 10 just because you have the open ender, not because you think maybe your 10 is good, obviously. But it does smell quite a lot like queens, kings, and aces at this standpoint.
It does.
So maybe this will work.
Ace King is going to be the main hand, I think, that would choose this massive 4-bet sizing, just looking to kind of get in the max or navigate our opponent off in some ways. And this turn is going to go check, check almost always. And it's going to be a case of, does Monica have the gusto to... Oh, she's gone all in.
Wow, 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 what a move. And it's going to work. There's no way Olstein can call. He's going to look down at his cards one more time and hope that 6 turns into another queen.
Wow, what a move here.
Such a plus.
This move, can he really call? Like, if he had ace king here, can he really call?
No.
That's what I think, right? That's why it's such a great move. I really didn't even consider it. I was so lost in the rabbit hole of wondering what the hell Olstein's up to. I completely didn't consider the fact that if he has aces or ace king here, I don't think he's got aces for the pre-flop sizing, so we can somewhat eradicate that. But if he's got aces or ace king here, and our opponent, who's called a big 4-bet on the bubble, her hand looks like queens, 10s, maybe an ace jack suited from time to time.
Yeah, ace jack with one of them a diamond is certainly a jammable spot here. And Olstein doesn't have too many. I mean, we see he did it with queen 6, but I would think Monica's thinking he doesn't have so much jacks in his range. I have a jack as well. So it would lean to those ace kings, ace queens. If he has kings, he has to call. If he has queens, he has to call. So there is a little bit of a risk here. But crazy stuff. Is taking his time. I don't know what he's thinking about here with queen 6, and could have a think of it if he had that king. Like a king jack can call per se, but a king jack is not usually 4-betting, but a queen 6 is 4-betting, so it's completely out of whack. Like if I'm Monica, I'm putting him not on ever on a hand as weak as queen 6. And this might be just a little posturing. I mean, I think he knows he has to fold.
There's no way he can call here. Like, what is he really putting his opponent on? Ace 9 of diamonds? Like, that's one hand you beat, but she's not calling the 4-bet out of position with that.
And you're not doing that well against that either. You're just flipping.
Just trying to think of a hand that he can beat here, like ace 10. But she's not going to do that with ace 10. I think she calls pre-flop because of how connected Jack 10 is and how well it flops in many ways. Whereas like the weaker ace X and the weaker hands, like, you know,
you're behind a queen jack that might do this. A king jack might do this. We see she's doing it with 10 jack that you're ahead of, but that's really a little bit too optimistic.
Yeah, there's no way you can call here. It's just going to be a case of saving some face after 4-betting, c-betting the flop. And I mean, if he calls, this is just the most ridiculous hand I think I've ever seen commentating, to be honest, on the pure bubble of the €800 Norwegian-only event. We've gone with an absolute cannon of a 4-bet and followed it up with a really big sizing here. And lo and behold, we've been shoved on. We're left with middle pair, no kicker versus an extremely condensed range that's very centric around this all Broadway texture. Monica, I feel if she is going to have a flatting range for the 4-bet, is going to have sometimes aces, but mostly hands like queens, jacks, and 10s. So what he's thinking about is maybe is she making a move with jacks here, trying to get me to fold ace, king, or aces? But, wow.
It does look like he's legitimately thinking about it, though. I don't think there's no reason to really Hollywood any further. You already showed that you maybe had something to think about. We are hand for hand as well, so stalling out the clock doesn't make any sense either. But what a boss move by Monica. I mean, that can't be said too much here, and she's just sitting there looking very comfortable. No handshaking. Obviously has been in big spots before, and it's a little bit more comfortable in the chip leader, knowing that if I get called, it's not that the end of the world. But as it stands, she came in with a little more than 2 million. Now we'll have more than 3.5 million because it's almost a certainty that Ulstein will fold. Maybe he's waiting to see if he can find out whether any of the other players downstairs are also all in with a call, waiting for cards to be flipped over. But does fold, makes the obvious play. Well, there was nothing obvious about this hand other than that fold. But well played by Monica, and Ulstein showing a lot of heart. We didn't really like his play so much, but it did show a lot of courage.
One more hand. This is a reminder to everybody in the tournament, we are hand for hand. No action will be completed until all action.
Meanwhile, the high roller payouts are out, so it's going to be about 26-7 up top for that bad boy. 4 payouts.
Yeah. So we had around 36 total entries. 21, that was for today's action though, right? So
yeah, we can check out on the status here. 35 players.
35, so yeah, paying 12.5%, 4 paid. And yeah, really juicy min cash of a 4x min cash there.
Look at that.
Wow, that's some ICM hell for those players playing 4 cards there. It's going to be difficult for them to get involved with anything if you're a medium stack on that bubble. And I'm sure there'll be a psychopath sicko reg taking full advantage of that, that's for sure.
Patrick Euros, cough, cough.
That's exactly who I was thinking, funnily enough.
Because Yaros is not going to lose any sleep if he doesn't min cash either, so it's like he's just playing for the trophy. It's basically half a buy-in for him in a cash game. Maybe sometimes even less.
Yeah.
I would love to see a cash game with, because we had some nice cash games last time. It would be amazing with Kyan Mokri here also, Patrick Yaros to have this super high stakes game, but it's not really enough time with our busy tournament streaming schedule, which is more important, obviously, for obvious reasons.
Yeah, I was going to say, you definitely got the players for like a 25-55 card game or something like that, right?
They have the players for a 100-200 PLO 5 game.
Yeah, yeah, there you go.
And I'm not even thinking the Tom Bedell's that may happen to that either as well. But interesting here that players are getting involved on the stone bubble.
Ulstein going for a relatively optimistic pill here with the 6s. I thought he might have taken his medicine after the previous pot.
At least he didn't 3-bet.
And this is Magorano here, just trying to lean on hands like ace-10 of clubs, ace-jack of clubs, spades. Doesn't turn any equity with no heart in hand. Gonna probably just have to give this one up at this stage.
It's much easier to be making these moves against a player like Magorano if, you know, because if he makes a big mistake here, he's very short on chips. If Monica made a mistake with her jam there, which we saw was brilliant for obvious reasons, but in the 5-10% chance that her opponent has something like kings or queens that must call, or even the ace-jack, it's not going to hurt her chances of running deep in the tournament that much. So getting some chips back after losing a chunk and change to Monica Vaca. It looks like players are standing up, maybe thinking that they're on a break, but the break won't take place until the bubble breaks.
I got some information that there is, because the hand-for-hand was taking so long, they were going to put that break in. So we are going to take a 20-minute break, and I think that's starting right now.
Wow, so we're getting a new table on the money bubble. That's quite interesting because we have no idea how those players play unless we've seen them on previous days. So it'll be a different game flow, different players. Monica Vaca easily the star of the first 2 hours, the star probably of yesterday as well, looking at her stack. Wishing her the best of luck. She's a good ambassador for the game and all the other Norwegians at the table. George and I will be back in about 15, 20 minutes. See you soon.
Looking forward to seeing you then.
Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Ja, Monica Vaca, du startet dagen som stor chipleader. Det ser ut som om du fortsetter dagen som stor chipleader også. Du har lekt deg på TV-bordet. Hvordan dag 3 av main event?
Jo, det har gått veldig bra. Det har vært perfekt setup med boblespill nå, så jeg har prøvd å utnytte det.
Hvor mye har du opptrett?
Jeg har ikke kontroll nå, for det ble en... Ja, jeg har rett over 3, tror jeg. 3 millioner.
Rett over 3 millioner. Det blir tøft å slå Monica i dag.
Ja, jeg skal i hvert fall gjøre mitt beste for å henge på i feltet her. Så...
Har du vært så stor i main event som du er akkurat nå, noen gang før?
Nei, det har jeg ikke. Men før så spilte vi med 30 000, så det var litt forskjell. Så nå starter vi med 100. Men så ikke så stor som dette. Jeg har ikke det. Jeg har en 60. plass fra 2013 jeg må slå, så det må...
Ja, men den tar vi i år.
Ja, vi må prøve på det.
Må jeg hente Stige til neste gang jeg intervjuer deg i dag?
Jeg håper det.
Monica Vaca er i kjempeslag og dominerer main event. Det er 2024. Det er waka waka time.
Waka waka. Waka waka. Waka waka.
Nå har jeg funnet en fyr her som jeg synes for det første er en av de mest drivende dyktige pokerspillerne vi har. Han er alltid involvert i store ting. Han har kanskje den kuleste stilen du finner på pokerbordene. Men nå har det blitt hjelpegutt her ute med pose som skal leveres.
Ja, altså dessverre så gjorde ikke jeg jobben rundt pokerbordet. Jeg røyket på slutten av dag 2. Men vi har Norwegian Poker-vibes har med en mann fortsatt. Daniel Skoglund her borte. Så i dag er jeg hjelperytter og sørger for at den får liksom energidrikk, salat har vi her, og ja. Juice eller whatever han needs.
Ja, for at vanligvis er det burgere og pils det kanskje går i her, men det er ikke effektivitet når du skal spille dag 3.
Dette er et toppidrett. Vi må holde mannen sharp og i zonen, så da ser jeg på det som min rolle i dag.
Kanskje vi skal gå bort til hovedpersonen selv her og høre hva han sier om å ha egen hjelperytter på plass. Han er i hvert fall ikke involvert i en pott for øyeblikket, men akkurat nå har vi intervjuet din hjelperytter som kommer med tilskudd av mat, drikke, sunnhetsvarianter. Hvor mye hjelper det deg på veien mot NM-titel?
Nei, han gjør alt han kan, så jeg skal prøve å gjøre det samme tilbake. Så upåklagelig innsats fra Martin her. Det er det.
Men jeg ser også at du kopierer stilen til hans her, med nye briller og bøttehatt og det som er. Altså, føler du egentlig at mye av grunnen til hans suksess er verdens beste pokerstil?
Ja, vi er jo et team der, så må vi kle oss likt, så det funker så langt. Så jeg håper det skal holde hele veien inn. Så, ja.
Lykke til, Daniel.
Takk, takk.
Vi kan bevege oss litt nedover bordene også, samtidig som vi er i gang. For vi ser nå, det som er ganske interessant på det tidspunktet her, er at vi kan for første gang egentlig se hverandre litt i øya. Altså lokalet nå er langt færre spillere enn hva vi har sett tidligere. Det er langt mer chips på bordene. Det begynner virkelig å dra seg til, og ikke minst det at vi snart beveger oss inn i ganske viktige tidspunkt av denne turneringen. Det er noe vi absolutt skal ta med oss. Jeg tenker vi kan ta en liten stopp. Jeg har også en mann som, da vi var hos han i går, så var han ganske short. Short, det er overhodet ikke hva denne mannen er i dag. For fra en bøttehatt til en annen, så kan vi også høre fra Tom Bedell og hvordan han tenker på dagen så langt.
Så langt kan jeg ikke klage. Jeg vant første potten, og så har jeg tapt 2 mot den store skipleaderen, så jeg er vel noenlunde bytt, vil jeg anta. Så nå skal jeg tørre å spille mot den, så må jeg ha 2 S, kanskje 2 konger, S-konge eller kast. Så det blir svært defensivt spill.
Jeg tror jeg skal ta en liten prat med mannen som sitter i forkant av deg, for å høre om et stykk vedde er enig i den betraktningen.
Ja, det blir jo noen dueller på siden her, det gjør det jo. Nå leder jeg, har vunnet 1 pott i hvert fall. Så får vi se hvordan det spiller seg ut. Men ja, stødig spiller etter venstre her, så det blir spennende å se.
Men det virker som dere er et ganske chip-tungt bord, i hvert fall 4 av dere som har langt over snittet. Hvordan påvirker det denne fasen, tror du?
Tja, ikke så mye, tror jeg. Det skal jo veldig mye til å spille for stacks når vi sitter så deep, men ja, det er jo en behagelig stacks mange har her, da. Så er det kanskje noen som er litt shortere, men vi nærmer oss boblespill om kvarter time kanskje. 1,5 time. Så det blir spennende.
Lykke til.
Tusen takk.
Tusen takk.
Og så lykke til til deg, Tom.
Det trengs. Tusen hjertelig takk.
Vi tar en liten tur videre nedover her. Vi ser at det blir langt flere spillere vi er vant til å se i denne fasen. Og det er det som er gøy. Altså, du ser jo virkelig at poker er et spill som belønner de som har kompetanse. Men en vi vet har kompetanse, som burde være den mest slitne mannen i lokalet, han sitter i storeblind akkurat nå, så vi skal la være å plage ham for mye før eventuelt kommer inn. Men jeg refererer jo da selvfølgelig til mannen som sitter i sete 7 her, Petter Solberg, som kommer rett fra en heads-up-tittel på det som har vært den lengste heads-upen vi noensinne har vært vitne til. Her velger han å kaste, og da tillater jeg meg å ta en prat også med Petter. For hvordan har det vært med søvnen din natt?
Ja, vi sovna fort. Våkna tidlig i seiersrus. Ja. Det var vanskelig å sove. Jeg hadde stilt inn vekkerklokka på 11. Men vi våkna 9:30, så vi rakk hotellfrokosten i hvert fall. Ja, seier det også.
Er det vanskelig på noen som helst måte å omstille seg mellom en main event, så til heads-up og så tilbake til main event, eller går det fint?
Nei, det går fint. Det har vi erfaring på, så det går fint. Og så NM-uka er jo alt går i ett, så du er liksom i poker, mindsetet og du er i zonen.
Lykke til.
Tusen hjertelig.
Vi kan jo ta titt nedover her også. Vi ser her borte så sitter en Vilde Fagerbakke som fortsatt er med i turneringen. Vi har meget artig bord her også. Vi ser jo en soleklar, nei ikke soleklar faktisk, men et par store chipstacker som har blitt satt ved siden av hverandre her. En som gjemmer seg som best der i hettegenser og med solbriller, så i blindekrig nå mot mannen til sin venstre. Det er et bord som ligger S-konge 7-4-2 hjerter. Og det er nettopp disse 2 store chipstackene som er i pott mot hverandre. Potten ligger på rundt 150 000 allerede. Og budet kommer ut 75, og da blir det et kast. Og da må man vel nesten spørre. Dere er ikke redd. Jeg kan kanskje spørre her. God dag, hva heter du for noe?
Joakim.
Du er ikke redd for at bordet skal falle denne veien og bare tilte over? Det virker som det er mye tyngre akkurat her enn det er på andre siden.
Nei, det har vært glidd bra. Det er bra chips i hjørnet her.
Og da må jeg nesten spørre ved siden av også. Når man først har en så stor chipstack som du tar med deg, hvordan er det da å være plassert på kanskje det eneste stedet i turneringen hvor det kan bli straffet?
Nei, da tar jeg med knusero, så det går fint.
Knusende ro meldt. Det er vel sånn det skal være på dag 3, i hvert fall blant de som sitter med de største stackene. Vi ser her at Even Evensen, han henger fortsatt. Han har gått med skjetonger bakerst på bordet her. Jeg tenker at dette er en mann som alltid er villig til å slå av en prat, selv når han er i potter og storeblind. Så Even, du koser deg nå, gjør du ikke det?
Du må jo si det. Hæ? Tenk alle disse fantastiske menneskene som er her og pokermiljø, spiller poker, og snart er det penger til de som er igjen. Og det kan ikke blitt bedre enn det.
Snart er det penger, det er vel det som preger veldig mye akkurat nå på det tidspunktet vi spiller inn. Vi tar og jobber oss gjennom disse bordene litt. Det er ikke så veldig mange jenter igjen i denne fasen av turneringen. Vi får vel vente litt med å spørre, fordi det er en storeblind som pågår for øyeblikket her. Jeg ser i hvert fall en Ragnar Dysvik som fortsatt er med, men har vært
jobber nede i gjørma.
Hva sa du for noe?
Jobbe litt nede i gjørma, så.
Ja, det har vært en varierende chipbeholdning på deg i løpet av den turneringen.
Ja, det var en flipp som ikke sto helt før slutt i gang, så det gikk nesten alle skjetongene.
Vi ser nå i hvert fall en Thomas Udnes som har spilt opp fra tidlig posisjon. Han har gått ut med et 28 000 bud. Foreløpig kastet fra andre- og tredje posisjon rundt bordet. Vurdering som skal tas andre enden. Det blir et kast. Kastes videre, både cutoff og button kastes også fra blindene, og det er en Thomas Udnes som kan hente ned. Det er lett dette spillet, er det ikke det, Udnes?
Jo, det er lett. Neida, det er gøy. Det er veldig moro. Vi koser oss her. Bra gjeng på bordet. Alt er fryd og gammen.
Gro-Berit, føler du at du er nødt til å representere kvinnene her i den turneringen, eller er det kun ditt eget image som ivaretas?
Nei, jeg tror ikke det er jeg som skal representere. Det er vel noen andre som gjør litt bedre enn meg her nå, i hvert fall foreløpig.
Du lever, og du har bra chipstack?
Ja, nei, jeg koser meg, jeg. Men nei, jeg synes ikke foreløpig at jeg... Det var vel en som ledet turneringen, var det ikke det?
Jo da, men Monica teller ikke. Hun er maskin. Så etter hvert så går vi litt videre her, fordi at det er en til jeg har lyst til å ta en liten prat med. En mann som tidligere er blitt nummer 2 i et norgesmesterskap, i et main event. Hvordan tar man Drøbaks store sønn, Kristiansen, hvordan tar man steget fra andreplasser til førsteplasser i NM main events?
Nå har ikke jeg en andreplass i main.
Hvordan gikk det finalebordet du spilte på?
men jeg har runnet dypt før i main da. Men trikset er vel å prøve å runne litt godt og velge riktige spots og rett og slett spille bra da. Så det har jo vært en litt sånn rollercoaster ride hittil etter main eventet, så hittil i dag ikke gått så bra. Håper at det fortsetter sånn som de gjorde i går. Da startet det dårlig og sluttet bra. Så kanskje det kan starte dårlig og slutte bra i dag også.
Jeg snakket akkurat med Ragnar Dysvik på andre bordet her, som fortsatt lever i den turneringen. Altså jeg har jo spilt poker med deg siden tidlig 2000-tall, Erik. Og dere to, dere er begge fra Drøbak. Dere spilte sammen. Dere kanskje fikk introduksjon til pokermiljøet sammen. Gamle kunster, de holder seg fortsatt ved like.
Ja, men de må oppdateres underveis også. Poker er ikke sånn som det en gang var. Og hvis man ser tilbake på hvordan man spilte bare for noen år siden, så er det en litt annen verden vi lever i nå. Mye teknologi som kan hjelpe deg til å bli bedre, og både jeg og Ragnar har holdt oss oppdatert på teknologien og improva spillet vårt på den måten da.
Er det fortsatt mye exploit i poker, altså det at man kan utnytte motstandere, bortsett fra bare å hele tiden skulle spille optimalt?
Ja, absolutt, spesielt i live-poker. Jeg tror liksom nettpoker versus live-poker er to ting som man kan separere ganske sterkt nå om dagen spesielt. Stort problem med folk som har det som kalles real-time assistance online. Det har man jo ikke tilgang til live. Og da er det mye å holde styr på for mange, og i tillegg så møter man jo en del interessante karakterer med interessante spillestiler, da, og da er det på en måte å finne sin plass på bordet underveis og manøvrere deretter, så masse muligheter til å kunne exploite fortsatt, ja.
Det som er helt sikkert er at vi får hele tiden nye ord for fisk rundt pokerbordet. Interessante spillestiler, interessante karakterer var den som ble brukt denne gangen. Det er i aller høyeste grad mye spenning her. Hvis vi tar en siste liten titt forbi det bordet vi startet på i sted her, videre ut mot det som blir den absolutte ytterkant. Til slutt så ser vi at her har vi gått rundt absolutt alle. Det er slik det ser ut for øyeblikket. Det er ingen tvil om at når dette blir spilt inn, så er det penga som står i fokus her. Og for noen så er det en mulighet til å tilegne seg en stor chipstack. For andre så er det rett og slett muligheten for å si «Jeg casha i NM».
Ja, så rakk vi akkurat ikke å sprekke bobla rett før pausen. Spillet ble strukket, men bobla lever fortsatt. Det blir uhyre spennende å følge med etter pausen. Nå trengte nok spillerne også en liten 20 minutter for å få roet ned nervene, pustet litt. Det kan jo være en fordel for de som ble litt for nervøse helt på slutten der sånn. Som vi så, Monica Waka på TV-bordet, hun startet dagen som chip-leader med over 2 millioner, og hun fortsetter dagen med over 3 millioner skjetonger. Monica is flying high og kommer til å bli skummel fremover. Hvis hun bare nå spiller sitt beste spill, så hadde det vært veldig gøy å få Monica videre til fredagen og dag 4. Og da kan hva som helst skje. Men vi ser jo nede hos Sverre at det er mange sterke navn igjen. Og det kommer til å knyte seg ordentlig til. Og når vi da kommer gjennom bobla, den sprekker, folk har kommet til pengene, så kommer det nok erfaringsmessig til å bli litt løsere spill igjen. Og akkurat nå så er det veldig, veldig tight. Det er alle de 96. Det er ingen av dem som ønsker å være den ene som ikke kommer i pengene. For det gjør litt vondt når du har sittet her i 2,5 dag og brukt masse tid og penger og energi på å være så nær drømmen. For det er nettopp det det er. Det er en drøm å få lov til å komme i pengene i main event i Norgesmesterskapet i poker. Men du der hjemme, du kan også bli en vinner, fordi vi har dette helt strålende Deluxe NM poker-koffertsettet med, jeg tror det er 500 skjetonger. Det er de offisielle NM-kortstokkene, det er all-in buttons og knapp og cut card og det ene med det andre. Vi skal ha en enkel konkurranse som alle kan være med på. Den kommer i neste pause om et par timer. Så er det viktig at du følger med på sendingene, slik at du ikke går glipp av sjansen til å vinne en slik koffert. Vi skal ha en koffert i dag, vi skal ha en koffert i morgen, og selvsagt skal vi ha minst en koffert vi lodder ut. Ikke lodder ut, men premierer til deg med riktig svar på vår ganske enkle quiz på lørdag, når vi skal kåre 4 norgesmestere. Dette er den første dagen på lenge vi ikke skal kåre en norgesmester, men det betyr ikke at det er noe mindre spenning av den grunn. Vi skal altså komme oss gjennom bobla, og vi kommer til å jobbe oss nedover fram til klokka 9 her i Bratislava, og så er det jo en forsinkelse på en halvtime. Så cirka 9:30 norsk tid er vi ferdige med dagens main event, dag 3 av main event. Og hvor mange bord vi kommer til å ha igjen da, det kan være helt ned i 2 bord, men kanskje er vi et sted mellom 3, 4, 5 bord før fredagens spill. Kanskje er det også enda mer, men det er jo vanskelig å se. Det blir veldig spennende å se. Uansett, vi er noen få minutter unna å få på plass et TV-bord. Det ser bak meg her nå at spillerne begynner å komme inn. Jeg har fått på en melding det nye bordet. Hvis du gir meg et lite øyeblikk nå, så skal jeg ta det opp, og så skal vi se. Vi har et par ganske spennende spillere her med god chipstack, og så er det noen som ligger litt bak, og som må ut og jobbe. En av de som i hvert fall har over millionen fra siste chipkant vi fikk beskjed om, er jo vår alles kjære pokerpresident Tobias Gjelsa Leknes. Han har ikke hatt noe sånn voldsom flyt på dagen så langt. Så det blir spennende å se hvordan han gjør det på hjemmebane, da, som det har blitt det å være på TV-bordet for pokerpresidenten. Han begynner å bli godt TV-vant, den godeste Tobias akkurat nå. Vi har også en Birger Marcel Larsen som burde komme til TV-bordet med en bra stack. Og også René Zimmermann ser ut som han har greit stack. Han sitter i CT4, CT6, og så er det Tobias Leknes i CT7. Morsomt også å se Dimitri Becker i CT2. Han er jo gift med Heidi Becker, som har en norgesmestertitel fra tidligere. Det kan jo bli spennende da, å se om det blir på tide for ektemannen å komme på samme nivå som kona. Så det blir gøy å se hva Dimitri klarer å få til. Han har en vei å gå. Han var short på forrige chipkant. Når jeg sier short, altså han har mindre enn det som er average gjennomsnitt. Gjennomsnitt akkurat nå er 781 250. Monica Waka er altså på ca. 4 ganger så mye som hva som gjennomsnittet i feltet er. Dimitri Becker er på cirka 2/3, snaue 2/3, rett under 500 tror vi på siste chipkanten, mens altså Leknes er på litt over millionen. Men hvis de siste tallene vi har stemmer, så er det Larsen i CT6 i posisjon før Leknes som har mest på dette TV-bordet som kommer om ikke så altfor lenge. Vi er noen sekunder unna, de begynner å komme på plass, så jeg lurer på om det begynner å bli tide for å gi ordet over til Stig Moen i bua. Men før Stig, ta en titt på denne her og få litt ekstra energi i kroppen før vi er rett tilbake igjen med TV-bordet og mer spenning rundt skjetongene. Og etter pausen så kan jeg love deg en ting. Bobla kommer til å sprekke.
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Hello, and welcome back as we do continue the, I believe, bubble coverage still.
Yes, still 96 remaining, 95 in the money for a 13-10 cash. So we don't know anything about the dynamics at this table, but we do recognize some of the players here, George. We have Tobias Leknes with the chip lead at the table with 1.74 million in chips. The formidable Tommy Wynn with 960. We also recognize from previous streams Renee Zimmerman with 870. So a few recognizable people in here, but certainly other people that we know from other times, like Ole Bartsav, Dimitri Becker in seats 1 and 2. Becker is a little bit at risk with 255, but can certainly make it through the bubble. And Sigve Ennis, a player I'm not really actually familiar with 230,000, even more in jeopardy. Blinds have moved up to 10,000, 20,000, but so a stack like Monica, who had about 3.5 million leaving the TV table, has heaps and heaps, but even Tobias with about half that with 87 big blinds. So it's a deep stacked affair, despite the few short stacks that we have at this table. The short stacks will be weaned out. They'll either double up or get the hell out after the money bubble breaks. That's typically what happens, that you quickly will go down from like 96 to 70 much faster than you will go from, let's say, 116 to 96. But first, we could have a long bubble ahead of us. I did my best not to leave the area surrounding the commentating area because I don't want to know what's happening in real time. I've cut off all communications, and we'll just be focusing on what we see in front of us. But it looks like Tobias has a good position on the table, too. There's a short stack and that has position on him that he can easily jam over, and he can put pressure on the other big stack, being that Tobias is a super aware player and has direct position on Berger Larsen, who's sitting on about 1.5 million. That'll matter a little bit more after the money bubble breaks, but it's possible we see some deep stack leveling wars while the bubble is going on.
Certainly could. Once again, Tobias just has a a knack of getting himself into these spots. We've seen him just as a player where with his Hendon Mob resume, there's so many firsts in all these mixed game tournaments. Every time we've seen him at the feature table, he's been coming in with chips. So someone to really learn from and watch his craft, I feel, because there must be some secret sauce to getting so many wins and to really dominating not only his mixed game formats, but he can cut his teeth and hold them as well.
He's one of the most intelligent poker players I know, not just in poker, but in like everything
In
with life.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I went to the grindhouse that he was in Prague, and let's say there were some big characters in that grindhouse, but he was just managing to keep himself away from the chaos, and he had his routine. He stuck to it. He didn't get sucked into any of the dark forces, let's say, and just really did a great job of preparing himself mentally and physically for the battle. And he's definitely an avid professional and someone that takes the game very seriously and someone to learn from.
He's also an extremely gifted backgammon player. I don't know if you knew that about him, but if he wants to bet you backgammon for money, keep it small because he's going to have a massive edge on you. And you might think, well, backgammon's just about rolling the dice. Then you could say poker is just about getting good cards. There's a lot more to it with backgammon, especially when you're involving doubling dice. I plan to try to enter a backgammon tournament myself this year. I just have to find the right one. It might be back when I do a visit to the States where they take place more often. I know you entered a chess tournament recently, didn't you, George?
Yeah, my first ever chess tournament, which was a hell of a lot of fun, actually, because I kind of came in there with no expectations, won my first match, and then ended up getting completely crushed by an 8-year-old kid. So
that has to be a little demoralizing.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't the only match. You won your. At least you won a match, but
yeah, I got 2.5 points out of the 5, which gives me a rating of about 1,500. But yeah, it's a very strange thing to get humbled by someone that's only 8 years old. Like, I wasn't really sure how I was going to take it. Luckily, I feel like my ego isn't so big that I can kind of just chalk it up as, you know, whatever, I got beaten by the better player. But it's very odd being sat across the table from an 8 years old player, because if you did that in poker, you'd really feel like a complete chump. But
yeah.
Some of these guys are super sharp in the chess streets. Regardless, anyway, Nguyen opening it up with the 9s, and oh dear, this is ICM hell for Nguyen. Is there a route for him to find a way out? Is his opponent just called?
No, it looks like a raise coming.
I think he's just called. I think he thinks that the...
Yeah, it is just a call. Interesting.
Wow. So Nguyen goes for a 5.5x open here. Is that right? 110K?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Maybe it was a limp raise 3-bet.
Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Follows it up with the third pop.
And we mentioned that we could see some fun dynamics with the bigger stacks. This is exactly what I was referring to. I wasn't expecting Wynn's stack to be one of the big stacks that I was talking about, because he has one of those middle stacks, but 9s versus 10s on a tricky board.
Very tricky. The ace is a disaster card for both players. Nguyen with a quick check. Larson going to have some cause for concern here. Can definitely be up against hands like kings and jacks that take this line. Some hands like maybe a hand that might bluff in this fashion could be some kind of funky queen 5 suited that he's behind as well. A 4 on the river. I think we'll just see this one go check, to be honest, as played.
Both players have pretty good showdown value. They're probably not going to be able to bet off a queen, certainly not be able to bet off an ace unless they're betting a good portion of their stack. So you're absolutely right there, George. Wynn got away a little bit cheap there.
Yeah, you could see his jaw muscles kind of really tightening there as he got the call on the flop, but absolutely right. And he'll be pretty happy with that situation, because that could have spelled disaster on so many different types of low boards, you know, like just having that overpair in a situation where we've gone for the limp raise pre.
So unlike the other table where we were fortunate enough that the hands were taking long enough that the next hand was being dealt because all the hands on downstairs side tables were taking place, although we're getting a hand right away, so maybe there was no instruction that we're hand for hand. I can't foresee how all the tables downstairs played out so fast. We're definitely still on the money bubble. Surprised to see this hand dealt. Maybe everybody was speed demons downstairs, though. We'll be able to tell after this hand. Ennis in an interesting spot with the ducks. I think you just fold them. You have 11.5 big blinds. You could shove that after the money bubble, but not before. And Larson now with a spot in the small blind will likely be opening. Should be opening. Could limp and 3-bet. Could limp and call. Could limp and be happy with that as well. But chips will be coming in. It is a limp. A raise would have worked.
Yeah, but again, he's going to have to show some respect. And
yeah, I didn't realize it was Tobias in the big blind. The limp is fairly standard. Oh, my.
Wow, Tobias doing Tobias things here, flopping the trips on the Jack 6-6. Certainly will be getting a customer on at least the flop, you feel, from the ace high. I think Larson would do a good job of checking here. I'm not a massive fan of this bet. It's obviously easy to say that because we can see that Tobias has the 6, but Tobias is just going to have so many hands like Jack X and 6X in that check back range are all offsuit. So this kind of like mergy value bet when we've still got 2 streets to contend with doesn't really play in our favor, I would say, in an ICM environment covered out of position here. Kind of just more of a hopeful, I'll just take it down now type of bet than with any real strategic input, I would say.
And there's really no sizing that can scare Tobias off also from just floating any 2 random cards with a plan ahead on the future streets, understanding bubble situations.
And we unblock hearts as well, which is, you know, 1 heart or 2 heart combos are, of course, going to always call the flop in some realm. And now we're just kind of in this spot where we're playing a complete guessing game. We've been floated, he's stabbed, we can still be ahead of so many hands. 8-7 with a heart, 9-7 with a heart, 10-9 with a heart, but lo and behold, he does manage to get away from the ace high. So just kind of going for the old one and done there. That's our names flashing up on the bottom.
Yeah, here we are.
Mom, I made it.
Which one am I? I'm Jason, I think, and you're George, is that right?
Yeah, let me check my passport, yeah. But that's us, and we're in the booth giving you the lowdown on the action here from day 3 of the Norwegian main event. 750 runners, as you can see in that ticker, and we are in the incredible stage of the pure bubble, which is one of the most exciting parts of the tournament to commentate on because there's so many additional factors that come into play. You tend to see people really with a vast understanding of the ICM and a kind of differing technique and styles and how they approach it. Some people really cannon it off, as we saw with the Queen 6 suited 4-bet versus Monica, who managed to pick up a nice pot there on the bubble. And other players just tend to do really as they should, which is play extremely... Well, what's going on here? I don't think we've seen this guy's whole cards.
Yeah,
oh,
something is a little bit off with the 6-3. It doesn't make sense. It's probably... Yeah,
really
why would he
open?
be? I don't think so. It
6-3
doesn't make any
off?
sense. Not off this 215 stack.
I mean, this is the most ambitious long-range steal I think I've ever seen in my life.
It must not be Becker in the hand, though. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. But it looks like it is. Yeah, I don't think it was Becker in the hand, actually. I think it was a graphical issue. When it flips back around to Becker, we could take a look at his chip counts. It might be an easy one to do. But Becker was in seat number 2, and I think it was Telvesen actually opening. Yeah, he has more than that 200,000 in a stack, so there was something a little bit off there. So you had some discipline last night, George. You didn't play the 2K PLO high roller. Is there anything else on the schedule that you're maybe have your eyes on, or it was that or nothing?
I might max late register 250 PLO tonight. That could be, yeah, just kind of try and spin up a stack and go for the win type thing.
It's a one-day event?
Yeah.
And what time does that kick off, do you know?
The max late reg is around about 9 o'clock.
Ah.
Yeah.
So you may need to run out of the booth if we're going a little bit on the later side, which we might because of the elongated bubble, adding a little bit of time to our day.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see where we're at, but that's in the realm of possibility, as well as, of course, naturally some more cash game action.
Has there been any mixed cash games the last couple of nights when you've been walking by? I haven't noticed anything like at the hours I've been walking by. I'd be interested in playing like a more disciplined dealer's choice game, you know, with a set number of games. I'm not in the mindset that I want to play a Super DC game tonight anyway. My brain probably wouldn't work properly, but something like with 8 game with Hold'em subbed out for a real game. Not that Hold'em isn't a real game, but Limit Hold'em comparatively to the other games doesn't really have as nice of a fit. To sub that in for like Deuce 7 or even a Sviten is a little bit better.
Yeah, I've not seen one running. I'm wondering if that's a case of them feeling that it's not such a profitable format for them to run as a cash game, or they don't have the dealers for it. It's tough to say.
Well, they certainly have the dealers with all these mixed games going on the last couple of weeks. It may just be player interest that the PLO games seem like they're rather juicy, that people would rather focus on the more profitable games. Typically, the mixed games, a lot of times, especially with the chop pot games, you're giving away a lot of that chop equity, where if you're playing on a kitchen table, yeah, you're breaking even, but inevitably you're just paying, you know, 5-10 euros in rake, you know, for the honor of chopping the pot.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so the featured table is table 213. And we have Thomas Dacha with only 1 camera. What's going on, Thomas? Where are your 4 cameras? And now 0 cameras. This, oh, there we go. Okay, he's made up for it. He's got the mega badass camera right in my face. That's a little bit intimidating. That's the amazing Thomas Dacha, doing a fantastic job, not only here at the Norwegian Open, but one of the most creative minds in poker photography. He set up a photo the other day while we're waiting for the next hand where he's like, Jason, get on the floor. I'm like, can I keep my clothes on? He's, yeah, Jason, don't worry. So I got on the floor. Stig, stand over Jason. And apparently there's a photo of me that I saw, but I haven't seen published yet, of Stig acting all Viking-like on a Jason, smiling on the floor, acting all bossy. I loved it. But he's doing a great job. Vojta as well, and the lovely Elizabeth also helping out for the first time here at the Norwegian Championship. Vojta and Thomas were both here last year. But it's a nice, not only nice photos, but just nice people to be around. And that means quite a lot when you're working long hours. You want to be around people that you like.
Exactly, especially when you're locked into this booth, which can be troubling at the best of times, that's for sure.
So apologies that you're stuck with me then, George. You're with me all day for so many days.
I meant these 4 foam walls just surrounding you all the time. Feels like they're caving in on you at times, but we've really enjoyed bringing you the coverage here. As you can see, the previous winners showcased here: Stian Rasmussen, Thomas Siversen. We had the online winner there as well, Ken Robin Hodve, Per Frode Indesud, and Lars Vidar Gjoshund.
That was a fun one last year. I commentated that as well. We had a bunch of good players on. Morten Lee, who's a good friend of mine, went deep. Ingve Steen, I believe, went deep in that one as well. So it was quite entertaining. Final table will definitely have an entertaining final table on this one too, just looking at the plethora of amazing players that are remaining, and with a lot of those players having big stacks at the moment, including Monica Vaca, including Tobias Leknes, who we've seen at the prior 2 feature tables. We're taking a look at some of the rest of the schedule today. So we have 2 opening fights of the Poker North Masters. The one that hasn't even kicked off yet till later already has 50 players, so it's gonna be a big one. The Hold'em High Rollers tonight as well for day 1. That's also a 2K buy-in. George is almost canceling that event on behalf of everybody.
Interested
George
to
is
see.
like, if I can't play Hold'em High Roller, nobody's playing it.
Interested to see how many runners that would get.
Probably quite a bit, because it'll be after the main event is over. You figure day 3, you're going to be, you know, down to 40, 50 players, maybe even less. So that means a lot of the players that have already cashed are looking for something else big to play. So I think it's going to be close to 100 is my guess. But I won't be surprised in, like, let's say the 70 to 120 range is my feeling anyway.
Yeah.
I know that's a pretty wide range, but it depends on so many circumstances. And being Alf's birthday today may draw out a few of the players that normally would play, but then they would probably hop in with a max slate reg on day 2. Yeah, we should wish Alf a happy birthday. We did like once, but we didn't sing happy birthday. I'm not sure we should actually be doing that, but Alf Jacobsen, truly a fantastic personality, somebody that I appreciate. You could hear him screaming around the poker room occasionally in our stream. He's that loud, but a super nice guy, super friendly. It's hard not to have fun when you're around Alf. Have you gotten to know Alf at all, George?
No, I haven't, but I've heard great things from you, and also just heard the booming voice in the background whilst commentating. So certainly a character that I'll be looking forward to meeting face to face. As we are taking some time here, everyone having a little chill, a little chat whilst we are in the thick of the hand-for-hand, of course.
He's sort of like the Norwegian version of Liam, if you know Liam from Ireland. You maybe don't know who I'm talking about, so
No.
I don't know why I'm making these weird comparisons. But it seems like every country has like somebody like this that is just the fun guy, you know?
Yeah, the big booming presence in the room with the infectious laugh and charismatic energy, that's for sure.
He's a Norwegian Frankie, how about that?
Okay, that's one that's
Without
in my
providing
ballpark.
like crazy poker action. Because Alf is a bit more disciplined, I would say, at the table than Frankie.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to have a 95% VPIP. It's fun when you joke with Frankie that, what's going on, Frankie? Your VPIP is low, and you look and it's still 92%. You folded a few hands. What's happened?
I am playing very tight.
To be fair, when Frankie's focused and really wants to win something, I've seen him do quite well from time to time. Whenever there's a prop bet where he has to do something crazy, if he loses, all of a sudden Frankie plays super well.
He does. He's definitely got that gear.
In a way, maybe all the action that he provides is just leading up to these moments where he could sucker his friends into these crazy prop bets, like Janar having to move to like some small village in Poland many years ago after losing a prop bet.
That was a classic.
Hey Monia having to drive from, where was it? It was, I think, from Bulgaria
to Bratislava or Rosvadov or something?
No, it was at a Piri from, like, I think Spain or France or something, and drive it all the way back. But then in a half broken down car, it was one of these slow ball cars.
Yeah.
And then eventually the car gave out, and they let her out of that one. But
but yeah, that chicken in the back would have been stinking the car out as well,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Yeah, you got to get an airtight cooler for that bad boy just so you don't smell it.
Exactly. Jeez. As you can see, the chip value denominations at the bottom there. We should be seeing those 100Ks in shortly. Right as of now, it's the 5s and the 25s, so the reds and the greens.
I think they started introducing them during that little chip up that we saw during the bubble, you know, chipping up the yellows and giving 100K, I think I saw passed out.
Oh, we've got the rankings for the, is that the tournament player leaderboard?
Yes, so here we go. Sandvik, my good friend, in second place after winning that limit hold'em, but he is behind Henrik Tollefsen, who's, I think, had a couple of deep runs now.
Yep.
Petter Soliberg, we saw, won the heads up. Christian Arstedt. The top 5 have all won an event.
Yeah, which obviously gives you a bumper bunch of points.
We have the seniors and ladies still coming up as well. Maybe I play the seniors. I haven't played a seniors event yet. That would be kind of fun. I remember Frankie trying to get me to play, but I told him you made this 49 plus and I just turned 50. It doesn't seem right for me to play that as my first seniors event. Actually, I probably can't play the seniors event because I'm not Norwegian, so we can actually scratch that off my list unless I quickly get my Norwegian citizenship. I suppose that's possible with the creative people that we have both working here and playing, but probably not worth it to go through the process just to play in a poker event. But that takes place at Friday at noon. I'll keep my eye on that. I need to learn about how these senior events run because I'm planning to play the WSOP seniors event later this year.
Wow, okay.
It's been 10 years since I've played a WSOP event or even been to Vegas. My 10-year break is over. But back to the action. We had so much dead time in between hands that we have failed to see that Zimmerman opening up at the suited connectors, Barseth defending with the jack, now has a decision with the gut shot, doesn't have any club in his hand, so it seems like it's an easy fold at this standpoint, and Zimmerman connecting with his 7. It didn't really matter. That's not exactly what he was betting. He was trying to rep the ace or the clubs more than connecting with 3rd or 4th pair there.
That's for sure.
But now we can chit-chat a little bit. That was a fast-playing hand. It's going to take a while. We could see some of those white chips. So they've definitely been
there
introduced.
they are. The sexy 100Ks. So 3 separate chip denominations. But no one really yielding those and putting those to good use at the moment as we are just sat in the waiting game, waiting for someone to bust. It's been, I'd say, in the double figures in terms of hands played so far in the pure bubble.
Yeah, normally when I'm reporting on my notepad, I start doing tick boxes and then the hand number when I'm writing down a hand so I can keep track of that. The longest one I've seen was around 38 hands.
Yeah.
There's been a lot that have been over 20 hands, but more often than not, it's done in 1 to 3 hands.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually the common range, especially in a big field such as this, when you have 12 tables at the moment.
You only need to lose 1% of the field to make the money. So there must be some short stacks really sweating it out on the outer tables, we can only imagine. No one really in like the massive danger zone of sort of sub 5 big blinds on our feature table, I believe. So cards in the air for one more.
And it makes it a little bit harder actually being on the feature table, because at least when you're on the side tables, you feel more comfortable standing up a little bit to stretch in between hands, but just sitting there without any cards in front of you, waiting for something to happen, kills a little bit of momentum for some of the players anyway.
I think these guys are doing a good job of negating that by just getting a bit of table chat going and trying to keep it light and friendly, because it's in their best interest to. Otherwise, that kind of nervous energy can really ramp up, and you want to be able to deal with that as smartly as possible. Larson looks like he's going to open here with the 4 deuce suited.
Showing lots of heart here.
Yeah, exactly, with the 2 of them as well. Leknes, a very comfortable defend here with the king jack. Don't really want to 3-bet, face some kind of 4-bet. And Johansson with the ace queen suited, playing 27 big blinds on the button.
He can actually 3-bet here off 27 big blinds, but if he calls, I understand the stack preservation that he may be thinking about.
Yeah.
The problem is there were definitely a lot of table dynamics in the first 2 hours of the day that we're unaware of that could lead to whether you want to 3-bet or call.
Yeah, I think it's 3-bet or shove, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, with the hand as strong as ace queen.
You're not concerned about running into a monster, though, on the bubble with a stack that can easily make it through the bubble for the min cash with ace queen, which if you are called is typically not going to do that well.
Yeah, not button versus hijack. I think 3-bet non-all-in is the correct play to call off the shove. Because when we 3-bet non-all-in, we can induce maybe an ace-5 suited, an ace-4 suited, a king-jack, a king-queen to potentially make a move on us. But when we shove, like you say, we do just run into hands like ace-king and 10s plus. So interesting spot for Tobias here, facing this 3-bet squeeze, realizing how strong of a range that is. I feel ace-queen is more towards the bottom, so Tobias completely dominated by kings, jacks, ace-king, and only really doing well against the ace-queen and some of the bluffs there.
Yeah, and the table dynamics also goes the other way. We do not know how the three-better was behaving before. If he never three-bet at all in the first 2 hours, that looks even stronger than a shove. That
Exactly.
three-bet, it smells like aces, kings, queens.
The situation merits the tight range, and also in many cases the player itself and that kind of psychological aspect.
While we're waiting, we can check a little bit about what's happening in the PLO. That is down to 10 players, so getting closer and closer to that final table.
The Weasel's still in that.
Let's check it out.
I think he's
Ignore
on
the chip counts in here because they're not going to be right, but the Weasel's in the mix.
Yeah, Marius Enneback, who we saw in the 800 Norwegian only PLO event. And also the Limit Hold'em, I think, as well. Was that the guy that got second to...
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Yes. And Morten Klein, who we saw in the PLO as well, the 800 Euro one, is still alive.
Yeah, Harald Stad, of course, great player hailing from Norway, a very strong online regular. Andreas Freund, who we saw had a decorated Hendon mob of almost 1 million on there. The Weasel, Emil Tuminen from Finland, very strong online player as well, also plays a fair bit of live, had around 500k on his Hendon mob. Andre Lon, one of the sort of local guys that plays high-stakes private cash games. Bernard Larabi, again, very strong online player. Has been playing the high-stakes online for the best part of a decade.
But meanwhile, we have to hop into this because we had a call there with just the jacks here, which actually absolutely shocks me. You definitely have enough in your stack. You did just 3-bet the ace-queen and even showed that I was strong.
Yeah.
I don't see why you would let other people into this hand with the jacks. And if you're 4-bet and you want to let it go, I mean, maybe not the best, but
yeah, exactly. 3-bet folding jacks and you know, potentially getting shoved on as a bluff or with some kind of ace-king, ace-queen would be somewhat of a disaster. I think ICM dictates, yeah, sometimes peeling here, but wow, what a flop for Tobias. And Johansson could be in a little bit of trouble here. There's going to be a lot of run-outs where he's going to have the second best holding, going 4 ways to the flop. So certainly cause for concern for that vulnerable overpair here with the jacks in the 4-way pot. Let's see if Tobias follows through. You feel it's very natural with the 7-5. You do have top pair with the open-ender, but you are going to start to put a lot of pressure on some of these kind of overpairs that are going to be more naturally in the cold calling range with the bubble pressure that would be 3-betting and getting it in, as you say, Jason, in the sort of normal aspect of a tournament.
Let's see how he behaves. I mean, he didn't commit that much to the pot. We see he's actually not ahead with his overpair, but can at least see a turn.
Yeah.
If it's a safe enough turn, he can continue to the river, but if it's something like a 5, 8, or 3, then he can get out of the way if he so chooses to, understanding that Leknes, as the table captain, should have a pretty unlimited range in his hijack open.
Interesting spot now for Leknes. Shouldn't really be a card that hits his opponent. You don't feel like your opponent with 2 players behind on the flop is going to be floating hands like King, Queen suited, but showing some restraint and cause for concern versus more hands like 8s, 9s, potentially pocket 6s, 10s, jacks. And Johansson looks like he's going to go for that bet. And this bet is designed to not only gain value, but allow himself to check back the river, I think, in this kind of situation.
Now, is Leknes just going to do the same thing as Monica Vaca did?
Yeah, I think this is very much in play here. He blocks pocket 7s. His opponent isn't likely to flat a hand like pocket 4s. He's never got 8-5 or 5-3. And he doesn't really have any King X in his range, so I think the power play here is to go for the check jam to maneuver your opponent off. But he's going to call.
Maybe he has plans on any river. Certainly has plans if he completes the straight. Might be concerned. Well, he's not concerned about much now, but he might have been concerned that he was being slow played to death as well.
Yeah, the only hand that he really loses to, I would say, is potentially a hand like 10-9 of hearts. So I think we're going to be seeing a lead here for the most part.
It kind of needs to be, because, as you said, if Johansson's betting that kind of bet, he's not going to be turning his hand into a bluff. It was so that he could get a free river as part of the reason.
This is just an absolutely sickening run out, because we don't really have many flushes here when we've peeled the flop four ways with players behind. We're not peeling a backdoor flush draw in position there for the most part. Maybe we have a hand like ace-jack of hearts from time to time, but jacks without the heart blocker, where Tobias is going to have lots of flushes, straights, maybe even some hands like 8-7. Makes the discipline lay down, and it was the correct one. He basically got the absolute max value from the hand, but unfortunately, nothing to be done there on such a sweaty run out for him.
Post bubble, that's just a 3-bet. Tobias not even in the hand, and the jacks win the pot.
Exactly.
Even if he 3-bet here, which I kind of thought he should, because you at least want to go heads up with Tobias and not bring in other players that may have like a bear queen, a bear king, a bear ace, or get there with you know, lower holdings. You 3-bet there, but your point was, can you call off a 4-bet? Maybe he thought, if I 3-bet, I'm kind of putting more chips in, but those chips went in anyway post-flop, so you might as well do it pre-flop if you're going to be willing to put half your stack in full post-flop. Meanwhile, Larson with a pocket pair will be opening. Shouldn't be opening every pocket pair from this spot, but certainly sevens is worthy. He can get rid of his ducks and his trays if he wants. He can even open those, but
yeah, I think sevens and sixes potentially. Fives, it's a bit murky. I can't remember the stack in the big blind. The stacks on the button and the big blind are the most relevant. And wow, Becker with ace king here on the short stack. 8 big blinds.
Going for it. I think it's so for more than 165, but maybe it's not. In which case he has 0 fold equity and is actually not in the best of position. He's going to be flipping with the bottom half of it. And we can see that there must be aces and kings in other players' hands, because the graphics are showing him a 2-to-1 underdog, but it's more like a 55-45 in reality.
Yeah,
with the sevens favored.
We saw an ace deuce off folded, so one less out for Becker, and you do feel like Larson with his chip stack and getting the price, because he's up against a button shove, so he gets to play for the full small blind, big blind, and big blind ante as well. That there's no way out here. He does call. He's going to be up against some overpairs from time to time, but we do have an all-in situation on the pure bubble of the Norwegian main event. €800 buy-in, playing for a min cash of 13.10.
And Tobias may be asking for a peek here, but that wouldn't be right.
No.
They're going to have to wait to show the cards until the other tables have played out. Becker should be hoping that there's at least another all-in and call at another table, because then at least if he flips and loses, he can split him in cash.
Yeah, and maybe get almost his full buy-in back.
If it's 2 other players that go out at the same time, it is a full buy-in back. It's more than that, because it'll be 26-20 split 3 ways.
There you go.
Here, there's an all-in and call downstairs. So there's one downstairs at least, and one upstairs. So there's a good chance the bubble would be broken somewhere. It's less than a 50-50 here, and if we can assume that it's around the 50-50 downstairs, then it's a 75% plus chance that the bubble will be broken right here, right now. We've seen stranger things happen, though. Definitely seen bubbles where there have been at least 10 double ups before a bubble has been broken. All in coin flip situations, which in theory should be 1 in 1,000, but it happens. But showing a lot of heart. I mean, if he cared about the min cash, the bubble can't last too much longer. He's on the button as well. So not exactly in jeopardy of having the blinds go through him again. Okay, so first is a downstairs hand. Let's try to listen in to hear what's happening. This is where it would be amazing to have Sveti downstairs, and then we can go ahead and actually see that other bubble hand. But I think Sean will announce the action. He has a commanding voice, so we should be able to pick up what's going on.
Absolutely right. Can be quite difficult to get people over to the exact table, you know, doing a bit of musical chairs around the room. Becker, certainly reason for nervousness here. As you can see, he's struggling to contain himself. It's just such a high equity spot for him on the short stack. Really nothing to do with the ace-king. Was hoping for a raise fold from his opponent. Does get the action, and he's going to be a slight underdog in this one. Let's see if he can remain alive.
All right, all the action is done. We're on table 211. Large move all leads being called by Jan. Guys, cards on their backs, please flip them over. Large shows us 2 red nines. He's been called by 2 tens.
Nines versus tens. So it's looking like showers for the nines.
Yeah, unless you can find a magical 9.
That's good news for Becker anyway. Less of a worry. He at least can lock up at 600 guaranteed.
The 2 tens are still in the lead from Jan. Lars is looking for a 9. Here comes the turn. Turn is an ace of clubs.
10 still ahead.
Lars needs to spike one of the black 9s on the river. Here comes the river. Rivers and jack of clubs. All right, we did lose one. Guys, we do have
Okay, so Becker has locked up 655 euros no matter what happens here.
Yeah,
that's good news for him.
He'll be happy about that at the very least. And now he's almost free rolling in some ways, you know. It's at least he doesn't go home empty-handed after getting on the pure bubble of the main event here.
The player with the 9s, though, is rooting for him to lose so he can collect that 655. All the sweat is on him.
Exactly.
Here we go.
Or some kind of board pair, maybe a straight needed. 9, 10, 4.
With 2 spades, nonetheless.
Not the best, because the ace or the king of spades then gives the 7s some chance to rebink it.
And both the ace and king of clubs were out, so only 4 outs that are actually live.
Ouch, 21% though. A 9 would be a decent card for him.
Yeah, 9 would be.
9, a queen, or a jack, I think. He'd take those ones right now. He's saying he's not greedy, I think.
Ooh, that's ugly. Brings him down to 2 outs.
Yeah, just the ace or the king now. We need a red ace or a red king. Ace of hearts, king of diamonds required to stay alive. No. And he does hit the rail, but he does get half of them in cash, so not exactly going out without a payout, but is losing on the tournament, and that's brutal after 2.5 days of hard work.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would have loved an open jam. As I mentioned, you can do it there if you have no fear about the bubble, but you just had to wait out 2-3 more hands. In this case, it was this exact hand, and the bubble would break. Different people will play that differently. But we are in the money, folks. The final 95 players have locked up, 94 players actually have locked up 1,310 euros. Becker and the other player that went out on the bubble will split that 1,310 cash, so they don't go home empty-handed. They will go home with 655 each, nearly their buy and back. Still no profits, but at least a bit of consolation. There's other events to play. Maybe we'll see both players, for example, enter that Thor Hansen Memorial for my prop bet against George. I hope they do. But back into the action. Now there's no more hand for hand. The action will pick up. We have a bit of deep stack play at this table, but there's a few with short stacks that will now have a little bit more aggression trying to chip up. Before they were a little bit handcuffed. This is a bit of a wide shove, though. This for 380,000, 19 big blind shove from the hijack. You can open here. It's possible that he has less chips for the shove to make sense, but picks up a free 50,000 in chips. So it worked out quite well for him. A min raise probably would have led to the same thing. But you kind of want to build up pots a little bit too when you're on a 19 big blind stack versus just grabbing that 2.5 big blinds that are there before the start of the hand. At least that's my approach. Meanwhile, we see Tobias messaging something, maybe say, I'm in the money! But we knew you were going to make the money, Tobias. You're the chip leader on the table. Tobias was busy with Stieg last night, commentating the first half of that epic heads-up final won by Petter Sule Berg against Tor Arne Fennis. It was a 4-hour grind between those two. Tobias opening up his pocket pair from under the gun. So far, so good. He wants to play his sixes in position for sure, if possible. And he will get that chance, assuming somebody comes along for the ride, but Wynn folds from the small blind. I don't see Larson going anywhere from the big blind. This is a pretty hand. If it was a late position open, he may even be thinking about 3-betting it, but I expect the call to be the most obvious spot here. Does call. Oh my, what a flop for King 10 suited. Flopping trips. We'll be checking most flops, including this one. Good thing he got his hand out before that chip rolled across the line, or that would have been deemed a bet. And Tobias checking back, understanding 3 overcards to his 6 may not be good despite the paired board. It would have been a good actual flop for him to bet if he wanted to. Maybe has a read based on the body language of Larson too that he may have connected somewhere here. And all the 2 is below Leknes's 6. It does open up a flush draw, which means Larson kind of has a more balanced betting range here for Leknes to potentially call this bet with his 6s. It was slightly more than half the pot. I don't think Leknes can get away here. For a second, it looked like he might have, but he did make the more obvious play in a call. We see how far behind he is, but against the ranges of that bet, I do like the call. And Tobias knows a lot better than me. And Larson should try to go for one last street of value. Obviously, there's some straights made, some boats made. Money has been reached, and the pot isn't that big. I mean, it's 18 big blinds big, but not big in comparison to both players' chip counts. And going for some value, it looks like even a pot-sized bet or close to it. 325,000 into 360. Very polarizing bet, saying I either have trips or better. It's basically announcing you have something like a straight, a full house, or I have air that I'm just trying to push you off your ace highs, maybe hands like this, like your pocket 6s. Let's see if Tobias can find a lay down. It's easier said than done. The 7 is above his 6. He is blocking that, let's say, 6-9. That wouldn't be in there to begin with, but it's not the easiest fold for Tobias. I won't blame him at all if he calls here. It also depends on whether Larson was betting rivers like this without making it. And Tobias making the fold. Well done. Does bring Larson as a co-chip leader. I'm not sure if he showed the king or the 10. Maybe we can get that in the screen, but he showed one of the cards as well. So the field shows 94 still, but keep in mind that that's a manually entered field for us. It's not automated by the clock. Chances are we've already lost a handful of players on that very first hand. I expect it to go from like 94 to 70 pretty quickly, based on my experience in the poker industry. Folds around to Mr. Zimmerman, opening his 4s for 45,000 from the cutoff. Off to the 2 bigger stacks at the table. Larson folding his queen 6 and Leknes opting not to defend his queen 3. So That's a pretty good outcome for Zimmerman when you have pocket fours and you don't have to see a flop and you just take the blinds. There's no complaints there. Going to see how many players the mystery bounty has now. And that is up to 410 players. I think my bet is in the bag. But anything can happen, but it's only level 3 in this re-entry affair. And I'm sure players are having a blast honoring Thor Hansen, one of the OG legends of Norwegian poker. Somebody internationally recognized as well. Spent a lot of time in Vegas. I know he had a lot of American friends. Guys like the Chip Reese, who has also unfortunately passed away. Doyle, who's passed away. Unfortunately, we're losing a whole generation of poker players. Slowly but surely, but that's life. Goes around in circles. And not to forget that we always die with 0. As Bill Perkins likes to say, to live life to its fullest. Thank you, George. A nice piping hot coffee. I was just saying, George, that the mystery bounty has gained a lot of players. It's up to 411 now. So that's going to be monstrous. I think we were both way off now. I think it's easily going to be above 600. Queens here for Zimmerman, meanwhile.
It's also a tournament that lends itself to max late entrance as well, because you can get in and try and spin it up and then get some bounties. So
That's
could
a
even
good
be
point.
700.
Yeah, it's not your typical bounty, and it's not a PKO, both of which you want to get in as early as possible. I forget who I was speaking with. It may have been Dara Davey telling me that I should start max late regging mystery bounties, but it's so counterintuitive to what I want to do as a recreational player. I want to get a little bit of poker action in. I'd rather max late renter freeze out than a mystery bounty, if that makes any sense. Even though I understand the math dictates that that's probably a more profitable play. I'd like to have some playability, but look at this, Tobias here, flopping the goods. A flush right away, nut flush nonetheless to get ahead of those queens. Zimmerman perhaps can be saved with that king and no spades in his hand. Is trying a small bet. Tobias is likely going to milk it a little bit. Really no reason to be raising here. And Barseth is likely going to come along for the ride as well, top pair. And then take it from there. He has cause for concern with Zimmerman leading out after raising an early position and Leknes smooth calling pretty quickly. 4 diamonds doesn't really change anything other than the fact I expect Zimmerman to check this time around after he got 2 callers and Leknes to be the one to lead out to try to pump in some value into this pot from those kings. Possibly hoping somebody has a set at this point too, and then it can really get dicey. But he should be able to get at least a little more value from Barseth. Is he going to check, though, to disguise his hand? I don't really recommend that, but Tobias knows best, and Tobias is doing exactly what we thought he would, betting for about 200,000, 2/3 of the pot. No, 150, so less than half the pot. Either would have been an okay sizing. I'm sure Tobias has his reasons. He's thinking about everything mathematically. He's one of those people that if he doesn't have a photographic memory, it's fairly close. I'm in awe of his intelligence at times, of being able to remember things. And Barseth making the call. Zimmerman getting out of the way with his queens. Can't really be too happy that his queens were no good, but it didn't cost him too much money and made the quick fold. And that's a good card for Tobias. Another spade wouldn't have really been great because now Leknes could have other things in the flush draw. The problem is that Leknes would be checking back a lot of his kings at this point, would be checking back a lot of his eights, so it would be polarizing in a way. We've seen him being able to pull some bluffs, and it's going to be hard for Barset to get away either way, but if he's sizing this up too much, he might be able to find the full Barset.
It's an interesting spot because, oh,
wow,
it's a situation
half a
where
mil.
Leknes doesn't really have like all that many offsuit hands when he flats the button versus the +1 open.
And does have some 6-7s that would have called the flop and then let out the turn.
Yeah, he's going to have like maybe ace-queen off and ace-jack off. Ace-queen could 3-bet from time to time. So bluffs are going to come from the lone ace of spades. And as we deduced, there's not an awful lot of those. He's not going to flat, I don't think, ace-10 off. I think that's going to either 3-bet or fold versus +1. So not many bluffs, lots of potential value. He can have Jack-10 suited, 10-9 suited, Jack-9 suited, 6-7 suited, which is also the straight, Queen-Jack. So there's lots of flushes here, pocket 8s, pocket 5s. Could even stab the flop with pocket 4s with the spade from time to time. So Barset is in a really uncomfortable situation here, and I think... he calls. Gets shown the bad news there.
I thought maybe the sizing would help him, but that would also be his bluff sizing. Tobias knows that. And after I thought about it, I did like the sizing. Actually, when Tobias does something, you kind of then you think, why is he doing that?
You readjust. Yeah, I think he's got to be perceived to be at least have some bluffs there, and that's the reason for going for the bigger, slightly more polarizing sizing. I don't think it's polarizing in the sense that he's saying I've got a flush or nothing. He still would value bet straights, the rare 2-pair, but mostly straight sets and flushes.
As we even saw in the limit affair, though, he definitely has some air in his range.
Yeah, absolutely.
At some point, we'll be able to AI reproduce Tobias, and then we can understand how this complicated mind works. But Tobias is a nice guy, and if you want to talk a little strategy with him, just go and talk about a spot that you have with him. He's probably not going to want to talk so much about his spots, but he would with his close friends.
He was very open to talking to me about some of his limit hold'em spots because I was generally interested.
You also have a relationship with him from your time you spent with him in Prague.
Yeah, we didn't really see eye to eye there because I felt like he thought at that point in time I was still kind of in the previous version of myself where I was enjoying the sort of nightlife and the things off the table, and he was very studious and very dialed in on his sort of routines and stuff. But yeah, we did meet there. We've been in touch on Instagram and stuff, and I do think that he's a great ambassador for the game, and I enjoy his company, that's for sure. Regardless, this is a tough spot for Enes here as he flops the gut shot, but he's so short. The bet would have to be quite small for him to consider continuing, I think, and he may go for some occasional check raise bluffing versus a super small sizing, but there's only a 1.7 stack to pot ratio here, so really awkward. Leading isn't really a thing on this kind of board.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for him to just call, and it's going to be hard for him to jam over. There's really just not enough there. If he runs into a monster, then he's just drawing to the 10. Yeah, and it's a jam size betting anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's over before it began. And we were hoping to have Tobias in the booth, but now I'm hoping that Tobias will not be joining us in the booth with his big stack, because that would mean that things did not go well. But he joined Steak last night, and maybe we'll get him in the booth to join George or myself. We only have 2 headsets. We can flip a coin, because we both know Tobias. Typically how we'll do it with the guests is the person that knows that person a little bit better will be the one that probably mans the microphone, because it just makes slightly better chemistry. But in the case of Tobias, it's kind of neutral. I think we both talk to him quite a lot. Meanwhile, Tommy Wynn with the jacks. The hand that you could play 1,000 different ways. They're all wrong.
Yeah, such a tough hand, but I mean, he's going to be very happy to see them in this instance. Over 35 big blinds opening from under the gun.
But he's not going to be happy if he has a couple callers in position on him.
Yeah, that makes it a bit murky. You're often going to see the overcard there over half the time, but that's...
now he's more than happy.
Yeah, exactly. And that gets through Zimmerman just with the 5 deuce off, and the big blind isn't going to be showing any resistance.
Not the worst outcome with your jacks. Sometimes you can lose really big pots with jacks. It's kind of rare that you're going to win those big pots with jacks. It more happens actually when you hit your jack and there's an actual overcard and you might get some action that way. Usually if you're going to get value from your jacks, a lot of it is pre-flop. Somebody 3-betting you, you get the 4-bet in and you get in against 10s, 9s, 8s.
Ace king sometimes, big flips, yeah. So Leknes with that impressive stack of 135 big blinds. Larson, though, is going to be first one in here with the king-queen, you imagine. He's been pretty active. We saw him opening some really speculative holdings on the bubble.
I think it's Sherry Puskota who always posts like her eliminations, and it's like 2/3 of the time it's when she has jacks. So, like, it's the most unlucky hand for her. So now, the last time she had jacks on a final table, she just open folded them. Out of like, it's obviously not good theoretically wise, but like it just shows how much of the psychology affects you from event to event, even not just in the current event that you're in.
Wow, and look at this, Leknes shifting gears here with the pocket sixes 3-bet from +1. And I think that this is derived from him feeling that the hand is a little too weak to flat in this situation. So he's going to use it as some kind of, yeah, bluff. It's essentially a bluff because we're trying to get hands like this. Ace-10 off, ace-jack off, king-queen off, queen-jack off if he opens that to fold. And so really seizing the initiative with the 3-bet, and it makes life very difficult for all of the players behind. We did see Nguyen with king-queen in the big blind just having to relinquish. It would be a really ballsy 4-bet there, coming in cold from the big blind. And Leknes taking that one down.
Yeah, I mean, when it's under the gun open and under the gun +1 3-betting, you have to give them a bit more credit, which is why you should be considering 3-betting quite a bit from under the gun +1. I've kind of incorporated that into my online game. Sometimes you're facing a 4-bet and then you can just relinquish, and sometimes you get a fold, and a lot of times you get a call, which means then you could be repping a lot more than what you have in position, and that's quite important.
Exactly, and especially with the low pair like sixes, because you're going to get peeled by 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks pre-flop. And if you do flop an ace-high board, for example, they're just going to check fold the flops. So
yes.
It just shows the efficiency and the level that he's thinking at, because there's so many great outcomes with the sixes there, whereas I think most people peel, you know, call the flop with some kind of middling holding and then end up getting into a bit of a rabbit hole in that sense. So that's a really creative 3-bet. It's not one that I think I have in my arsenal, to be honest, so it's something to take note of.
Yeah, I'm more likely doing that with my Jack-10 suited than my sixes, which may I just throw away at that spot, understanding that I might be just set mining.
So it's an all-in and a call.
Lots of drama here. King-queen versus king-queen.
Is that a 380k shove? So 20 big blinds, and he's just... Oh, he's got king-queen suited, but...
He did it earlier, too, with ace-10 right off the bubble. The first hand off the bubble shoved for 380,000 with ace-10, and it got all the way through.
That's a pretty light call versus a massive +1 shove. You know, he's going to have a lot of hands like ace-king, ace-queen. Less so, you feel, queen-jack suited, jack-10 suited, king-10 suited. But lo and behold, it's going to be a chop pot.
It looks like he has a little less than 380, to be fair. That
more
so it makes
15.
a little bit more sense.
Yeah, it's still, I think, 15 big blinds versus +1. So it's not, by no means easy. Very murky. Ace-queen, of course, offsuit is a clear call, and then king-queen suited gets a bit close. depends on how you range your opponent. We have seen Johannesson definitely showcase enough gusto for him to feel like he's doing okay against that range. And we do have one player out, actually 2 players sat out, so we are, no, 1, so we are 7-handed, yeah.
And down to 92 players. What's the next pay jump? I think it's 80. We've had it on the screen often enough that I should remember.
It is 80, yeah.
Yeah, so at 79, it bumps up to 1,520, so another 13 players. Chances are we're down to something like 88 or so. That statistic is updated every 5, 10, 15 minutes. Nobody waking up with anything. The Jack 4 is actually the best hand we've seen so far, and that's from the cutoff, but that should be going into the muck. Tommy Nguyen mucked his hand pretty quickly after. That was an 8-5 suited from the button. That could have been opened in an open pot. But opting to play it a little bit safe, it's okay to fold. If you're going to make a mistake on the folding side pre-flop, it's better than making a mistake. Otherwise, it doesn't cost you anything. You're just not getting the full EV out of your hand. Interesting flop here. It was a limp pot, so maybe that doesn't really matter too much. But Larson flopping top pair, open ender for Leknes to Broadway and to the king high straight. No backdoors with the rainbow. And it was a min bet by Larson with this top pair. Tobias making the quick call, hoping for a 9 or an ace, or for a check by Larson that he can rep that he was just calling with a king or a jack. But Larson is not taking his foot off the gas. It's not a very big bet. It looks like for 35,000 into 100. No, 55,000, so a bit bigger, a little more than half the pot. Leknes still has implied odds to consider, so perhaps thinking out, if I hit my 9 or ace, am I getting any more value, or is it just really pot odds? And if it's just pot odds, it's a different story. But Leknes believing that there's other things that can happen in this hand, not just the implied odds, but maybe the steal. And he gets the ace on the river, so it's Broadway for Tobias, but I don't see how he's going to get too much value here.
No, it would take a real hero call from Larson to consider on this run out coming along for the ride. It's such a natural card for Leknes's holding to improve on in the form of the queen, of course.
Tobias thinking about how much he can get away with here, and it looks like he is looking at something a little bit more than half the pot, maybe 115, 120. It is 120,000. Perhaps Larson will feel like it just smells so much value, but last time Leknes was betting for value, he bet quite big. He is beating a bluff, but a jack or a 10 is just going to check it back most of the time there. And what bluffs does Leknes have in his hand? Possibly, yeah, there was nothing really that he's calling the flop and turn with that. If he's betting the river, unless it's complete planning to float the whole thing along the way, which Leknes is capable of. So all these things Larson is probably thinking about, but I think he's going to come to the conclusion that I'm behind too much, I have to fold.
Yeah, and a disciplined laydown for sure. Just sometimes you do feel at the mercy of these run-outs, and you know what we saw with the King 10 suited from the big blind was almost people giving too much credit for Tobias. So it works in some ways in his favor because he's known to be such a strong player, and people almost both give him too much respect and also disrespect in the same ways that they are going to call him down because they just feel like he's at it, or he, you know, like this is the spot where I'm getting run over. But you know, many times his solid game plan works out in his favor, as we haven't seen him do anything like completely out of line, but just his reputation and his kind of table presence can certainly work to his favor and get him paid in big spots.
Fully agree with everything you just said there, George. And I know that I've done that where I'm avoiding now certain players, so that I'm not getting into these leveling wars in my head, and just playing a little bit more logically and trying to pick on the players that I feel like I have an edge on.
Yeah, exactly. Maneuver them around a little bit. Tobias going for the limp trap here, blind versus blind with the ace-queen. They are playing 17 big blinds effective. So he was looking to get jammed on by some hands like an ace or a queen X that he's got completely crushed. King 9-9, not the best board for the ace-queen. Going to be far ahead or far behind for the most part. In this case, we are pretty far ahead. Snap check back will certainly allow him to feel like he's going to have the best of it from most of the time. And even some of the traps now less likely with the third 9 arriving on the turn, because you'd feel a king would, you know, mostly bet, sometimes check, but the 9 can definitely go for a trappy check back, and just so less likely, of course, on the third 9. So only really worried about an 8 here. Does he go for some value from a hand like Queen High, which would certainly kind of line up with this kind of line from his opponent? And he does go for the value, and unfortunately Johansson just with the 10 higher there. Almost playing the board, so he's just out of the way.
The second reason for that bet is maybe he didn't want to show the table that he was limping with ace-queen. You know?
Yeah, that's another thing. You know, he gets to go no showdown once again, which is good, because that kind of information could be having some sort of awkward reactions from your opponents. You don't know whether they've seen that and now all of a sudden they're playing tighter, or what they are adjusting to. So definitely merit for that, but I think predominantly just a pure value bet with some of those kind of implications as well, as you mentioned in there. But certainly murky waters as to whether that's a concern for him.
So we're down to 88 players. We can list some of the players that are in the money already. It was Stefan Skeland in 89th. Afshin, okay, Afshin Alkani, a nice guy, in 90th. Espen Nicolaisen in 91st, Evan Eidbach in 92nd, Stian Roningen in 93rd, Sverre Rydning in 94th. This is very challenging for me. Lars Nonnes in 95th, and Dimitri Becker must have been the player at the outer table that bubbled, because he is listed, yeah, because it was him and Lars splitting the min cash of 95th and 96th. So at least we got the name of that. And even though it doesn't say 87 left, I do want to announce who went out 88th, because that's happened already. Our good friend and new Norwegian champion, Espen Sandvik.
Oh yes, I saw him downstairs, back fresh and ready for another day of action, chasing the tournament leaderboard. Is there any additional money in play for these guys, or is it more the prestige of winning potentially the series?
No, there's something, I just don't remember what it is, so we can ask Stig during the break. He will be fully aware of everything that is happening. Stig is not only doing Norwegian commentating, but sometimes he's our liaison to external information, being that we're locked away in the corner, and Stig is knowledgeable about anything Norwegian Championship related, being he's basically done this for the last 2 decades.
An interesting spot here as Barthus has floated the flop with King High with the overcards and the backdoor flush draw here. Nguyen electing to check back his Jack 10, didn't feel like his hand is worthy of 3 streets of value, which is totally reasonable, and improving to trips on the river. So what's Nguyen going to go for here? Facing this pretty big bet, 160 into 230, so about 2/3 of the pot. Our opponent has roughly 450k behind, which is 22.5 big blinds. Do we feel like we get called by Jack 6 suited, Jack 3, Jack 4, Jack 9, or even the hands like Ace 8 getting for value as well, should we raise? So it's pretty unclear as to whether our hand is strong enough. We are also behind 10-9, which can definitely just check call the flop.
I think you're kind of, because you're blocking that partially, I mean, I just think you have to try to get more value out of those kind of hands that you just mentioned. Like an ace-8 might still call. Certainly a pocket 10s or pocket 9s would call. Even, like, are there any pocket, there's really no pocket 10s and pocket 9s, so that he would just be calling from the big blind pre-flop. So just really targeting some of those 8x, 8-7, 8-9.
Yeah, I like the sizing. I think that the all-in is a little greedy with our kicker, but this puts the ace-8 and the hands like maybe pocket 9s, as you mentioned, into a real spot of indifference there. And Nguyen continuing to showcase his craft. Did have the, of course, very strong value hand there, but nice sizing there and good awareness of the situation.
I have good news, George. Apparently the fellows at Spade TV, they're actually writing all these Norwegian names. Are going to do a ticker every now and then for us that have finished in the money.
Okay.
So we don't have to embarrass ourselves anymore saying names that we can't pronounce.
Hey, lovely. So we can just get that text information for you guys watching along as we do delve deeper into this main event field here. Roughly 88 left, but the post-bubble bust-out spree will likely continue. And you'll see that field cut down pretty quickly to around the sort of 70 or 60 mark. As naturally with a longish bubble, I think we played around 12 to 15 hands on that bubble. There's going to be a lot of short stacks just kind of hanging around and waiting for either a double up or the likely elimination. So NS here from under the gun is going to jam his ace-5 suited for 11 big blinds. By shoving here, he gets hands like maybe even these, exactly, pocket 5s, pocket 6s, pocket 7s that have got players behind to contend with to fold. And then also hands like ace-10 off, the next couple of positions to act will surely fold those too. So nice shove, getting it through there. And up to 270K, gets to pay for the big blind and the ante free of charge. Nguyen with the ace-10, opening it up to 50K. A little bit of added meat on the bone. Larson +2 with the deuces, surely going to be finding the muck here. Wow, wow, we were. Big hand for Johansson. 17 blinds. And yeah, not getting tricky, not getting too cute here versus +1. Wants to get the max from hands like 10s, 9s. Some ace-jack suited from time to time that could potentially consider calling. I feel like the range where you'd raise call here versus this jam is going to be somewhere between 8s and 9s, and then of course ace-queen. Wow, 3 ace-10s for these guys. NS not going to be able to do anything here. +1 open, cut off jam, and we're in the big blind with ace-10 off. Just going to be fighting, living to fight another day. Would be a rather remarkable hero sort of cold caller off for the stack there with the ace-10. Definitely too ambitious, and Nguyen really no choice but to fold here. Ennis, ace-king suited. What a spot. Goes for the jam. That's interesting. I feel like we've got a little too much hand just to jam here. Usually I'd like to see something like a 2.5 to 2.8x open, but he does manage to run into an ace and get the action that he's looking for here. 68% advantage with ace-king all in versus the ace-8 defending the big blind, of course, for around 11 big blinds.
Best of luck to Zimmerman. Well, actually, best of luck to Ennis to survive here. Otherwise, he'll have a bad beat story.
Certainly will.
Ooh.
King high board followed by the 8. So still some small areas of concern for NS to contend with on this flop. Gonna need to fade the 8. Deuce of hearts is a welcome turn card to see. And it's the 8 and the 8 only. 2 outs once for Zimmerman to knock Ennis out, and that is the ace. So 2 pair versus 2 pair. But Ennis coming out ahead, and he's back up to over 500k.
Looks like the PLO high roller, it's taking its time, as one might expect. It's down to 9 entries, though.
Who did we lose in 10th?
We lost the Weasel, unfortunately.
Sander.
3 of the new entries are still in, and Joachim Harlstad, Morten Klein, and Lucas Kurel. Showing you that you can max late enter some events. I don't think that was a max late entry by those guys, but you can late enter pretty deep. Thor Hansen Memorial being, yeah, it slowed down the number of entries, so still some hope on your bet, George. It's set to 444.
Okay.
If it continues to be a little bit slow, we do not know exactly how many levels of late reg are in that, so that will be a determining factor. And while we're waiting for this hand to develop, if Win calls, I will not look at the other event. I mean, if Win does something out of hand. Poker North Masters, meanwhile, level 1 has 45 entries on day 1G. So still some very good value on that. Maybe some overlay on that 500k guarantee. And George, if you run, you could be the first player to enter the PLO.
Ahoy!
And nobody in the Hold'em high roller yet, but that's no surprise.
Starting at 8 o'clock, so still 3.5 hours local time. As you can see, some of the eliminations here. I'll go on then, I'll take a swing and a miss. Dimitri Becker, Lars Magne Grauer Nonas, Sver Eilif Ridning, Stian Sirrud Ronigan, Evan Nironing Edebak, Espen Eriksson Nikolaisen, Afshin Alikani, Stephen Fredrickson Skyland, and a couple of others there that just slipped past. And so we're down to 88.
Oh, we got Johansson back again.
Yeah, all in with ace-king for 20-odd big blinds. Again, just going with the open shove, and Jakobsen here picking up the ace-king himself. And he'll be loving the look at this jam. Knows that his opponent isn't going to jam hands like aces and kings for this size. Would for sure just be opening. So really hoping to see an ace-queen from his opponent.
Let's see if anybody else wakes up with something. I mean, obviously the aces and kings seem fairly blocked. So far, it's going to be a drama-free hand, though. Yes, drama-free unless there's 4 suits on the board.
Puts them both on ace-king and peels it off with the 5-4 ahead. No, not to be. Ace-king versus ace-king. So what have we got? We've got 2 separate suits for both players, so all 4 suits in play here. Likely to see a sweat in the form of maybe a backdoor flush draw for one guy. What's in the window? It's a diamond. Ooh, 2 diamonds for Johansson.
Free rolling.
Oh yeah, nice spot to be in here. 5% of the time he's going to get a massive double as it's pretty sweaty. Nope, ace on the turn. Sharp it up, boys.
Jacobsen just giving the quick nod. But if you're not comfortable, I guess, playing hands like that post-flop, I mean, I was surprised to see him shoving, but I guess that's the only thing I can think of, that you aren't confident playing post-flop against such a tough group of people off the stack depth that you have. I guess you can shove that deep. In a satellite, you certainly can, you should be shoving ace-king that deep, but outside of a satellite, that should have just been a raise. It would have worked out the same. He would have been 3-bet, probably 4-bet shoved, but maybe something he wants to think about. If he's worried about his post-flop play, then maybe that's something he should work on, because it's kind of a mistake, I think, to be shoving there.
Yeah, absolutely right.
I'm checking out the Facebook updates from some of the players, and Sturla Hiller, day 3, it's translated from Norwegian, in the first break after 2 hours of playing 1.1 million, average is 750, so best of luck to Sturla. Morton Lee updating on social media that let's go, Thor Hansen Memorial, so he's among that lively field.
Yes.
But meanwhile, we have some action here, so I will go back to social media in a little bit.
I don't think Barseth is going to be coming along here with the 6s versus a 24 big blind jam. Would be a hell of a gamble, just squarely putting your opponent on a hand like ace-king or praying for some kind of ace-5 suited. But hijack versus +1 for 24 bigs here. I'm quite surprised once again to see Ennis go for the jam. Wow, he calls.
Wow, 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 wow. For most of his stack.
Wow, that is...
Blinds are going to go up fairly soon, too, to 15, 25,000. So that's going to be an 8 big blind stack if he does, 6s don't get there.
Yeah, that's a monumental punt, I think. The range, yeah, sure, maybe you could take out aces and kings. You feel like they might 3-bet non-all-in, but so many jacks, 10s, 9s, queens in that range for 24 bigs. Hijack versus +1. Just praying for a flip, essentially, which is a big price to pay for that flip. Ace high, so...
Yeah, if he just played a post-flop, he would maybe have found a way to take it down.
Yeah, but he's got some backdoor straight draw and backdoor flush draw ways to get out of jail here. But now left with the 6 and the 6 only. 2 outs once for Barseth, making a huge call here. Jack on the river completes the double up for Ennis, who got a bit of a gift there, I have to say.
Yeah, and now a chip millionaire all of a sudden. We'll have 40 big blinds pretty soon when the blinds go up 50 plus now, so life is good for Ennis.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a hell of an orbit for him.
It would have been a sweaty flop for him if it played out a little bit differently.
Yeah, if he'd have 3-bet and got a call and then faced that flop, likely would have continued for a small sizing and would have been a bit tricky after that had he faced any kind of resistance.
And just as we said, the blinds are about to go up. We do have a dealer change, which means the blinds will be going up to 15,000, 25,000 with the 25,000 big blind ante, unless they've switched how they are doing dealer changes. But throughout the week, a dealer change has only been occurring at the TV table during a blind level change.
And Espen Sandvik, unfortunately, hitting the rail there. Can't follow up the limit hold'em with the double, the no limit and the limit event, but does get a cash. Won't be too disheartened with that. A couple more points for the tournament leaderboard. Jakobsen +1 with the ace-6. You feel a little too weak to consider opening from such early position.
I'm wondering what Zimmerman is thinking about, unless the action's on Tommy Nguyen. So Zimmerman already folded. That 7-3 is in the muck. Nguyen must have a hand. He's not one to usually waste time in the small blind. And look at this, he has the Cowboys.
Whoa. And Leknes with ace-king.
Oh, this could be trouble.
This is going to be a monster pot here. The usual route would be a 4-bet non-all-in from Nguyen. Sizing-wise, I think he's going to be going around 300.
I think somebody bumped into the camera there. We
Whoa,
were
yeah.
in outer space for a little while there.
I know, with all of the excitement going on. So Nguyen's opened off of $1 million, so he does still have room to go for a 4-bet, but it's tricky whether he's going to get whether he's going to be perceived to have any bluffs, because it kind of commits his stack a little bit. So he might just jam here and try and get it in now with hands like 10s, jacks, queens, ace-king, of course.
He could also decide to peel in position, but I think the jam is the best move, or something that's pretty close to a jam. He jams, and Tobias makes a quick call with ace-king, as we would have expected him to do. Does still have some hope to hit an ace, but is quite behind. It's looking very good for Tommy to double through our hero, Tobias Leknes, the Norwegian Poker Association president.
Can he find an ace from space here to knock out a really strong player in Tommy Nguyen? And that's a backdoor flush draw for Tobias. Unfortunately, no backdoor. Yeah, there is the backdoor straight draw as well. The queen jack would get it done. 2 diamonds or an ace.
Ooh.
There's a queen. Ooh. Now the jack or the ace. 7 outs. Can he find one of them? No, not to be on the 7 river, as Leknes is the unfortunate end. Is at the unfortunate end of a massive pre-flop caller there, cutoff versus small blind, just never getting away from the ace-king at that stack depth, and a huge double up for Nguyen, hiding behind his hood there as if to say, wow, look at what's going on here. I'm up to 1.8 million. I'm absolutely flying.
He can flash a smile. I mean, he was still hiding in his poker face situation. It's a very social table, and it doesn't look like he's even enjoying the fact that he doubled there. You know, it's kind of interesting, but maybe he's doing that so he can remain tough mentally after this hand.
I think so. I think it's very much a question of having that mental fortitude and resolve to say, look, the job's not done. Yeah, we've got the double up, but let's not get too carried away here. There's still a lot of work to be done. He's going to want to navigate his way to that final table and, of course, the dizzy heights that follow, but definitely wants to remain cool, calm, and composed. You do see some people walking around the room going with a high five to the rail and really fist pumping at home, but certainly got to play to your own personality, and he does seem like one of the more shrewder, kind of quieter energies at the table. So in line with that, Ennis with the King 5 suited, he's had the card, the card distribution hit him squarely in the face with the kings versus the 6s and the ace-king versus the ace-8. So Leknes takes a bit of a hit, but still got a really healthy stack here of 100 big blinds. And it's going to get a bit of value from the big blind, who's super, super short. 9 deuce suited, he's going to have to commit the rest of it with. So ace-queen for Leknes. We did see the 9-7 folded, so still a fighting chance for this 9 deuce. Looking for some diamonds, a 9 or a deuce. A relatively handy board where you've got a lot of backdoors.
I feel like Tobias deserves this one, though, after losing with that ace-king, but there's no deserving in poker.
No, that's for sure. 9 or a deuce or a 5 to chop. No. So ace-queen gonna hold up there for Senkel, as after being the unfortunate situation before where he did run the ace-king into the kings, he does manage to at least maneuver a short stack out of there as we face another elimination here in the money of the Norwegian main event.
Senkel back on top as a table captain, but really neck and neck with Nguyen and Larson. He definitely doesn't want to tangle up in another big pot with Nguyen, but the cards sometimes dictate that you have to. Zimmerman with Queen 10, looks like he's about to open. Opens for 55,000 from early position. Wynn folding his rags. Expect Larson to do the same. And Leknes going nowhere with the 9-3. So far, so good for the Queen 10. If Johansson folds, you at least get the chance of potentially playing in position. Johansson is usually shove happy anyway, so you're either going to fold or play in position. But never mind that, there's not going to be any position here. Jacobson should not just be calling. He will likely be 3-betting to like 120, 130, 140-ish. Doesn't need to really go much higher than that.
Makes it 200, which is about 40% of his stack, and gets a quick fold from the Queen 10 suited, not looking to tangle with that really polarizing big blind 3-bet. A situation where you feel it's so natural to defend so many hands that when you do see a 3-bet, it's likely to be very strong or some kind of blocker. And yeah, Queen 10 suited even behind some of the bluffs and just completely crushed by the value section of that big blind 3-bet. So getting out the way, and a nice little pickup there for the short stack as Zimmerman finds the ace-8 off under the gun. Not looking to tangle with 20 big blinds now. Nguyen back in the mix, pocket 8s. The Snowman from +1. He's got just under 80 big blinds.
It's quite interesting. Tomorrow there's an event called the Virgin. 120 euros, and I'm 99% sure that that event is only for people that have never attended a Norwegian Championship before. So that's kind of cool that they do that at a low buy-in. Nice introductory tournament. And they also have a VIP tournament tomorrow night too, for invite only. So I'm kind of curious what that's about, but maybe we can find out during the break.
The buy-in is 120 euros, so that might be for maybe the TV crew. I mean, there's so much work to be done. I guess it's more...
Yeah, it's for us.
Max late reg in that bad boy.
And then there's a 400 euro Chinese poker event, which I think is one of the championship events, but we need to get that confirmed. That is of interest for me, not to play, but I'm always interested in following that along.
Interesting board here. Johansson flops a gutter to Broadway. Nguyen with a bit of a swing and a miss, 2 overcards that are going to hit his opponent's range pretty hard, you feel. And I think Johansson could really do a good job of taking a stab here in position with this ace-10.
It might be Wynn that does it, though, because he was a pre-flop aggressor and can afford to lose some chips. So we'll see if he tries to rep. Well, the king was no good. We all see that now, but now my queens maybe can get some value, but no.
Yeah, still a lot of jack X in your opponent's range, and this is a really interesting run out. We got boat over boat. Ennis with the 5, and Nguyen should really see a green light to go for a value bet here, multi-way, looking to target some hands like worse pocket pairs, the 5, ace highs.
Exactly what he's about to do. Not everybody has this move. I do like it, though, for the reasons that you said.
Yeah, going for the block.
Got the ace-10 to call.
Gets absolutely snapped by the ace-10.
May save Innes 55,000, actually. He's got to be thinking, what snap calling? A jack is snap calling, so I'm going to fold my 5.
Yeah, exactly. A jack or pocket pairs that beat the 5.
And Wynn will be happy. I mean, when you get that snap call, he's got to think, oh, shit, he has the jack.
Yeah, or maybe even a hand like pocket 9s. That didn't shove pre-flop. Very possible.
Wynn seems very mechanical in his approach, so I don't know if happy, not happy is in the vocabulary here right now, but...
Just cool, calm, and composed.
Those are the toughest players, actually.
Yeah. The guys that really do a good job of preserving that mental resilience. Very tough to get a read.
What is this event here? Poker North Master Main Event Day 1H Flip and Go.
So what happens is they pay the entry. So it's a 350 entry. There will be 10 players on that table. They basically just deal a flip, and one player will go through to day 2 with 10 starting stacks.
I don't know if I like that, George. I mean, I don't mean to be criticizing anything, but I mean, I'm fine with it if it's up front, and I'm pretty sure it's on the schedule, so therefore you have a choice. But if I came and didn't know that this existed, and then all of a sudden I see players can get in with 100 big blinds just by buying their way in, because I guess you could probably buy all 10 seats if you want to.
No, not in this one.
Okay,
no,
and can you only do it once?
No, you can rebuy to the next one, but you can only have 1 entry per table.
Still, if you grinded all day long and you just got, you know, you had a pretty good day, you ended the day with 4 times your starting stack, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
I understand that they're paying down to 10% and they're in the money, so maybe 4 starting stacks isn't as nice as what I'm thinking. So I guess it's okay. They're going to be getting an average stack. But I feel like it kind of messes a little bit with the structure of the event.
Yeah, defeats the point of the game in reality. It kind of allows it to descend into chaos as opposed to benefiting the guys that have been in there since level 1. You know, it kind of defeats the point of that. So I agree with your standpoint for sure. So Larson, King Queen under the gun, easy open.
That being said, if you have a lot of money and you want to automatically be in the money, just keep entering that and you get your Mob cash.
Exactly. Eventually. Yeah.
Or you could be, who was it? Was it Scott Seaver? It was one of those guys that, like, when they had the flip and go for the first time at the WSOP, he was in for something like 40 entries at 1K each and didn't even get advanced to day 2. And then the next year when they had it, he got in on his, like, first or second try and was, like, celebrating out of control. I do like the idea of flip and go, don't get me wrong, but I think it's mixing it in with
a normal.
It doesn't work in my head, but
should just be a flip and go event, so then you negate exactly the point of someone regging and turning up for the earlier flights. If it just descends into some sort of flip and go carnage, then why bother? So it can definitely be a reverse sell in some ways.
But if it's on the schedule, then that's fine. Then you have a choice whether this is the event for you. That's the one thing. As long as things are clearly laid out, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
It wouldn't prevent me from entering this event, that's for sure. I would be massively getting in. You know, like, it's not like it bothers me that much, but it would be nice to rethink that concept a little bit.
Agreed.
Does that happen a lot in Bratislava, this flip and go flight?
They do flip and goes on Sunday morning before the day 2 usually. You're right, there is some murkiness in the form that the flip and goes sometimes don't run when they hit the guarantee, but they're pushing them big when they don't hit the guarantee. So there can be a little bit of a sour taste for the guys, because there could be all sorts of players that are entering that flip and go that wouldn't otherwise play the tournament, and that kind of brings in these ideas of fake overlays that get pushed throughout the week when they're just going to get out of trouble with the flip and go, you know what I mean?
The 2-day ladies event is tomorrow too, George. That will have a nice field. I mean, Monica hopefully will still be in the main event, but there's so many good Norwegian female players here in attendance in Bratislava that I expect to see 3-digit field in that one. Meanwhile, on the turn here, Ennis connects with his ace. He was ahead the entire way, but now at least can feel a little bit more confident. Larson checking it over to Ennis. He should try to get some value now. And he's thinking the exact same thing, reaching for, it looks like, around 65,000, 1/3 of the pot. And a snap fold by Larson with really nothing in his hand.
No.
But you still have to bet it.
Bad turn card for him. Going to struggle to come along there with the King 9 and just gets out the way. Ennis with yet another pickup. It's been a hell of a ride for him joining the feature table. Came in super short on about 220k, doubles up ace-king versus ace-8, then gets a call for 24 big blinds, early position versus early position with his kings, manages to hold clean versus the sixes, and another couple of pots sliding his way as well. So over the million mark, and in a great spot to make a run at this final table with 75 remaining here. So the pay jump that's next on the agenda will be from 72 to 71, and that will be a pay jump of 210 euros, so about a quarter of a buy-in. Means that it's not necessarily the most important thing in the world, but if you're short and you realize that you only need 1 or 2 more eliminations to go, it's definitely worthwhile preserving some time to try and make those pay jumps if and when they come.
And meanwhile, we had Stig Bjorne being the last player out in 76th place for 1520. Roverick Swan, Ragnar Disvik, who we saw a little bit of yesterday, is now on the rail. Bjornar Neset, William Volkid, Ole Christian Bartseth, who we know about, and Frederick Linso were the latest players out on the rail. Congratulations to them for earning a cash at least, and unfortunate for you that you weren't able to go deeper with a chance of hitting day 4 and beyond when the big payouts are going to be.
Big money comes into play, that's for sure, but a valiant run nonetheless. So king-queen suited versus king-queen suited here. Larsen looks like he's interested in taking this one upstairs. He's been a pretty active player with a lot of moves in his arsenal, and that's exactly what he's going to do. He makes it what looks like 200k? 190.
He answered you. He heard you ask the question 30 minutes later.
Thank you, Mr. Dealer. So king-queen on king-queen violence here. Larsen with the initiative, so you feel probably the favorite to win this pot as it plays. I don't think we really get to fold such a strong hand. We are in position. Going to be doing quite well against some of the bluffs, which is going to be a variety of ace-x type holdings, maybe even a hand like king-10, king-9 suited, maybe some queen-jack for some kind of linear 3-betting going on. So he's going to peel one off in position, looking for some diamonds or a king or a queen. Or is he going to go upstairs here? King-queen suited as a 4-bet would be quite adventurous.
It would put the pressure on Larsen. He would have to relinquish his hand if he can come up with it.
Yeah. That's for sure. We blocked some of the stronger hands, but I think we've got some better hands as like bluff candidates than king-queen suited. It just plays so nicely in position as a peel here. And we are off to a flop. 430k in there at the 25k big blind level. And all of a sudden, everyone on the table, interested bystanders watching this action develop. Let's see if we can flop some kind of equity for one of these guys, as we are going to be likely to chop it. Seems like with the 52% in Jakobsen's way that he's going to have a few more diamonds to hit, but unfortunately, bad news for him as Larsen, with the 3-betting lead and the initiative, does flop the 2 overs, a backdoor straight draw, and the front door flush draw. So Jakobsen's going to be left in no man's land versus this bet here. Just the 2 overcards could be dominated by hands like ace-king, ace-queen, so peeling and improving can sometimes be a disaster. Feel like we're just going to see him relinquish this one to the pretty inevitable flop bet that's going to come from Larsen. Doesn't need to go too big here. He checks. Wow, okay. Is he going for a check raise here? Got 430 in there, playing about just under 3 stack to pot ratio.
I think it makes sense because he called the 3-bet. Jakobsen should be betting a lot of flops, whether he hit them or not, after 3-betting, where he's maybe setting up a check raise, but Jakobsen not biting, and now both players with a gut shot as well.
Yeah, it gets interesting for Larsen now because his opponent can definitely have, from time to time, some hands like pocket 9s in there, checking back the flop. Maybe a little wary of potentially getting check raised and blown off their equity by some kind of overcard, some kind of flush draw. Facing the double check line, does he elect to start to bet now and represent hands like pocket tens and some jack X that took the pot control line on the flop? And this bet is designed to put a lot of pressure on hands like ace king and ace queen, which is predominantly going to be a lot of this 3-bet check flop check turn line. He goes for 175, just south of half pot. Doesn't feel like he needs to bet too big to maneuver these ace highs away. And Larson with a good chunk of equity here. 2 overcards to the board, a gut shot to the nuts, and a king high flush draw. What's his play here? We've got around $1 million behind, so that's still a pretty hearty 40 big blinds to contend with. I feel like check jamming the turn would be... Oh, he does shove. Okay.
Wow.
I said it might be a bit overzealous, but he has gone for it. And this is putting a lot of pressure on our opponent, who we would consider to bet hands like sixes on the flop for the most part.
But he's also denying the equity of those queen tens. Well, queen ten's not going to 3-bet so much, even a suited one. So not really denying equity of too much, but he's getting hands, I guess, like ace king out of the way.
Potentially.
So he's blocking ace king, ace queen of clubs. Those are kind of hands that maybe can think about calling, but probably wouldn't. But it worked out. I wouldn't be shoving there. I'd just be calling or leading out, actually, the turn.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen a turn bet versus the check back. We could have a lot of traps on the flop, you know, pocket jacks, aces from time to time. And here are the eliminations between 86th and 77th. We see some familiar names there. Disvik, Jakobsen, Kvam, Hakon Risa, Rune Danielsen, and Asse Lars. So Jakobsen opening under the gun here with the Jack-10 suited, and Larson on the button with ace-4. Looked like he was considering some more devilish intentions with that pretty weak holding, but does relinquish it in the end, and it's over to Tobias in the small blind, who looks like he's peeled. Pocket nines. Fair enough. Doesn't really want to get it in for 40 big blinds versus early position here. Happy to take a flop, and it does allow some pretty favorable outcomes for him as he allows the big blind to come along for the ride that he can dominate. And this is exactly what's happened. He's got nines as the overpair versus the 8-7 of Johansson. And there's a fair few runouts here that could spell... Ooh, not that one, as Jakobsen now improving to top pair with that Jack-10, checking back the flop. Just the 2 overs. Got to be worried about both of the blinds, predominantly the big blind on this kind of board that's going to have these hands like 2-pair straights that we're not going to have from +1, or sorry, from under the gun. And Tobias now going for a half-pot lead on the turn. Wow, look at this. What on earth is going on here with the 8-7? So we go 3 ways to the turn. Jakobsen has checked back his Jack-10. He's improved on the turn. And now the small blind is led out for half pot. And Johansson shoved for not much more, which makes you feel like this is super, super strong. Johansson's going for... I'm not really sure if it's a bluff or some kind of mergy play where he's just looking to deny equity versus hands like Queen 10, Jack 9-10, and spade flush draws, but he's gone with the all-in. Feels like off of the short stack here that his hand is strong enough to dance with, and doesn't want to call and potentially allow it going 3 ways to the river with some pretty unfavorable situations that can occur in the form of overcards or high straight completers. So he's just going to send it in here. And Leknes also with cause for concern, but he's getting such a good price of 150k into a pot of 650. So, so Johansson manages to get the best hand out. Jakobsen in the sandwich there versus the bet and the call, the shove. And now Leknes, it's over to him with the pocket nines, who is going for some kind of equity denial on the turn. And he does feel like he's going to have to pay it off. And that's bad news for Johansson. 8-7, making a move there. And Leknes is looking over at the...
Leknes benefited quite a lot from actually that shove.
That absolutely worked it perfectly for Tobias, as now he's just got to fade an 8, a 7, or a 6, of course. And there is the 6.
Oh,
wow.
my God.
Holy moly, what a roller coaster of a hand. Tobias with the pre-flop peel with the 9s. He goes way ahead on the 8-5-4. A turn jack. He bets into the field, gets shoved on by the short stack. The opener folds a jack. He then calls with the 9s, thinking I'm ahead of some draws and some of these kind of hands like 8-7 as he ended up having. But the river 6 and the straight for the short stack there.
Crazy stuff.
Can't believe it.
Seven left in the PLO high roller, by the way, so that should be on its unofficial final table. We can check out who busted out recently from that. Thor Hansen Memorial, meanwhile, is up to 478 entries on level 5. So I think my side bet on that is looking fairly good.
So Patrick Yaros and Morten Klein hitting the rail, 2 big names. And we're left with Bernard Larabi, Marius Enneback, Andre Lon, Emil Tumonen, Andreas Freund, Joachim Haraldstad, and Lucas Koril. So 2 guys from the Czech Republic, 2 Norwegians, a Finn, a Hungarian, and an Austrian. Pretty strong flags as far as proficiency in PLO goes.
And speaking of PLO, despite that side event not starting until 8 o'clock, the 250 buy-in, there's 2 players already signed up for that. So I think that's going to get a little bit big. Meanwhile, we don't know the action, but we see the flop is 6-7-7. Here's the, oh my God, Tommy Rabin is on the feature table. Interesting. I didn't see Tommy come on. I like to call him Norwegian Jesus. There's a Jesus in every country, and Tommy kind of fits the bill for Norway, unless he got his hair cut. No, here we go.
Got a load of this guy.
He's such a nice guy, Tommy. I've known him for many years.
Look at this on the turn at 10 for Leknes. Stabbing the flop with pretty much 0 equity, an overcard, some backdoor straight potential. Turning 2 pair. Now he goes for the check back. Doesn't want to bloat the pot versus some hands like a 7 or of course 9-8 getting there as well. Is behind some 10x as well.
I feel like Tommy missed value somewhere along the way. Obviously not on the river. He's going to have to call this, not be happy about it. Oh, it's just a blocking bet by Leknes in a way, but not really blocking because he's in position. I guess trying to get some thin value. I'm not sure from what, but...
He gives a sympathetic look over to Tobias as if to say, I had you there all the way, buddy. And the most recent eliminations, Espen Rørvik, Eckerholt Ragnar, and Neset Bjornar. Or Bjornar Neset, I'm probably reading them the wrong way around.
I'm looking at the card casino schedule, and although you didn't play in the 2K PLO the other night, I see there's a 2K PLO randomly on a Thursday.
No, that's a 2K guarantee 50 euro buy-in.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at the guarantee, thinking buy-in.
No, they've got the PLO night that runs on Thursdays here, which is a good way of getting people accustomed to PLO and kind of offering a grassroots entry in some ways.
But with the WPT Prime coming up not so long from now, there looks like there's some amazing events coming up. There's a 200 buy-in WPT opener with a 250K guarantee.
Certainly is.
Some nice side events, bounties. I am busy during that time. I will be at the Battle of Malta, but it looks like there's quite a lot for players. And then after the Battle of Malta, there's some nice events. There's the PLO High Roller that does have a 3,000 buy-in, actually.
Wow.
100K guarantee.
When's that?
on April 11th.
Okay, I'm flying to Sydney on the 17th, so that could be...
Sydney, like Australia?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. What,
Yeah.
a holiday or poker or what's going on?
Running the Sydney Half Marathon.
Ah, cool. Yeah. You mentioned about half marathon, but I didn't know you were doing that all the way in Sydney. So
Yeah.
that's rather cool. You get to see Australia and run a marathon.
Exactly. One of my best friends, my mate Sean, who's getting into poker as well, he was sending me some hands from a $25 pub game that he was in last night, where some old guy apparently folded King Jack suited blind v blind for 3 big blinds. And even Sean...
Where do I sign up?
Exactly. I said I'll come to that just for a laugh, because you know, play so much serious poker, and then you forget that there's this level of poker that's also out there as a game that's so accessible to all, where, you know, people are just really just there for fun and nothing else. There's obviously $25 or so is going to be like 300 up top. It's, you know.
Yeah, and then you're not going to pull out all your moves in that game. You're just going to have fun along with them, but obviously you're going to try to win, but
also
not just completely show off.
But yeah, but just be there for the enjoyment factor of it, you know? It's just like, it's almost quite refreshing to watch the game in different levels sometimes, because you just get used to the, you know, the live sort of higher buy-in tournaments and cash games, and everyone really has a decent clue. So going back to the grassroots and the beginnings of everything. Raven here with the 5, facing this bet from Jakobsen, blind versus blind. The pot's getting quite big now. Does he have the minerals to come along for the ride one more time with the 5? You've got to be wary of hands like 9-8, of hands like 8-4, 4-3, and the 7x as well, plus the 6x going for the thin value. So he does come along for the ride. That's a brave continue, sir. Well played. 9 on the river, though, spells disaster, as all of those bluffs from the 8x, as you can see, Jakobsen does indeed have the 8 come. Some flush draws get there, so couldn't really have been a worse river card for Raven. Is he looking like he's going to lead or try and represent this card in some fashion? No, he's just posturing a little bit, trying to get the check back. Staring into the distance, just praying that there's some parallel universe where his opponent gives up with a hand like Queen 4 and he manages to take it down. But lo and behold, this river spells disaster for Raven's chances of really picking up this pot, as a lot of the bluffs are going to fire and you do lose to a lot of value now as well.
Meanwhile, maybe Jakobsen is thinking, was Robin slow playing a flush after he saw that he was slow playing a hand before? So let's see if he fires at a bet, which we both expect, how big the sizing is with that in mind.
Yeah, he loses to 9-7, 7-6, pocket 5s.
2 hearts.
And now, of course, hearts and 10-8 as well. But I think blind versus blind, we do want to be going for a bet. It does look like he's gone for the small milky size.
Kind of had a feeling it would be small.
My word, just gets snapped off. He beat absolutely nothing.
So I see on social media now that Sturla recently hit the rail, unfortunately. So good game to Sturla Hiller. Nice run, though. It may be slightly ahead of stream time because it looks like he posted that about 20 minutes ago to go out in 67th place, and it shows 73 on the stream, but I think it's okay to give away that spoiler. Stiller's not coming to the TV table.
Yep, absolutely. Just looking on K Hold'em, it seems that Monica is the chip leader, although...
No, that's start of day.
That's start of day, exactly. So these are somewhat outdated. You'll probably be seeing a couple of players in the 4 to 5 million range now, sort of 40 to 50 starting stacks as we are getting super deep into the tournament here. Not quite at the stage where the big blind is the starting stack, which is when you really know that you're getting deep and in the thick of it, but the big blind would have been 4 big blinds for the starting stack, so well into the tournament here with 10% or less of the field remaining. And Raven there, after a really ambitious river call there, just not really thinking too much, just snap paying off the river bet, is back in the mix with the ace-deuce. Does he elect to open this one? Looks like he's going to try and use that ace blocker to his advantage in the form of an open. Makes it 55, gets rid of Jakobsen. who just took down a nice pot there with the Jack-8, and Ennis in the big blind with the Queen-7 off. Versus the button open, you do feel like this is a mandatory continue. Going to be overfolding the big blind if we're not defending these hands like King-5 off, Queen-7 off, Jack-7 off, and continuing his theme of being on the conservative side. We saw him just open jam Ace-King suited for 11 big blinds, blind versus blind. That's a lot of hand to be just shoving. He did shove the kings for 24 bigs versus the early position open. And just relinquishing the Queen-7 there. Maybe giving an indication that his big blind could be somewhat of a target for anyone that could be watching back the stream coverage on their break, or indeed being fed some information from friends or family watching back home.
At least they can't get spoilers from our stream. That's the one benefit for being on such a long delay that we are on, but
yeah.
Certainly the Norwegians are watching the Norwegian stream on directsport.no with Stig leading the way, the legendary Stig Moen. Meanwhile, Johansson now, he was shoving happily before with hands like Ace-King, even Ace-10. We saw a King-Queen shove, but now he's just going with the standard open off a smaller stack depth. No, it's a bigger stack depth. It's still 15-25.
Yeah.
So is doing the normal play of just an open. And Raven now with the decision to make. No, he hasn't folded yet.
Yeah, he does seem like quite an active player. That Ace-5 snap call on the river certainly indicates someone that just doesn't really like to fold, likes to play a lot of hands, and is going to be a little bit sticky post-flop. Let's see what Ennis has got. He's been really tight, so if he's showing interest versus a hijack open and a cutoff peel, likely to be holding something pretty strong here. His cards are on the RFDI scanner, but potentially aren't getting picked up so far. I'm not sure why that is.
I don't think because of Raven's call was entered yet, yeah.
Oh, he's finding some heart here with the King-9 suited, going for the squeeze. Unfortunately, the timing is all wrong as Johansson sat there thinking of Vegas and the Mirage here with the Ace-King suited. Loving the look of that small blind 3-bet. Plenty of hands that we're going to be crushing in there, such as the Ace-Queens, potentially some Ace-8 suited, some King-Queens from time to time.
I think oddly enough, Johansson's benefiting from the fact that he was jamming his strong hands earlier.
Yeah, so it looks like a little weaker in some ways. Raven, no choice but to get out the way there. Doesn't want to be flicking it in with the Ace-6 facing this kind of action. And Ennis will be asking for a chip count, but you feel more for dramatic purposes rather than anything else.
630.
All in for 630 here, and that's going to be a bit too much meat on the bone for us. Nice find, though, with the King-9, and just going to have to accept that we can't win them all. He does have a pretty decent fallback in terms of the main event feature table so far. He came in with 230, so he's up to 795 after the unsuccessful squeeze here, and does have to let that one go.
Is he going to show?
I think Tobias winked at him as if to say, no, don't show it.
We know you have Ace-King.
Yeah, we know you got a good hand there, pal.
We should have put a wager, it's a little bit too late, on how many we would end today with.
Ooh, we can do that as well for a double or nothing, because I think you've clearly won the mystery bounty bet.
I feel like we needed to do that at the beginning of the day, though. I don't know.
We could do it now. I'm clucking for the action. Mystery bounty is surely over 500 now. Okay, 491. So, I mean, thin chances if... I mean, yeah, I'm not going to go down that ballpark, but if the tournament got, like, postponed or cancelled for somehow, then I might win. But let's hope that those guys find a big bounty lurking in there. 7 left in the high roller, of course. We'll get back to that when we see some eliminations and maybe get towards the money. 4 paid in that one. Around 500 in the mystery bounty day 1. Let's have a look at day 1G. I saw a good friend of mine, Vitaly, who recently got 3rd in the Eureka main event for, I think, just over 100,000 euros. He's back in the mix. Absolute grinder. He's just playing live tournaments all day, every day.
That's such a tough grind if you're
It
just
is.
on the live tournament scene.
That's
I
all he
know-
does.
Yeah,
All he does. He
you
plays.
become salty like Kessler. You know, I'm throwing him under the bus again.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it definitely gets to you if that's all you're doing.
You just
Live cash is so much different.
Exactly. He's just every week he's grinding some kind of day one. You know, like trying to get to Sunday, trying to get to Saturday, and that can be difficult because last year, I mean, we were just talking yesterday. Oh wow! Look at this for a flop for Ennis, flopping the nuts. Not going to get an awful lot of action. Johansson does have a gutter with the backdoor flush draw.
It is very disguised. Just calling the button with 10-8 suited. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously he can be doing that. We see him doing that, but that's not very often what he's going to be calling the button with. It's usually stuff like pocket pairs, which you should also be concerned about.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of pocket pairs coming up
jacks.
trumps here as well. Yeah, Jack 10s, Queen 10s, King Jack suited from time to time. King 10s that didn't 3-bet pre-flop. He's going to have a lot of decent hands on this board. Nguyen surely going to be relinquishing those 3s, facing a bet in the sandwich with the player behind. No real clear route to victory for him, so he's out the way. And Johansson, in this annoying situation where we do face a bet, we can be ahead of some hands, but our equity realization is going to be quite poor. Even if we turn a heart and face another barrel, it's still a really annoying situation. So he just shows some awareness there and gets away. And when he sees that one back later, he'll feel even better about that. Just going to take a quick toilet break. I'll be right back.
Okay, see you soon, George. Looks like a new TV table dealer. I don't remember him, but right into the action. Tobias likely to open as King Jack. It is suited. It looks like a min raise to 50. Nothing for Johansson. Ooh, but Tommy Robin with the ace-king, dominating ace-king. Should be 3-betting. It's too much for a 3-bet shove, but a standard 3-bet is in order. Something like 135 is the amount I would go with here. 150 is fine. We've seen players do a 5x as well, which would be 125. So I'd say anything in that range is what's to be expected. But this is a big 3-bet, folks. Just saying, I'm going to get it in. If you want to play with me, let's play. 3-betting to 215. And what's going on here? Queen 10, I mean 10-9, it is a fold. 6 deuce folding, and King 10 on the button is also suited with clubs. Quick fold there, but meanwhile Wynn quickly folds the 8s, and Tobias quickly giving up on his hand as well. So everybody giving Tommy credit. The Norwegian Jesus chipping up to 810,000. He's been up and down at the feature table. Can't be too far away from the second break of the day, the halfway point of day 3. Should be moments away. Folds around all the way to Wynn. Wynn likely going to fold the button, so it's going to be a blind on blind situation. Did Larson just give a walk with the Queen 4? He did, and Leknes just with the 10-5. I don't know if he looked at his cards, but if he did, he would be like, how did I get a walk here? Surprised the Queen 4 didn't at least complete. Nobody else really waking up with anything to play. So quite fortunate for Tobias to just get his big blind ante back along with the small blind that he's putting in this hand. This time it's Tommy with the king-jack suited under the gun. We just saw Tobias getting 3-bet off his king-jack. Slightly more than a min-raise to 55. Red chips are 25s. Those green ones that Tommy's playing with are 5Ks. The yellow ones that you'll see in some player stacks are 100Ks. Those should be the only chips in play at the moment. Eventually they'll be the blue 250Ks, but it's a little bit premature to be introducing those, at least at this table. And so far so good for Tommy. Perhaps if Larson was suited, he'd be thinking about doing something. Maybe he still is, but I think he'll be folding. Does get rid of it. Tobias coming along from the small blind, however, with 2 live cards in the 7-5 suited. And Jonassen not getting the right price to call with the 9 deuce, and who can blame him? So what a flop for 7-5 suited. You have the backdoor flush draw, open ender, no direct connection, and Tommy checking back, and now it even goes from good to better with the flush draw, and Tommy may try to rep that ace too. It's also a good candidate for Tobias to lead out on. Better if it was a different club, like the 2 of clubs, but Tobias looking to take down the pot now, and if not, looking to build it up in case he can hit that 9, he can hit that 4 or club, but gets Robin to fold the better hand, so very good awareness there by Tobias to pick up the pot. Lots of patches on Norwegian Jesus here. And just 67 left with the break approaching. Probably will get down to under 30 by the end of the day. And then tomorrow's day 4 will be quite interesting. It'll play down to a final table of 9. Quick fold there by Tommy. Larson may want to open. He hasn't been able to play too many pots lately. Will be opening up the 55. Gets Tobias to fold his rags. Jonassen also folding, but that's a king out of the way, and Tommy will be calling, if not doing more. Tommy is actually ahead, but pretty much any flop is bad for him, other than if it has a deuce. Tommy finding the call. And Tommy's still ahead on this queen 7-5 flop, but if it goes check bet, it's going to be hard for Tommy to stick around for the reasons we mentioned pre-flop. It is a standard defend, but Larson, who's usually aware of these spots, at least from what we've seen so far, I expect him to continue the range, not his hand. And it is a bet of half the pot. I don't think Tommy's going to be this sticky and does fold the better hand, but that's just a matter of situational poker rather than, you know, a misplay or anything like that. And George, we lost a player in the PLO, so it's down to 6. I think it was Lucas that went out.
Okey-doke.
Yeah, it was Lucas Kirill, so we're left with Bernard Larabi, Madras Enbach, Andre Lon, Emil Tuminen, Andreas Frund, and Joachim Haraldstad.
Righto.
Meanwhile, I won the bet on the Thor Hansen Memorial. That's up to 508 players. We just saw that tick up from 507 into 508 as I'm pulling it up. That's going to be, we were far off. That's
Wow,
going to be
that's
well
gonna be
north of
600 or
600.
700, yeah.
Good to see, though. I'd rather be off that way than the other way. That certainly would be the event I would play today if I was playing and ready for a multi-day event. If I was playing a single-day event, I would be hopping in probably into the PLO.
Is it a 500 buy-in or a 400?
I think it's 350, but let's double check. It's 550, you're right.
50,
So
wow.
quite a nice event.
Yeah.
Already $250,000 in the prize pool.
Wow.
Half of that's going to go towards the mystery bounty pool, as you well know, but maybe the people listening don't understand how that works. So basically, while this hand is developing, we can quickly explain a mystery bounty. It works differently than any other bounty tournament. If you eliminate players early on, you're not collecting anything. And usually on day 2, some tournaments do it when you're in the money, so it varies from event to event. That's when the bounties start. And you eliminate a player, you get a token, and you can use that token to select a mystery envelope, of which usually can contain a small prize all the way up to a monstrous prize, providing some kind of, let's say, casino element to the poker game, adding a little bit more variance to the bounty element. But those very good at bounty math actually do have a nice edge because they could calculate the average bounty the same way that they would in a PKO.
Yeah, the worth of the average bounty, and then how that equates to big blinds, and then how that equates to push fold ranges.
Exactly. Sometimes it becomes the point where you should be calling any 2 to a 10 big blind shove, but there's other times where it just plays out like a freeze out. So it really depends on how early those big bounties are collected. I need to develop that domain. I have the mysterybounty.com domain and I've done nothing with it, George.
Really?
I feel criminal.
Mysterybounty.com.
Yes.
Wow. Think you could get 5 figures for that from one of the sites?
I don't know. I kind of want to develop it, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I've been putting it off. There's always other priorities, and now I just keep renewing the domain.
Yeah.
I use it as an email address.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically it at the moment.
Jason@mysterybounty.com.
Yeah, exactly. That is my email,
Yeah.
or one of my many emails.
So if you want to get in touch with the main man, you have the email. And if you know anything about Jason, maybe you can try and hack your way into that domain.
Yes. Or make a reasonable offer for the domain. I'm up for listening, but then I would want to work with you to develop it for sure. I think this has a bit of potential. I don't see mystery bounties going anywhere. Of course, the initial hype of the mystery bounties was tremendous, and it's kind of died off a little bit from that initial hype, but it's still a rather strong interest in this variant of poker tournaments.
Well, there's one site in particular that I'm thinking of that completely tailed off, but has almost found a little bit of a re-emergence by just focusing on mystery bounties, and they're starting to see a little bit more traffic.
I play on that Snowman site. If it's what we're talking about,
yeah.
I pop whenever I feel like playing a mystery bounty. I pop on for. They have some nice range of buy-ins you can hop into.
25 to 100, even some $11 and stuff, right?
Yeah. There's a 22 usually with around a 10K guarantee, which has a nice tidy field, good structure.
Decent level of play as well, in the form of some juicy value there. Wow, look at this for a flop. Both players connecting pretty well. Ennis with the open-ender and Raven, the Norwegian Jesus, has top pair. And he bets 40 into 150, so pretty good sizing. Is Ennis going to take this one upstairs? I feel like the natural play is just to call and...
Yeah, you don't have any clubs in your hand. It's just part of the problem here, but a call is sort of mandatory.
Yeah, getting shoved on or 3-bet on the flop would be disastrous, really, with this kind of equity. So maybe we'd be more bluffing with hands like a 4 or some kind of 7-6 of diamonds, maybe a hand like 10-9 with the 10 of clubs.
I think even if your jack was of clubs here, you can go ahead and raise, but he's going to raise anyway. And let's see if this works. It does look a bit stronger than just having jack 10, but there's so many draws there that I don't see Tommy getting away.
No, I think he's going to call and then be in a tough spot if he does face a turn jam. The hands that he's losing to, King 4, Queen 4, we did see that Ennis folded Queen 7 off in the big blind earlier on, so he's probably not going to have King 4 or Queen 4 offsuit, which really lessens the amount of value combos he can have.
How bad do you think a shove would have been there by Tommy to deny equity? I mean, I don't think it's the preferred play, but I'm just wondering how bad it would be.
I think we just call, yeah. I think then when we shove, we only isolate ourselves versus the strongest combo draws and, of course, much better hands like King 4 suited and pocket 4s, whereas calling allows us to shift in the form of like very favorable equity on cards like this. The offsuit 5, we're going to have... we're going to shift it really far ahead of these combo draws. Facing the check, I think we'd like to see a small sizing here, both in the sense that we deny our opponent from going for some massive bluff on the river, but also getting value from all of these kind of hands, the flush draws, the inferior King X. Maybe a hand like King 6 suited could have check-raised the flop for some protection from time to time, but also just so many flush draws and hands like Jack 10 that I wouldn't have particularly check-raised, but Ennis did choose to and still has the clean 8 out.
It looks like he's ready to raise again.
That would be quite something.
It would look so strong. And he would have a few outs on the river. I don't know. Maybe he's just counting how much of a stack this is rather than counting out a raise bet that's looked like what it was.
Yeah, this is very annoying for the Jack 10 and potentially one of the reasons for calling the flop, just to realize our equity and not get into this situation.
And it's basically saying if you shove over me, I only have 270 back, I'm probably calling, but...
Yeah. But we know in this situation, after all of this posturing, it's difficult to say.
I think Tommy's committed at this point, at least on the turn. It's different if it's a river, like if it's a club river, an ace, especially if it's an ace of club river.
Yeah.
He can get away at that point, but I'm not sure he can even get away from a 9 anymore. Really just, if it's a 9 of clubs, he can get away with it. But really just those 2 cards for sure he can get away from, and probably some other combinations he'll at least be thinking about.
Absolutely right.
Wow, they called the clock on him.
Yeah,
I wonder who did that. That was awfully fast.
That's a bit harsh.
It's not that he's been tanking away. Ooh. And it wasn't Tommy that called the clock. That's not Tommy's style. And I didn't see him do it. Tommy is a pretty chill guy.
Yeah, he's been a very warm table presence, that's for sure.
And does call.
Does call, looking for an ace or a 9.
Or just to jam any river, who knows?
Yeah, or maybe he goes for the lead all in on a club. I think that's quite a sexy play here. If you are going to call the Jack 10, we have to be prepared to, you know, on the 7 of clubs river, go for the lead jam.
Did you know what the freaking river is? Oh my God. George has been in the booth, so he had no way of knowing that 7 of clubs river. We would just call him Nostradamus now. Wow. Now let's see if Ennis follows up with the shove, then you really predicted everything here, George.
Yeah, you've got a jam here. It's likely that facing a check raise on the flop, Tommy is going to go for the check back with his flush draws. So this is a nice ballsy play, and I think this could work. Let's see what Tommy goes for. Of course, if it was the 8 of clubs, he could even beat some value from time to time. Some kind of weirdly played Queen 7, but Queen 8. But in this occasion, left with just the top pair, it's very feasible for our opponent to arrive here with a flush draw. Is he going to be able to find a big call here, putting his opponent on, at this point, only really Jack 10, right?
Doesn't look like he was about to flip his cards over. He flipped the king or the 8? Probably the king. And was the Jack 10 tabled?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow,
yeah,
what a good
fist bump.
sportsmanship from Tommy there. A lot of people would have made some kind of salty comment as if to say, yeah, nice call on the turn, bro. And instead, he just gives him a fist bump and says, you know what, fair play, you outplayed me there.
I think Tommy's been to just about every single cool bet open. I've seen him quite a bit in Tallinn, and I'm not surprised by his behavior from what I know about Tommy. Like, he's super nice to chat with. Obviously a little bit on the eccentric side, but
yeah,
you know, has a warm heart.
That goes without saying, for sure.
And this might be the last hand before the break. We shall see. Certainly, if we get a little bit of tanking, it will be.
Yeah, we've got about 5 minutes until we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to continue, of course, with the main event coverage down to a field of 66 from the original 750. So getting pretty deep, as about 9% or 8.5% of the field left. Everyone's locked up around about 1,700 euros, I believe, up to this point. So Tobias driving the action with his pocket fours. You feel like eights will be just a natural cold call on the button here. We've got position. We don't mind allowing some spooky hands to come in from the blinds that we can potentially cooler on a lot of runouts. And we do go heads up to the flop, so pocket pair versus pocket pair. Are we going to get one of those boards with all the overcards where it's a question of who wants it the most? But instead, we get this 7-6 deuce. And Tobias with the pocket fours here. You feel like he's going to be range checking the flop a lot of these situations. Yeah, he does go with the check. We're going to be checking some overpairs here. We're going to be checking almost, you can just simplify to checking everything on these kind of boards. And then playing some check raises for value as bluffs. This one you'd feel is pretty natural, just check call. Jakobsen, there was some cause for concern there, because if he faces a big check raise, he's in all sorts of bother, and Tobias even turning a straight draw now with those pocket fours. A 4 or a 5 can get him out of jail. Lucky to pick up some equity in some senses, as we could see that one of the 2 remaining fours was folded. And Jakobsen, he feels like he's very much justified to go for the second barrel here with these 8s. He's going to have some hands like 10-9, 9-8. He's going to have some diamond draws, whether or not they would bet because they want to realize their equity and not get jammed on, although it's going to be a situation where Tobias is not unlikely to have a check call, flop, check, raise, turn line. And he does come along for the ride with those 4s, sticking around, keeping his opponent honest, staring him down a little bit, giving him a bit of the business. And I think it's just going to go check, check here, and the 8s will take down a fairly sizable pot. Nice little pickup there for Jakobsen as we do move towards that break where players will be able to get a bit of fresh air, maybe gulp down the water as we saw in the heads-up match yesterday. Here's some of the eliminations. So Roger Mikkel Bustag, Andre Hofset Olav Ulstein, Vilde Bierstol Fagabake, and Gro Berit Vik, Lasse Arsad Kostjas, Hansen Gear Ingebrigt Kloss, and Godan Nigading Igabak. That's as good as I can do. I'm going to leave the last 3. If you fancy a pop, Jason, go for it. But I'm running out of breath after all that.
Yeah, I've gotten better at pronouncing the Norwegian names according to Stig, but my brain is a little bit tired at the moment, so we're not going to try to outdo you on that one.
Yeah, I don't know what I did there. I really killed a lot of my energy.
And Tommy jamming standard off a 11 big blind stack with ace-jack from the hijack. And nobody really waking up with anything to call, so Tommy can pick up some blinds right before the break.
Yeah, nice pickup for him. He's back up to 335K, and by the looks of it, everyone's moving out from the feature table, and we're going to be going on a break. Stay tuned. We'll be with a new table after the break in T-minus 15 minutes.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Har gått all in fra under the gun. får syn av storeblind, og ikke veldig mange flere skjetonger her å spore heller, men litt mer, og det betyr mye på dette tidspunktet av turneringen, de få ekstra skjetongene. Og det var et syn som så ut til å sitte litt dypt inne her, men samtidig så er det ikke veldig mange steder man kan få kast i denne fasen når man har denne stacken til noen av oss, men har da valgt å gå på her under gun og fikk det synet som man absolutt ikke ville ha. Det er kun dette bordet som er all in, har vi kommet frem til nå. Spillerne, de skal vise opp. Noen av oss som står i fare for å ryke ut også. Og vi venter jo da på at spill skal være fullført på alle de andre bordene før vi får denne rundownen, og hvordan det kommer til å utarte seg etter hvert der. Er det godt å svette det her, Lars?
Ja, det er hyggelig å være sett.
Sett, det kan jeg love deg at du er akkurat nå.
Ja da, det blir bra.
Jeg hørte han sa nei i en kort, så jeg tror jeg er best. Jeg er ganske sikker på at jeg er best, for jeg fikk en nei i det jeg sa kål. Så sannsynligvis kanskje 9-paret han har.
Vi får se, det er Jan som i hvert fall har synt her. Han viste opp hånda litt tidligere i sted, så jeg har fått en liten sneak peek. Vi skal ikke ødelegge noe for dere før vi eventuelt får det opp her. Samtidig så ser vi noen av oss som benytter muligheten til å forevige dette øyeblikket, hvor han, som vi sa, du er i hvert fall i fokus.
Ja da, det er jo gøy det. Kjekt det.
Vi er klare. Da skal vi snu kortene opp. Det er 9-par mot 10-par. Oi, 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 oi. Det er noen av oss som må ha en 9er for å holde seg i live her. Vi får i hvert fall nå floppen. Det er et ruterdrag som kan gjelde som back. Det er 8-er, men ingen hjelp her for noen av oss. Må ha en 9er, og bare en 9er for å ikke bli boblespiller. Og med turnkortet så kommer det et S. Det kommer et S. Rett og slett 2 9er igjen i stokken. En Gretzky som må inn og hjelpe her på slutt mot Onås. Det kommer ingen hjelp. Det er Jan som vinner en meget viktig pott for han, men det er også en Lars Magne Graue, noen av oss som må ta til takke med den meget forsmedelige, men vent her. Det er fortsatt et håp for noen av oss at han kan få en betaling, for akkurat nå så har jo vi forstått at det er denne all-in-situasjonen som også spilles på TV-bordet. Skulle shortstacken ryke ut av TV-bordet, så betyr det at noen av oss vil dele 95-plassen. Så mulighet her fortsatt for noen av oss å skulle cashe i årets NM. Hvorvidt det da gjelder for boble, med tanke på at han spiller med en tag, er jeg litt usikker på. Så jeg ser at du spiller i hvert fall med Pokerforbund, en liten forsikring her, men er det en mager trøst akkurat nå?
Ja, det er en liten mager trøst. Det var ikke det jeg håpet på, men bedre enn ingenting.
Og bare sånn, når du har kommet i et NM og spille og sånt, hvordan er følelsen med tanke på at det nå spilles en pott, en etasje over deg på et TV-bord som kan gi deg en plass i cashen?
Nei, det betyr ikke så veldig mye. Det er ikke det jeg skulle gå for uansett, så. Men hyggelig med noe cash, men det betyr veldig lite egentlig. Jeg hadde drømt noe mer.
Det er jo de absolutt vanskeligste intervjuene jeg er nødt til å gjøre, er jo med den som ryker på den plassen her, fordi det er rart med det. Man klarer vel ikke å fokusere på veldig mye annet enn førsteplassen egentlig når man spiller pokerturneringer.
Players in our main event, we did lose another player upstairs, so the good news is Lars and Dimitri will be chopping 95th place.
Det betyr det. Det var Dimitri som røk også på TV-bordet, som dere som har sett dette live vet veldig godt. Men da står jeg sammen med noen av oss her som jeg kan si at om ikke annet, gratulerer med penga.
Jo, takk for det. Tross alt hyggelig. Bedre enn ingenting, som sagt. Det er hyggelig, selv om det er surt å rykke ut.
Lykke til. Jeg håper vi får se deg i andre turneringer der.
Satser på det, ja.
Og det betyr det. Bobla, den er avklart. Nå kommer spill til å gjenopptas normalt. Fryktelig synd for Dimitri som sitter på TV-bordet som dere har fulgt, og også da noen av oss som ryker her. Men sånn er dette spillet. Noen må ta denne grusomt kjipe siste plassen før penga. Men nå fikk vi en liten opptur ved at det var 2 stykker som kunne dele.
Dårlig.
Ja, nå ligger du på.
Nå ligger du på med oss. Det var som lovet levelet da bobla sprakk. Vi hadde litt problemer med lyden med innslaget med Dimitri, for Dimitri kom jo direkte fra TV-bordet og til meg og delte av sine følelser. Så vi skal få vist også praten med Dimitri ganske snart, håper jeg, når vi har fått lyden på plass. Men hvis du ser ved siden av meg her, så har vi dette jetongsettet, Deluxe NM-kofferten, som du kan vinne hvis du går inn på Facebook-siden Norgesmesterskapet i poker. Der ligger det en konkurranse, og vi skal også vise den til deg her nå. Ok, vi har litt misforståelser i kommunikasjonen her. Vi har altså et deluxe-koffertsett med skjetonger, med NM-kortstokker og all moro som finnes. Vi skal gi ut en i dag, vi skal gi ut en i morgen, og minst en til på lørdag. Det er en veldig enkel konkurranse. Det er viktig å følge med på sendingene, for det er der du finner clouet. Du kan se quiz-spørsmålet eller konkurransespørsmålet hvis du går inn på Facebook og på Hvis du går inn på Facebook og finner siden Norgesmesterskapet i poker, så kan du delta i konkurransen frem til klokka 21 cirka, klokka 9 i kveld når sendingen er over. Så skal vi trekke ut en vinner. Og her har du dagens spørsmål. Nå har du sjansen til å plukke med deg et deluxe skjetongsett med 500 skjetonger NM-design fra POKERNM. Men du må kunne svare på følgende spørsmål. I den nye vignetten til sendingene fra POKERNM så er det et fjell. Dette fjellet, det ligger i Nordland i Norge. Men er det A, Møysalen? Er det B, Reka? Eller er det 3, Krillen? Gå inn på Facebook og på Norgesmesterskapet i poker sine sider der, og svar på spørsmålet. Lykke til! Ja, hvilket fjell er det altså? Er det Møysalen? Er det Reka? Eller er det Krillen? Det får du finne ut av. Du kan sikkert legge inn et svar på alle tre og bare cover all your bets. Det får være ditt valg. Vi trekker en vinner mot slutten av dagens sending og blir annonsert når spillet er ferdig i kveld. Vi har hatt et ganske spennende TV-bord, og vi får et ikke mindre spennende TV-bord nå om cirka 5 minutter. Da skal vi ha inn blant annet en del kjente profiler som Mel Galvis, Eirik Kristiansen, han så du et innslag med Sverre nede fra pokergulvet tidligere i dag. Ullereng er også der med en masse skjetonger, og en som er kjent for de som er bevandret i det litt yngre pokermiljøet i Oslo. En meget solid ung herremann som heter Helge Bjørløv. Alle disse 4 har gått over millionen. Vi har ikke fått de oppdaterte chip-kantene inn til oss ennå, men til forrige pause så hadde de alle sammen gått over 1 million, og Mel Galvis var jo på nesten 2 millioner. Så det blir spennende å se hvor mye de tar med seg opp til TV-bordet, og også hvordan det går med shortsnacksene. Det var et par stykker som var gått under 0,5 million, og det var vel også en på nede på rundt 200 000. Det blir spennende å se hvilken strategi de forskjellige velger, om de som har mye skjetonger legger press på de med små, eller omvendt, og om de som er shortstacker nå bare sitter og klistrer seg fast i håpet om å klatre mest mulig opp på premiestigen. Vi har nå ved siste telling så er det 64 spillere igjen, og vi har 2 levels, altså 4 timer til vi skal spille før vi er ferdig for dagen. Hvor langt ned kan vi klare å komme da? Det kommer helt an på, men det forsvinner nok. Vi er nok nede mot 40, kanskje til og med under 40 spillere før dagen er omme. Og da blir det en nervepirrende kamp i morgen For i morgen, på dag 4, så jobber vi ned til finalebordet, om det tar 1 time, 2 timer, 10 timer. Når vi har et finalebord, da bryter spillet for main event, som da har et finalebord som går på lørdag. Hvis vi bryter tidlig, eller hvis vi får et finalebord klart tidlig i morgendagen, så kommer vi til å fortsette å vise fra Ladies Event på TV-bordet. Og der pleier det å være ganske god stemning, mye morsomme varianter av spill, men ikke minst også en del særdeles dyktige pokerspillere som helt sikkert er ute etter å få seg med et par tøfler hjem fra Bratislava. Vi har ca. 2 minutter. Nå begynner det å komme litt spillere med poser og bevege seg rundt på bordet bak her. Det er noen som vil være tidlig ute. Jeg tror ikke vi har fått lyd på det bildet fra Dimitri med Dimitri Becker ennå, men vi har en liten kosesnutt til deg her. Vær så god.
Sendingen er sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Det er mulig at det blir helt klissplass og hele greiene. Ja, det er badstue og det greiene her. Det er bare å gjøre seg klar.
pass. Button is seat number 7. 2 pass. 4 raise 60,000. 5 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass.
March Madness bracket
Four
også.
raise 60,000.
Fantasy.
5, 6, 7, 8 pass.
For alle som er legen som
9
vil
call 60,000.
bette på ting de ikke utrolig kan få inkludert.
So welcome back for continued coverage here of the Norwegian main event. Back after the break, and we've got a fresh table of new players and new hopefuls looking to make their way down to that elusive final table, playing for 108,000 euros up top. Field size is around about the 60 mark. We'll get some additional information on that as the final table develops.
Det er noe med hvis du er vant til å sove på gulvet, så er det vanskelig å sove i seng. Hvordan er lyden på det bordet her? Mye lavere å høre hva noen sier, eller er det... Hører ingenting? Godt å vite. Jeg har akkurat det, hvor jeg skal legge linja på grovhet.
So about 10 big blinds in the middle here. Ace-9 on Ace-3 action. Ace-3 with the Ace of Hearts, and Biolio has a pretty decent river for him. +1 versus big blind here. Might be looking to carve out a thin value bet here. Looks like he's going to go fairly chunky though. Looks like about 225k, 2/3 pot. That's the sign of a very confident post-flop player there. Going for a big juicy value bet here with the Ace-9. And Andreessen left with just Ace-High. Does he have any ideas of taking this one upstairs? Difficult versus this sizing. Wow, wow, wow. Poker royalty here in the form of Tom Bedell joining the feature table with his patented Gucci jacket.
Ja, jeg slåss bare når jeg er SFA, så det er greit.
Is it going to be a raise here from the Ace-3? See what he goes for.
Du var Frogns beste fotballspiller. Hva er det, men det står ikke om fangfluten. Ja, deilig.
He ends up paying it off with the Ace-High. Non-believer, didn't feel like his opponent would be value betting such a thin holding such as Ace-9. And Ace-3 finding a way to flick in the hero call, and bad news for him.
One thing I need to tell you, so please don't have your phone anywhere on the table. If you need to use your phone, please step outside of the TV table, okay? That's nice.
Jeg lærte Stein Amundsen å spille fotball en gang. Han var jo bitte liten og fikk være med og slutte å spille. Da vokste han jo litt. Ja, litt grann.
Ja, det var uvant. Veldig uvant.
Bedell with the Ace-3 here under the gun. We know he likes to get involved, and here we go. 3.1 million. What a monster chip stack coming over from the Triton High Roller Series player. He's won a 10k EPT in recent years and had a lot of deep runs in those super high roller binds on the Triton Series, opening it up to 60k with the Ace-3 off. Gets all the way around to the blinds, as you see. Lots of Ace-X folded. I don't think there's any left at this rate. Magnussen folds the button with his 8-7 off. We get a peel from King Jack and the small blind. Typically a spot that you'd be quite wary of, but he must know Tom's reputation, as Orfag comes along with 10 deuce suited here off of the short stack. That's a rather brave multi-way call here with the, it is suited, but just going to be so dominated in the form of the 10x. And a great flop for Andreasen, King 6-3, Bedell flopping a piece, Orfag coming up dry, and it's bottom pair for Bedell. So Bedell's gone for the bet. He's got a bit of an interesting picture there. I'm not sure who that fella is, but it's certainly not Tom Bedell. As we go to a turn, a 3 could spell disaster for Andreasen. However, it is the 5. Fairly comfortable, not really worried about 4 deuce and 7-4, of course, but never out of the realm of possibility with this opponent. He can have just about anything. Don't think he's going to be going for a double barrel here with just the lone 3. Does check it back. Looking for a miracle 3 on the river. It is the 9, so Andreasen should feel like he's got essentially the nuts at this stage. He could lose to a hand like pocket 9s from time to time, but plenty of worse hands to derive some value from that under the gun seat, such as queens, jacks, 10s that may have bet the flop here on the dry king high board. And he bets 225, about 2/3 pot, and Bedell in a really annoying situation here where he just doesn't really beat anything. What's going to float the flop on King 6-3 Rainbow from the small blind, peeling versus under the gun, that we can do well against, and does make a pretty quick fold. And you can see the payouts here. So we are on the money jump of 64 to 63, which would be a €260 increase for these guys. Strand +1. Does he open the King 7 suited? Lets it go. In the sort of modern era of Texas 2-card, King 7 suited, so quite likely decent candidates for these kind of 25 big blind opens. Having a decent blocker to any kind of aggression from hands like Ace King, Kings, some of the King X 3-bets as well. But does let that one go. Magnussen decides to pop things up himself from the cutoff with the Queen 10, and Bedell in the big blind, likely going nowhere with the King Deuce suited. And that's going to get the job done. Christensen coming in for the open with the ace-10 of hearts. And Ulrich next to act with those pocket eights. Let's see how he tackles this spot. Does he go for a 3-bet? Does he go for a peel? Does he go for a fold? All options on the table with the pocket eights. Goes for the 3-bet, makes it 250. Wow, that's a massive sizing there. 4x the original open. Could have some interesting action developing as Bedell's got by no means a snap fold here with the ace-jack suited. If he considered taking this one upstairs, it may very well work versus these two holdings from +1 and +2. Mulling over his option now with the ace-jack. Does he have the gumph to come in for the cold 4-bet? Calling would seem a little passive and unnecessary, so I think it's two options here, really. Do we take this one upstairs? Going for a 4-bet bluff, trying to get hands like ace-queen to fold. And he does make it 585K. Oh, 590, sorry. What a move. Bedell showing some nous there, finding a way to get it done versus a +1 open, a +2 3-bet. And he comes in for a clicky 4-bet there with the ace-jack. Nicely done, sir. Showing a lot of heart. So whilst we are in between hands, I will get some information from one of the big tournaments that's, on the bubble, the PLO High Roller. We have Joachim Haraldstad, Andreas Freund, Emil Tumainen, Andre Lon, and Bernard Larabi as the remaining 5 players there, battling for a really juicy min cash, a 4x the buy-in, 8,000 euros for 4th place, thereabouts, 7,850, and a top prize of 27K. The mystery bounty has 558 runners, and day 1G of the Poker North Masters, the 350 open event, has 94 entries so far for the 350 buy-in. So motoring on through 818 total contestants in that one so far. Three ways to a flop. Christensen with bottom 2 here, opening from under the gun with the king-9 suited. Might get a bit of action from the small blind. Ace-5, surely going to come along for 1, although already cause for concern as completely dead against hands like 9s. Ace-King, doing a little better against this king-9 though. So a 5 on the turn would be a glorious card for him, but the Queen of Hearts surely going to be the end of the road for the Ace-5 here, as some of those flushes complete, and also the Jack-10 straight does go check, check. Ace on the river, out of nowhere. Do you want to have a go at pronouncing that one, Jason? Biolo? Biolo.
Bjorlo, that sounds good. And that looks like Eider Christensen in the other seat. So good time to come back.
Absolutely. Bit of an action player is Christensen, right?
Yes, and he won a big event recently in Tallinn, as you remember, at the Festival Series. Not that recent anymore, actually, but 2 years ago. Meanwhile, I bumped into the Weasel. He may join us tomorrow for some comms as well, but
Nice.
tonight he's going to be one of those players in that 250 PLO that you plan on hopping into.
Nice.
Maybe that doesn't help the cause, but there'll be plenty of softer spots in the Weasel probably in that field for you to attack.
I feel like it. 26 runners already. Those PLO daily side events have been getting between 70 and 100 runners, so just showcasing the strength and depth of the tournament schedule here. The No Limit Texas Hold'em 2K High Roller has 16 players already.
And it hasn't started yet.
And it hasn't even started yet, so wow, what an event that's going to be. We did go back to the Poker North Masters. The Day 1G has got 100 runners roughly, and on the bubble of the PLO High Roller, 5 left, playing for that monster min cash of 8K.
And it was Marus who went out in 6th. Okay.
Yeah, and it back, unfortunately, as we're left with 4 online regs and a local high-stakes cash game player, so a pretty strong remaining 5 players in the PLO High Roller. We'll update you on that one as it goes. Obviously, a keen interest there. So Christensen flopping a gut shot here, but on this monotone texture, difficult for both players to really consider any kind of aggression. The 3 of spades may leave some room for Christensen to represent a spade here with his gut shot, just having 10 high, no showdown, looking to get hands like ace-7, ace-6, ace-5, ace-10 with no spade just to get out the way, and does a good job of maneuvering his opponent off of the better hand there. Nicely done, sir.
So just 8 tables remaining. I guess we'll get down to about 4 tables by the end of the day, maybe even 3. So it may not be a long day for, because they'll play down to 9 players tomorrow, and then on Saturday is the grand finale, which I'm absolutely looking forward to.
Oh, yes.
When we will see who will win that 6-figure prize, and of course the slippers.
Yep, the slippers, the silky smooth slippers. And today we're playing down to how many more levels? So day 3, let's have a look at the structure.
I think till level 16.
24?
I mean 24, I'm sorry, I'm doing my math wrong.
Yeah, so we're on the we've got 3.5 or 3 3/4 levels to go or so.
Okay, so I didn't miss that much action, filling my belly with the buffet. Had a little bit of pasta to give a preview of what they had. They had not the chicken cordon bleu from yesterday, more of like a chicken schnitzel.
Okey-doke.
Some salads. 2 different kinds of potatoes. They had the normal like little potatoes along with the French fries. I went with the potatoes this time.
Wise choice.
And feel a little bit better now and ready to go.
So Bedell with a pretty natural bet here. He's got an overcard and a gut shot, but we did see this in the PLO. He's quite tricky.
Ooh.
Quite a tricky player. Very difficult to ascertain what he's up to a lot of the time, and he does go with the passive route and ends up turning a straight here. You missed out one big hand. Bedell actually went for the cold 4-bet from the small blind with ace-jack and got ace-10 and pocket 8s to fold. So certainly a man with some moves in his arsenal. Does turn the straight, and Ullering electing to relinquish that one. He's got some better bluff candidates than the King 7 there.
When you wear that hoodie that's worth between anywhere of 1,000 and 10,000 euros, I have no idea how much that is worth. And yeah, it's a little bit, it does provide a little bit of intimidation, actually.
Definitely, it's, yeah, I had a look on Google. Those Gucci jumpers are going for around about $3,000.
Wow. Well, it is the same one he wore during the PLO event, I believe.
It's certainly getting a good run, isn't it?
Yes.
Getting his money's worth.
But I've seen photos of him like fully decked out in different Gucci outfits before that were shown to me by a variety of people one night.
Do you know what his background is? Has he been a high-stakes poker player for his kind of career, or did he kind of venture into poker from some sort of business?
That I don't know, and one of the reasons perhaps I will interview him, but I do know he plays a lot of poker in Spain these days. Mostly cash games, where the games might be a little bit softer than they are in other areas of the world. Not to say there aren't a lot of strong Spanish players, but typically those are the traveling players. So pocket rockets for Bedell. Dream situation. He's been aggressive and actually gets a 3-bet from Ulrang. Is Bedell going to 4-bet? Is he going to call? Let's see if that was a 4-bet or a call. He's disguising the strength of his hand with a call. Perhaps Ulrang can get away from this, but with Bedell just calling that 3-bet, he will want to continue a lot of the time. It's so tricky when you're facing off against a player like Tom, though, as we saw in the PLO. He has a mix of passivity and aggressiveness. It's a little bit different than Hold'em, where I've seen him play, where it's typically less passivity and more aggressiveness. But we shall see what Ulrang does here. This wouldn't be like the flop that would hit his 3-bet range that much from the small blind. And does bet 150,000. So Bedell, it looks like just a call, but let's see. No, it's a little more than a min click back to 350. Might be enough to get Ulrang out of the way. It doesn't really have much connectivity. Backdoor flush draw, 2 overcards on a scary flop where Bedell can really be playing a lot of different holdings. We see that he has aces, but he has a lot of those medium range cards in his hand because he's an active player in general, regardless of the position.
So getting some information on him, he's been very much an OG of the poker scene in Norway, and came up playing local games and got all the way to the super high stake cash games. So he's a man that has cut his teeth across all formats of the game, and is very highly regarded in the Norwegian poker scene as one of the best, if not their best of all time. Used to play a lot with Thor Hansen, and is also under the nickname of Gucci Man for obvious reasons.
Gucci Man.
So Gucci Man getting it done, and has a rather enviable position here, as his opponent might be thinking about some devilish ideas with that king-queen. Coming along for the ride with the 2 overs, a king or a queen would spell disaster. It is the 5, so Ulrang, you feel, will be able to get away on this turn card. He was just kind of keeping his opponent honest there, floating with the 2 overs, looking to take a turn, trying to improve to a king, a queen, or a club. The 5, somewhat disastrous for him.
Looks like at least 400K incoming.
And a snap fold, so that gets the job done for Mr. Bedell, continuing to rise through the rankings. And wow, 4.1 million at this stage. That's got to be one of the chip leaders in the room, let alone the feature table. We have some so we do have some slightly jaded and expired chip counts, so that's not going to give us a decent idea. We will get the information on that as players do come and go from the feature table, but certainly you feel with the over 4 million in chips there, he's going to be one of the favorites to take this one down from this position. Wow, look at that, 60 left already, so we're motoring on through here. playing down to 9 tomorrow, and we've still got 3.5 levels of play left today. So, wow, tomorrow could be turn up, play a couple of levels, and head home again.
Yeah, it could be a short one.
Strand with those queens in the hijack facing this open. I think he'll be very comfortable 3-betting and getting this one in. Does he go for the shove? Might be a little bit of meat on the bone versus an unorthodox player like Bedell. I feel like you want to induce something, or at least allow him the chance to continue.
165 is the magic number here, I believe. Let's see, though. It looks a little bit smaller than that, maybe 150.
150, yeah, that's a good sizing. 2.5x. Andreasen can't do anything with that ace-6. That would be a real hearty 4-bet out of the big blind. And Bedell left with his Jack-10 offsuit.
Such a tricky player, Tom. I mean, we've seen him give away like these false tells, whether he's doing it intentionally or not. I'm guessing he's doing it intentionally. Willing to play hands in and out of position and always seeming to know where he stands.
Exactly, and he's going to peel one off here with the Jack-10 versus the Queens, and he's in all sorts of bother unless he can find some kind of miracle. Only 14% equity pre-flop, up against the overpair. Can he find something? No, it's going to be an ace-high board, and whilst that's...
Take it.
Yeah, whilst that's going to be annoying for Strand, I feel like the small c-bet is coming, and Bedell with that backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, and just jack high out of position in a 3-bet pot. It'd be tricky for him to continue. Let's see if he's got a move. Oh, check, check. That does open the door to some potential Bedell blasting here to get his opponent off.
The problem is Strand is so short that I don't think he can get away, and maybe Bedell recognizes that as well. He has a little more than a pot-sized bet behind, and now that the board is so draw-heavy, any bet can be representing a draw as much as it could be representing an ace, or in this case, air.
One play is to go quite small here, and then blast off on any kind of straight completer or flush completer on the river, as he does have heart diamond, so not the worst candidate for some kind of no equity bluff. Strand with the check mark though. No chance for Bedell to win the hand by making a better one. He's going to have to bluff him off. And it does go check, check once again. Ace on the river is a pretty good card for Strand at this stage. We check back the flop. Bedell doesn't lead into us on the turn, so less worried about the ace. And if this does check for the 3rd time, as it does, you feel like Strand here has really got the green light to go for some value.
But let's check it back. I guess worried about Tom trapping him, because Tom maybe would try to trap him.
That's a lot of
tricky.
That's a lot of respect shown by those 2 queens there. I wouldn't be able to help myself from going for some value versus 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks that didn't go with it pre-flop.
Yeah, I'm surprised there was no betting on any of those streets. I mean, I can understand the flop, then maybe the turn, and if you're not going to do the turn, once the river pairs at ace, you have to go. But once Tom checks the turn, the problem is Tom is so tricky, so he would be checking his turns with an ace, but he wouldn't necessarily be doing it on the river. Is Tom going to get right back into it from under the gun with Queen 6 suited? He was thinking about it, but opted. He doesn't have to play every hand.
When do you think Mr. Bedell's first cash on the Hendon mob appeared?
19. I haven't looked it up. I mean, I do know that he has more than 3 million in cashes. We're going to go with 1992.
2008, surprisingly.
Wow, so that's interesting.
Wow.
I mean, I guess he played in some events that weren't recorded on the Hendon mob, but I don't think he started playing in 2008. That story doesn't check out, but maybe he was playing mostly cash games up until then.
Yeah, that could very well have been his route to the dizzy heights of Norwegian poker stardom.
Wow, I was far off on that one. I wasn't expecting, I mean, I could have been a decade off, but I was a good 16 years off.
I would have guessed pretty early as well.
Then again, I've been playing poker since 1983 as a 10-year-old, but my first hand in mob cash is probably in like 2005 or 6 or something. It's not that I never played a tournament before then, but they just weren't, like, nobody cared about recording things back then. And the World Series was already recording things from the beginning of time. And I was playing mostly cash games, either at local clubs or Atlantic City or in college fraternity basements. I made all my beer money basically playing in college fraternity basements.
The good old days.
Yes, I mean when you didn't, when you win $100 and you're happy because you have your alcohol bill paid for a long time as a college student. Christensen calling with the Ducks here, so interesting. Bjorlo opening with the King-Queen suited from under the gun, and now Bedell waking up with the big slick and the big blind. There's a 3-bet incoming. It looks like the 225. May get both, but it's the 250, even larger. Bjorlo looks like he wants to come along for the ride. If he calls, maybe it still goes 3 ways. If he folds, I expect Christensen to fold too, just not getting proper odds on the set line. And Bedell obviously doesn't just have 2 overcards, he can have an overpair with this 3-bet as well. But now that Bjorlo folded, I expect Christensen to fold unless he wants to get tricky. He would be in position.
Yeah, it's not getting an amazing price here with the deuces. Is in position. Does he try and farm the deuce and win a huge pot here? Bedell with the ace-king, going for a pretty chunky squeeze from the big blind. Does
Not
get out the way. Some respect shown from Christensen with a pretty loose pre-flop peel, all in all.
Yeah, this doesn't appear like a passive enough table where if you're going to call your Ducks from early middle position that you're going to be able to get away and see a flop even. So you're basically tossing away money a lot of the time.
Yeah. Or getting into a really awkward multi-way squeeze pot.
Yeah, because if Bjorlo called, then I think Christensen maybe would have come along for the ride, and then...
Yeah, things get really dicey.
Gets expensive. 59 remaining now, so we lost somebody else. We'll wait until the payouts graphic comes up so I can laugh at George trying to pronounce the Norwegian names, or he can laugh at me trying to do the same.
I need a trip to the buffet to regain some energy for that next one. The last one cooked me out. Orfaug here on the button with 13 big blinds. Yeah, a lot of people do this, but I think the better play is to induce some action.
The problem is Tom is calling so often from the small blind. I think he just wants to make sure at least Tom gets out of the way.
Yeah, maybe, but we do have essentially just a massive hand. I see that argument, but in my opinion, that's playing scared and not trying to maximize the EV of the hand.
We did see players. Who was it that was just jamming for like 18 to 22 big blinds?
The guy on the last table.
Ace 10, King Queen.
What was the big one that we saw at the end of day 2 yesterday? There was a guy that jammed pocket threes for 25 big blinds from like the low jack or something. That was disastrous, but did manage to get away with it somehow.
I would say in a satellite, it's not disastrous at all, but in a big 5-day event, it's not the way to approach it.
Yeah, pretty big torch. Just got to battle through with those 25 blinds rather than, you know, panicking per se. So the average stack in terms of big blinds live, which we're not going to tell you how many players are left, no spoilers here, is... Where is that information, Jason?
Possibly on the card player cardcasino.sk site should have it as well.
That's also very true. So 35 big blind average roughly at this stage of the tournament. With a 1-hour clock, plenty of play. So even more reason not to get a little bit too panicky with that short stack. You got plenty of opportunities to find the double up.
It's still a nice average, but I was figuring it was going to still be above 40 on day 3. So players are not going out as fast as they could. So this 59 number is actually still higher than what it should be in theory.
Yeah.
Must be a lot of short stacks mixed in because we have stacks like Bedell. I think Monica Vaca still has a big stack as well. I don't know if Tobias has a stack. I didn't walk past the live tables on my way back from the buffet because frankly it wasn't on the way back. One is all the way on the top floor and one is all the way on the bottom floor.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward, isn't it? Such a big casino.
He's back.
Oh,
did you see him?
Who's that?
The rail guy.
Oh, the rail guy.
The old man. I mean, I'm old too. I can call people old man.
He's got to be a good friend of Bedell, I reckon.
Possibly. Yeah, because it was the PLO he was railing, so this all makes sense. But then he stuck around after Bedell went out and was cheering everybody else on.
Maybe it's his wingman.
I just want to give the guy a hug. You
Yeah.
know, such the trooper here.
There he is, there. Leaning into that chair.
Andreasen opening up for Queen Jack. When I think of Norwegian Vikings, the image of Andreasen comes immediately to mind. Orfog, though, waking up with the pocket cowboys and just calling, inviting other players such as Bedell to get involved. So Orfog, who jammed the 9s, is opting not to 3-bet the cowboys. I think this is a little bit of a mistake because you're not going to know where you're at. I mean, it doesn't mean he can't win the pot and win a bigger pot this way, but a 3-bet should have been forthcoming. Even the 9-3 getting a good price to come along. So by not 3-betting, instead of either clearing it out heads up or potentially, I guess he didn't want to get everybody out of the hand, but now you're in a difficult spot, not knowing if anybody has an ace. No clue what Bedell might have because he can call with any 2.
That's for sure.
At least this is a safe flop for Orfog. You don't put anybody on a 4, maybe Christensen, but the chances of that are so slim. It's the perfect flop if you're going to flat with your cowboys.
Yeah, let's see if he goes for the trap once again. The only card that he's worried about is, of course, the ace, but he allows hands like Queen Jack and Jack 10 to potentially turn a full house. You can see the intensity on the face as he realizes that he's going to be in a big pot here if he can find some resistance. He's got about 100K into 285. That leaves him with 440 behind. Bedell out the way with Jack 10. No reason to tangle there. Christensen 9-3. Doesn't have any ideas. Although pretty loosey stuff with the 9-3.
And Andreasen taking a little bit longer to fold, perhaps thinking whether he can bluff here. Orfog did just call, but that means a lot of pocket pairs. Not usually kings in this situation, but
Yeah.
could mean 9s, 8s, 7s.
Yeah, tough to rep anything after checking twice, I think, there. So the only real move is to go for a check raise, but wasn't able to get one in on the flop and leaves himself a little bit exposed.
So actually it worked out well for Bjorn Orfog there, the flat, because he got 2 extra players to call and got a little bit extra money. If he 3-bet pre, like most people would, it probably would have been all folded pre-flop, but let's say the Queen Jack comes along a little bit sticky, then you're actually getting a little bit more in the pot. I don't know, I really don't like the play to have to go 4-way with kings. It just doesn't make sense in my head at all.
Yeah, maybe aces from time to time, but the king's just looking to take it upstairs and gain value from all of the slightly inferior holdings of the opener. So Bedell opening it up with King 10 from the hijack, as you imagine, with a monster stack of 130 big blinds here. Biolo, 2.5 million in the cutoff with 8-7 suited. Does he elect a 3-bet or does he call? He goes for the call. Interested bystander here in the form of Strand, but not quite enough to get in there with. Christensen likes to play just about anything, and this ace-deuce off is a pretty sloppy peel, in my opinion. Not really going to do that well multi-way. We can see that the ace is live for him in this instance, but he's going to have to play 4 ways out of position on an ace-high board with the worst kicker available and off-suit. So, not sure what's going on there. Good Lord, what a flop. King, King 10. Bedell can't believe it's luck. Insane. He's going to go for the check. I like it. Allow some straight draws to get there. Allow some worse hands to potentially take a stab at it. 4 ways, you're not going to see too much bluffing going on. Ace on the turn. Great card for Bedell as Christensen now improves to that ace. And Christensen's probably going to come along for at least one here, you feel. The ace does introduce some flush draws as well. Bedell could be stabbing with a hand like 8-7 of spades that we're doing really well against, so he does have to come along for one, and just the ace and the ace alone would be his route to victory here.
And I guess Bedell not just attacking the ace, hoping that Christensen actually has a queen-jack, which is certainly within the small blind calling range as well. Not that ace-deuce is usually in the small blind calling range, but never mind. And is Christensen going to be able to snip this one out? It's a fairly decent sizing, 3/4 of the pot. He's counted out his chips already.
Yeah, worried about queen-jack, worried about some slow-played king-x. Maybe a hand like pocket tens. Some king-10, of course. Bedell might have got trappy with the ace-king. He blocks that, and that's going to be the winner.
It was so sneaky for Bedell to wait to the turn because he was really repping the ace with his bets, and the aces are mostly chops at that point.
Yeah.
Tom having fun. I think Tom always has fun. So here's a look at the upcoming payouts. 56 to 63rd, 1,990 euros. That's what they've already locked up. 260 euro pay jump on the next group, and then it goes up to 2,565 euros for a 315 euro pay jump.
Certainly does. Getting towards the business end here. Approaching sort of half of the players that reached the money being out, as we're down to about 7% of the field.
Or Fug not paying attention to what Bedell just did, folding the king 10, but obviously it was an early position, much different situation. Stack size is much different as well, where he needs a little bit tighter with his opening range. He could have opened, he folded though. Christensen though hasn't seen an ace he doesn't like, and certainly ace jack on the button he's going to be in love with.
Yeah.
And being that he's so wide, hands like king 10, if they were thinking about 3-betting against any player, they're going to more so do it against Christensen. I don't think he'll be folding. It's a matter of whether he's going to call or 3-bet.
Exactly. It's awkward for a 3-bet because if you get jammed on, you can be folding a decent amount of equity. He does go for the shove.
Wow.
I can't remember the stack of the big blind. Oh, the big blind is short as well. So yeah, this does make a lot of sense, actually. Christensen is the sort of player that you feel will never be folding ace-jack here, although they are almost 30 big blinds effective. If he does get the ace-jack to fold, it's an absolutely massive win. Ullering more targeting hands like ace-8 off, king-jack off, potentially king-queen off. And Christensen, if he thinks about this one, with the big blind being quite short as well, they're essentially just playing somewhat of a heads-up situation. Does make the call, nice call from the ace-jack there, and he's in a really favorable position here. We could see that the equity showing 27%. Usually you'd have a little chunk more than that, but must have been some kings and tens and diamonds folded so far. So big swig of water, as is custom on the feature table. And locked and loaded for a run out here. That's a diamond and a queen. So nothing so far for Ullering. Sweaty turn cards could be a diamond, a 9, a jack, an ace, even gives him some equity. Ooh.
Look at Eric. He looks a little bit worried now that another diamond is going to come.
Yeah, he's got to fade a king, a 10, or a diamond, one time only.
Ooh, okay.
Not to be. Nice clean run out for the ace-jack in some ways. Did have to fade the turn diamonds, but not many kings and 10s available from the folded cards. And a very big spot for Christensen, up to around about 60 big blinds.
This is good news for Christensen, but really bad news for the rest of the table, because with 60 big blinds, as George just pointed out, he can basically be the table captain alongside Bedell.
Yeah, he's a dangerous player, and he's definitely not shy to get in the mix. Bit of a loose call with the ace-deuce and paid the price for it. Getting somewhat collared by turning a top pair versus Bedell's flop boat, but
not everybody's calling that ace-jack either, because a lot of times people think, well, he's jamming, like he just doesn't want to play his ace-king post-flop.
yeah, exactly. Late position versus late position, of course, we do.
Yeah, I think I call there, but
yeah.
some players might fold with 59 players
Many
left.
players, yeah, especially some of the guys playing the lower buy-ins that are a little bit more scared to put the money in for such an amount of big blinds, where they always have this kind of niggling thought of, I could just avoid this spot and find a better one and wait for more of a premium holding. But certainly a mandatory call versus any kind of respectable small blind rejamming range there.
I'm probably folding ace-10, though, believe it or not. So the king-10 would have forced me out in that spot, but ace-jack is kind of like the borderline for me anyway. I think it's different for each player in terms of how much percentage equity they're willing to give away in order to have their tournament life stay alive for a 3-day grind. That does come more into play in live poker than online. Online, you're just trying to get the thinnest edges possible.
Yeah, with how tough the fields are these days.
Where live, maintaining your tournament life has a little bit more importance, I would say.
Yeah, there's a lot of softer situations in live poker where you're going to get more opens through, 3-bets through, and generally you can accumulate chips in a lower variance manner. So Bedell opening from +1 with 5-4 off. Good Lord. Gets the call and flops a gut shot. 6 would be a sexy card for him. Andreasen coming up short with the Queen-10 here. Not really a hand that we're going to consider continuing in any form.
Fairly big sizing of 100,000. Tom mixing it up.
I really like this sizing because we've got the stone bottom, so getting all of these overcard hands to fold straight away is a big win. This
is why Tom can open 5-4.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a don't do this at home unless you understand why. Tom has his own strategy that I'm not sure anyone else has tapped into, which has led to maybe some of his successes. It's hard to figure Tom out.
Definitely, and also his success in some of the toughest fields across the world. Winning a 10K EPT high roller in the PLO format is mind-boggling. It just shows a lot of craft and a lot of wisdom.
Even the Spade Poker TV guys, they just message, I love Bedell.
Yeah, exactly.
We all love Bedell.
We all love Bedell. He's really bringing some gusto to the feature table here.
And Eirik having a little bit of fun. He's a nice guy too. I don't know if you've had a chance to meet Eirik either in Estonia or earlier this week at the Norwegians. But a very friendly fella and a very good and difficult poker player is what we've seen so far at this feature table. We didn't agree with every play, but that doesn't mean you're not a good player if we don't agree with something. Sometimes maybe we're not thinking of something that you're doing. We maybe don't understand the table dynamics as well as we should, et cetera, et cetera.
Precisely, there are some kind of mitigating circumstances that we are not particularly aware of as announcers calling the cards, and it can be easy to overlook some of the psychological considerations which make a big part of live poker. So 9-8 suited versus the hijack open here. Many different areas to go. Peeling is usually the preferred route. Don't mind taking a flop. does call, and Orfag in the big blind with the ace-8 off. We saw him overcall a 10-deuce suited earlier, so I feel like he's going to be in. Versus the hijack and the small blind, it's by no means a bad spot. And you can squeeze sometimes. As a bluff, looking to deny equity to some suited Broadway type holdings that are going to be in a tough spot versus the squeeze, getting ace-10, ace-9 offsuit to fold. But we do go 3 ways to the flop of 4-3-3 over cards and a backdoor flush draw for Andreasen. Orfag with that ace high, which is currently best. And Christiansen's got some reason to bet here. His king-6 can maneuver hands like king-queen, king-jack, king-10, king-9. And he's got some backdoor straight draw, 2 overcards, and a backdoor flush draw to contend with as well. So a nice c-bet multi-way. Wow, Andreasen really going for the reverse float here from the small blind with the 9 high. And Orfag surely is just going to get out the way with ace high.
Christensen being a little bit sticky, thinking he can maybe take it down on a future street in position. And this wasn't the worst, not the best, not the worst turn card for him. Now it does give him a gut shot with the 5.
Yeah, but when he thinks about this small blind continuing range, he's going to have a lot of pretty strong hands to contend with, mostly in the form of the smaller overpairs, such as 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s.
Plus the 6-5 would have gone there as well, which he would have been betting out potentially.
Exactly. And Andreasen just has to bluff here. We've got 9 higher. We've peeled the flop. It was a little bit of an adventurous continue. And now this surely is going to be a prime candidate for a river bluff. So let's see what sizing he goes with. There's just no chance he checks here with this combination.
Looks like he's doing just that with a bet of around 235. Let's get an exact amount. That doesn't matter because Christensen snap folds the better hand. No way he can call there. And very good bet there by our Viking friend.
Yeah, really doing a good job of repping hands like 4s full, 5s, 6s, 7s.
It's going to get a bit much if I'm giving a nickname to at least one player per feature table, but we have the Norwegian Jesus in Tommy Ravin, and now we have the Viking in Vegard Andreasen. And Gucci Man, but that's his nickname, not ours.
Yeah, the Gucci Man himself, with the style to match the game, that's for sure. We've seen just so many great moves from Bedell, and it's such a difficult player to play against because whilst he doesn't play to the sort of modern day book, having this kind of player that always seems to do or have an easy job of accumulating chips and putting you in tough spots, peeling sort of unorthodox holdings, taking lots of flops, really active post-flop player. Can be tricky to deal with. So button versus under the gun here. Ace-10, a little weak as a peel, but we could go for a low-frequency 3-bet, and we can also just fold, which is, I think, going to be the main option. Looks like he's going to peel here. It's interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, because even if an ace comes, it just puts you in troubling spots where you can win a small pot or lose a big one.
Yeah, that's true, versus under the gun specifically.
The 3-bet not only can clear away the pot right away, but you can also gain information a little bit too.
Wow, what a flop.
Gut shot to the straight flush.
So Bjorlo, because the button is going to be a little more dense in the form of the 7x, it's going to be kind of more of a range that can navigate this board quite easily. Does go for the out of position bet, which makes a lot of sense with a hand like Jack 10, because you get hands like this, King 10, Ace 10, King Jack, Queen Jack to fold straight away, but Usually a board that you wouldn't see an awful lot of betting activity going on.
Going to check out the PLO real quickly.
Good idea.
PLO high roller still at 5 players, so still on the money bubble. That might be a while. That's on break, actually. Mystery bounty.
598.
Wow.
We were miles off, really.
And Poker North Masters Day 1G up to 111 entries, so that's cruising along as well. The 250 PLO is on level 3 with 45 entries already. Lots of familiar names in that one, including the Weasel. Jonas Skiris is in it too, Lithuanian guy. But it's mostly a Norwegian field, as one might expect, being that we are at the Norwegian Championships. And the No Limit Hold'em high roller is set to begin at 8 o'clock. And we'll get an update on that after that begins in a little more than an hour's time. Also at 8 o'clock, for those looking to play at a little bit lower stakes, by a little bit I mean a lot, there's a 150 No Limit Hold'em Turbo also beginning at 8 o'clock. Meanwhile, we have Strand with the 6s, Orfog with the Ace-Jack, 3-betting to 125, gets Strand to fold. So picking up some much-needed chips up to 755,000 for 25 big blinds. So blinds will either go up this hand or next hand. And when they do, it'll be 20,000, 40,000. So this hand is still 15,000, 30,000. And we see the new dealers here, which means the blind level will indeed be the next hand, 20,000, 40,000 with the 40,000 big blind to empty, which means there's 100,000 chips going into every pot before cards are dealt. We've moved up quite a lot. That's a whole starting stack going into the pot before the first card comes off the deck. Meanwhile, we have Ulrug here with the ace-queen suited with the easy open to 60,000, but Magnuson with the 10s.
Yeah, nowhere to hide really for these two hands. Just kind of a inevitable pre-flop encounter. Ace-queen suited from +1, 10s under 25 big blinds next to act. Going to be going for the 3-bet call here, hoping to see hands like 9s, and you know, it's not the end of the world if you're up against ace-queen. You can, of course, maneuver some hands like king-queen off and king-jack off to get them out the way.
Looks like he's sizing up rather big. That's more than 200,000 right there, if he's going to go for that much.
Yeah,
looks like to 225 maybe.
He's going to shove.
Okay, I can respect that actually. It's 22 big blinds facing an open. He's doesn't want to have to call a 4-bet, but more than happy to get it in. I guess it reduces the chance of these races if he 3-bets very often with the ace-king. Ace-king is going to call anyway, but ace-queen may decide to get out of the way. If Magnuson hasn't been pulling this stuff a lot, it smells like hands like ace-king. And then you're up against a lot of pocket pairs. I think I have to call if I'm all ring, but maybe this works out well for Magnuson.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think ace-queen suited is going to be the kind of just call, and you know, you're not thrilled about the prospect, but you do flick in the ace-queen, and maybe ace-queen off can find a route out, but I think he's just got a little too much hand here to consider folding. So let's see what he goes with. You can see him furrowing his brow on the left side of the screen there in a bit of a spot of bother here, because this is annoying. You know, you're grinding with a really great structure, and then all of a sudden you're going to have to put it in, basically hoping for a flip.
I wouldn't have faulted him if he folded there, because it's rather borderline, but I would have called. So here we go. We're off to the races with Magnuson at risk with the 10s against ace queen suited. Ulrich will still have some chips if the 10s hold. But with blinds going up to 20,000, 40,000 next hand, that would be a 17 big blind stack versus a monstrous 50 big blind stack plus if the ace queen can win this flip. So far, so good for the 10s. There are backdoors to the flush. Ace and queen are still live. Save deuce of clubs on the turn, just fading 6 outs. We see 2 of them are dead with 2 aces being folded.
It almost looks a bit too clean, doesn't it?
Yes.
Is it coming?
And the deuce of diamonds on the river, 1 diamond too shy for Ulrich to win the hand with the flush. Instead, he has to pay Magnuson off with his 10s. And Magnuson up to around 1.5 million. Ulrich down to 17 big blinds, still okay. Not where he wanted to be after this hand, but can still run that up. And blinds are now 20,000, 40,000 with a 40,000 big blind ante. And just 57 players left, so 2 more players on the rail. I guess it's my turn to embarrass myself trying to name names. So
go on, let's hear him.
In 58th place, this one is so difficult. We have Tommy Raven. And unfortunate, our Norwegian Jesus is on the rail. Tony Martinson in 59th place. I think I got 2 names perfectly. Thomas Udnes, 3 in a row in 60th place.
Nicely done, sir.
Okay, now it goes downhill from here, but we have Verga Bergve in 61st place, Erlend Ask in 62nd place, and Jan Nicolaisen in 63rd place. I'm pretty sure we've listed at other times going beyond that. And here's a look at the chip counts while the blinds go up, while the dealer change is being made. A lot of middling stacks, and Bedell just absolutely towering over the table with more than 100 big blinds. An absolute presence at any table, and if he has 100 big blinds, I would not want to be over on his left. It's kind of a difficult spot. You don't mind having necessarily position, but playing him out of position can be very, very tricky.
That's for sure. Magnuson folding the queen-jack there. It's certainly a hand that could open, but I guess he doesn't want to tangle with that big stack of Bedell lurking in the cutoff. Queen 4 suited, you feel too strong to fold here in the cutoff.
Especially for Bedell.
Mm-hmm. He does make it 85. I like the hand selection here. Certainly a time to continue in that chip accumulation. Christensen in the big blind, we know, is quite a splashy player.
I think in this case against Bedell, the ace-deuce, it's not a multi-way, it is suited. It's a pretty standard call. You could maybe even think about 3-betting.
Yeah, I quite like 3-betting. Wow, what a flop. We did see a couple of queens folded, I think, so that might have been the case. Queen out and a pair for Christensen, so he won't be going anywhere with the addition of that backdoor flush draw. And yeah, calling here is nice. If you've got like a different type of deuce X, then you could consider check raising for some kind of value / protection. But in this case, he wants to allow Bedell to turn an ace on the turn with hands like ace 10, ace jack, ace king, ace 8, where he could cooler him.
And meanwhile, maybe Christensen will try to check raise here now that the backdoor flush draw moved to the front door, but decides to check call.
Yeah, so another bet from Bedell, meaty half pot sizing, and the king spells disaster for both players. Christensen's thoughts of whether he could be ahead in the hand have somewhat evaporated now. King 10, king jack, jack 10 get there, and Bedell has no interest in going for the third street. Did the job with a nice meaty turn sizing.
Yeah, it would just put him in potential trouble, especially against a player like Eirik if he's betting that river. The Jack 10's got there. That's something he can rep, and you never know where you stand if you're raised. And Eirik is the type of trappy player where if he sees that Bedell is taking some aggressive action and he gets there, he's going to try to let Bedell put more money in the pot before he adds a little bit more to it. Bedell having a good time, though. Must be over 5 million now. Andreasen opening the ace-10 suited from early position. Strand with a decision to make here with the queen-jack suited. If it was a later position open, maybe he'd be thinking about getting his 15 big blinds in. I won't blame him if he's folding against an early position open from a player that appears to be on the tighter side. And Ulreng opting to defend with his king-8. Fortunately for him, both his cards are live. That won't always be the case against an early position opener. And great flop here for Andreasen. Doesn't connect with his ace or his 10, but has a flush draw, backdoor straight draw. He should be betting here. He is looking down at his chips, but maybe second guessing himself. But I think his arm, what happened here? I'm very confused. There must have been a bet that we missed, yeah. So I thought maybe he just kind of open folded there. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Maybe you get a check and a king on the turn. But ace-10 with a pretty natural continue that, getting the job done.
So we could try to translate. There is a problem with the mobile signal from Bratislava.
Looks like it, doesn't it?
And I can't read the rest. Something about a jobber. Somebody having pocket aces. And OG, that must be referring to Tom.
Linjebrud. No,
and that maybe is Norwegian for Viking. You know, we'll
could be. Let's go with that.
I did well in the beginning.
It was a tough ending. Bedell 10-8 off, just continuing to drive the action here. Gucci hat as well.
Yeah, I was noticing that. You're going to have to Google that.
Yeah,
we could guess. I'm guessing that has to be at least 800 euro hat.
I'll go 1,200. What's the style of hat called? It's like
it's like a fisherman's cap, you know, like
yeah.
I don't know what they call it, but I call it like a fisherman's style. I have a couple of them that I wear sometimes in the summertime. It can be rather nice when you're in the water to have one of those on, out by the lake in Lithuania or in Latvia, over on the sea, rather than my usual baseball cap style. Being that I have a lack of protection, natural protection with hair, I do have to wear a hat in the summer, where I'll be in a world of pain. So an open with the ace-jack. Christensen coming along for the ride with a 3-bet with queen-10 suited. Bedell. Bedell originally opened with the 10-8 suited, but Bedell called the 3-bet, which is inviting Bjorlo to potentially come along as well, but he should have his concerns about the 3-bet that maybe his ace-jack isn't as good as he thinks, but we see that he is ahead at the moment. And if he's able to realize that, probably in a good spot, and does flop the top pair on the 5-ace-9 flop. Bedell with backdoors to just the straight. I thought he had 10-8 suited, but it's 10-8 off that he was making quite a loose call from out of position facing that 3-bet by Eirik. Problem is Eirik has such a wide 3-bet range, but even if he does, the 10-8 can go away, but Tom knows best. It's the Tom Bedell show. We're just here watching it.
Certainly is. Christensen taking a stab from the button here with the back doors. Bjorlo shouldn't be too concerned about that for the time being, although if meaty bets do come in on future streets, then in a bit of a difficult situation here with the button certainly able to have hands like 9s and 5s. And what's going on with Bedell here? He's floated one with 10-8.
And Bjorlo has to wondering what's happening. I
Yeah.
have the ace, the 3-better let out. What is Tom up to? Did he get a set, or is he just having a little bit of fun?
Wow, interesting turn card. Now some equity for Christensen in the form of a gut shot. Bjorlo kind of caught in the middle of this lunacy that's developing here. Can Christian find the second barrel here? I mean, he's the only one with ace-king, right, in this kind of 3-bet pot, so would be a really strong rep if he could find it. And as we get to the river, maybe it's Bedell that takes a stab at this with the 10-8. And that could work if he finds a chunky enough sizing.
Yeah, he would have to bet big, though, because Bjorlo, after it checks through, should kind of understand. And he's blocking the Jack-10 to some degree. He isn't blocking 2 pairs in sets, but with Bedell being such an active player, it would have to be large. But that's exactly what he's doing. It's not going to probably be large enough, though. But this is why he, I guess, called the flop to see if he could take away the pot later on.
So your opponent has check-called the flop with a player behind. The turn's checked round, and now he's leading out. Do you feel like he's got enough hands like 7-8 suited, 7-6 suited in there? Obviously 8 combinations of those. He's going to have a look at the player behind as well to see if he can get any kind of insight as to whether he likes his hand on this Queen River.
It is a tough spot because Christensen could have improved to a lot of 2 pairs that would beat this ace-jack, king, queen.
Queen is a big one, yeah. King Queen would be a very natural turn check back and then improved on the river. Bedell really repping a hand like ace queen, I guess. It's tough to say what he's repping because it's likely he might have raised some of the sets on the flop, 9s and 5s. Could, of course, just call as well on the rainbow texture. Does have some missed straight draws.
Yeah, it was a pretty dry flop. He didn't necessarily need to be raising on the flop, and then the check on the turn would all check out if that was his story because he was hoping somebody else would bet. Let's just assume he had something like 5s or 9s. He would have played it the same.
Yeah. Just so awkward when you've got a player behind. If he was closing the action here with the ace-jack, he'd definitely call. But as played, you've not only got to be worried about Bedell potentially having a slow-played ace-9, 9s, 5s, but also the button can definitely improve on this card with some hands like king-queen or potentially even a conservative ace-queen on the turn checking back.
Ace-queen is definitely in the range here because he did 3-bet Christensen as well.
Yeah.
A queen-king of hearts would be popping into my head as a hand that might continue on the flop.
Wow, and he gets the fold.
Wow.
And now Christensen in a weird spot here, rivering a pair. Does beat some of those 8-7s and 7-6s, but looks like he wants to fold.
I don't think I've witnessed such a masterclass in a long time. I mean, this is not a way that I would ever play 10-8 off. I'm just folding it pre-flop from under the gun +2, then to call a 3-bet, reverse float a flop in hopes that the turn would check around, and then finding a spot on the river. And Christensen does have, he does beat the bluffs at this point. And he knows, he's played enough with Bedell to know that Bedell's capable of a bluff, but it would be a significant portion of his stack to call, so quite a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah, I mean, the flop float from Bedell with the player behind is just outrageous, and Christensen working through it here.
And meanwhile, that ace-jack must be wondering, should have I called?
Whoa.
Wow, wow, wow. Is he going to show it? Because Bedell was showing hands a little bit during the PLO for fun.
You don't want to show that one.
No, but people will find out later. This hand is a sick one.
What a player.
Needs to be on the high right reel.
Yeah, that's incredible. Look at this feature table dominance here from Bedell. 145 big blinds, 5.8 million. Surging up the ranks, of course, after scooping a big pot there with just 10 high, getting 2 better hands to fold, exerting some pressure in the sandwich to the ace-jack, which just has to kind of sigh and relinquish. But yeah, definitely an interesting spot, because when you run through the hands that he's representing, it's a very thin, narrow value range there.
And Tom, if he's not the chip leader, has to be in the top 3 at this standpoint.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Tom maybe is in use of those new blue 250K chips on the break.
He's got so many chips, he's struggling to stack them all up all at once.
As an avid cash game player as well, though, he's used to probably having these mountains.
Yeah, he plays a lot in Spain, I believe, with rich, high-stakes businessmen playing all sorts of different kind of formats. So definitely someone that's extremely comfortable finding bluffs in big spots. Wow, and he gets the... Oh, no, not the 5-4 suited. It's ace-jack. That seems more reasonable.
And is Bedell going to peel again from out of position? It worked with him with 10-8 off, 5-3 suited. I guess it's similar strength. It is suited, which makes it a little stronger. It is disguised if you kind of hit like this low flop, but maybe we'll give up this time after getting away with one on the last hand. This time it was a little bit too late.
Getting 3-bet by the guy that's really not shown anything down apart from queens. Checking back on the ace-high board for 3 streets on the ace river as well. Not finding the value bet and putting in a third of his stack. I think enough alarm bells there for Bedell to get out the way. And a nice take there from the ace-jack. It's certainly not one that's easy to find because, you know, when you do play someone like Bedell, you always think, well, this guy's just, you know, randomly blasting around and he's got all these kind of hands. But you also have that element of fear in the back of your mind that what if this is the one hand that he actually has it and I run into the goods here. So 5-3 suited, he opened last time. Is he going to come back in? Yeah, he certainly is.
His BPIP rate is out of hand. It's like he's playing PLO, but he's getting away with every step along the way.
Yeah.
Nobody showing up with anything this hand, so, and nobody wanting to play with Bedell either, so he steals a pot pre-flop.
Yep, takes one down there.
I think it would be nice to have a ticker like how we have up here that I can't read, but one like how we have the payouts now, to have like the recent payouts going along the bottom would be kind of cool.
Yeah, that could be nice. We can see that Erland Danielson is one of the latest casualties, and I'll just get some information on Kay Hold'em as to 54 through to 56.
Okay, it's your turn.
No problem. Let's give it a shot, shall we? 54 through to 56. What am I doing wrong here? Ah, yeah, payouts. So, 56th place was Johan Inge Haval.
I think you got that one.
Nice. 55th, Evan Langas Kvam.
Maybe.
54, Lars Martin Riese Haraldsson.
Probably close.
Mm-hmm.
Give away a spoiler. Give away 53rd.
Oh, go on then. It's Per Harald Hervoy Lie.
Okay, that one was probably close as well. It's a good job there, George. You're getting better with your Norwegian.
Thank you, sir. It's infectious. Every cash game table I've played, there's been at least 2 or 3 Norwegians.
So Bedell with a hand this time, King 10. Does call, it says 10,000, but I'm not sure how that would be. It shows that Magnusson raised to 50, but it must have been to 80. And look at this, Magnusson with the monstrous straight.
The ultra straight.
And Bedell slamming down on the table there. Will likely come along at least for this.
Yeah, he fancies a pill here.
It looks like it was for 40 and not for, no, it was for 80.
Let's hope for his sake that he doesn't find a 10 on the river. It is the 9, so I feel like we're just going to be easy to get out the way here. Ooh.
And Magnuson should just raise as big as possible here, targeting a bear queen because that should call.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's behind some full houses, but in general, when you have this queen king on the 6-card straight, that you want to get those crying calls from queens.
Yeah.
You can't make it too big because you might even get some queens to fold thinking at best I'm chopping, but you can make it a pot-sized bet at this standpoint. You can put in half your stack if you so choose. You could probably get away with putting in your whole stack, but I don't know. I think it
gets a little murky with the full stack there. I don't think we get called by a queen and all of a sudden we're just free rolling a sort of negative free roll versus the boats. No, he's not going to talk himself into calling here, is he?
He may want to see what Bedell has for information, but that doesn't make sense either, that he can find out some information later on the delay. But that's just call. That's rather strange. And look, and Tom knows he got.
This is the thing with Bedell. He does such an awkward player that he just gets players to freeze up around him. You know, he's getting all of these opens through. He's getting this kind of like weird mergy lead on the river there, where he's trying to avoid facing a bluff, but also feels like sometimes his king 10 could be good. Freezing his opponent up, and you know, freezing his opponent up to the form where he actually only calls the nut straight on the river paired board there for the small sizing. So maybe his opponent was just a little wary of the fact that if I do raise here and get shoved on, I'm going to be in all sorts of bother.
I feel like it's kind of our duty now to find out who the older gentleman is on the rail. Maybe Stig will know during the break, but it seems like a lot of the players know him as well. He's probably a well-known guy in the Norwegian community that just you and I don't know because we haven't been around long enough.
Yeah.
Even though we do know a lot of the bigger names in Norwegian poker and some of the mid-stakes grinders. Some of the OG guys we don't know that, let's say, we're just kind of hiding in the shadows in the international world, but yet in the local Norwegian world, they're very well known. Ace Queen versus Ace King. This is going to be a trouble spot, actually, for Magnuson. Orfog should think about just jamming here, actually. He has 16 big blinds after Magnuson opens the hijack. It does a standard 3-bet sizing to 225. That's also okay. Shows that he has confidence in his post-flop abilities as well. It is at the point where you can choose one or the other at that 15.5 big blind rate, though. When I have 15 big blinds in a Hold'em tournament, though, I'm typically 3-bet shoving almost everything that I'm 3-betting. Maybe not kings and aces because I'm playing low enough stakes that I'm not worried about balancing my shove versus 3-bet stuff.
Yeah, spot on with that. You really don't need to in many situations if you're just shamelessly looking for some value. So where
I'm
were
usually
we?
looking how to exploit each individual situation when I'm playing online.
Wow, what a fold from Magnuson, just getting out of the ace-queen there. Orfog has been one of the quieter players at the table, and that's a lot of disrespect shown there just to muck the ace-queen. 15 big blinds effective to a 3-bet non-all-in. That's quite something. So the PLO 250 side event has got 70 runners. That's a
wow.
That's a great, and that's still got 4 levels of registration, I believe.
And you said you're going to max late reg that bad boy, so I don't know how much time you have for that. Do we know when? I can look it up on the POKERNM website. It should be there.
But okay, hold on, yeah. So the average stack is 30K. So yeah, 30K starting stack. I reckon you can get in after the end of level 12, which would give you, no, that wouldn't make sense. After the end of level 10, it's quite strange they're doing it so that it's like halfway between the breaks.
It says 8 levels of late registration on the cardcasino.sk website.
Okay.
So where does that put us at? I guess it's not going to be during a break. It's just going to be during normal style play.
Yeah. 1,200, so you'd get in with 25 big blinds.
So if you need to hop out a little bit early so that you can max late reg that, we can keep an eye on the clock.
That's going to be in about 2 hours, so we'll see where we are. So, big hand on big hand confrontation here in a 3-bet pot. Ace-King versus Kings. And look at this for a flop. Flush draw with 2 overcards for Christensen. Just peeling the 3-bet here with the Ace-King suited, and there it is.
This is going to spell trouble for Bjorlo.
Yeah, it certainly is. Checking back his flush draw. Bjorlo now seeking value, unblocking the king of spades, so his opponent could definitely, potentially, I mean, this guy Christensen is pretty loose, so he might have peeled a 3-bet with a hand like king-queen off with the king of spades. That's possible. As played, though, I think we just want to call in position. Really, we don't need any protection whatsoever. Our opponent can easily be drawing dead. We're just randomly stabbing with a hand like ace-10 here. He does call. I like this. And for his sake, he's hoping for some kind of 4, 6, or 5. That would be definitely a card where Bjorlo would go for it all, I think. Targeting hands like 10s with the spade, 9s with the spade. The 3 is awkward. It doesn't really hit either player.
This might be a river that Christensen now wants to lead out on because Bjorlo is often going to be checking back.
He's out of position.
I'm sorry, so it's easy peasy then. Bjorlo will likely be checking here, and then Christensen can decide how big he wants to bet.
Yeah, just a case of do we shove the river or do we go for the non-all-in size if Bjorlo does indeed check. He's losing now to pocket 7s with the spade. Pocket 3s would be a little bit outrageous, but looks like he's going to go for some kind of a block. No, is that half pot? He's going for 2/3 pot, so 400 with Christian having 720. Christensen's going to go all in, and Bjorlo's going to be absolutely sick to his stomach here. 425 out of the stack of 720. Can he find the hero fold for the extra 300? It's so difficult for his opponent to be bluffing here.
Except it's Christensen who's capable of bluffing here, so that's the other part. But you're getting such a good price. How often is he bluffing? Is the question. Does he have a few bluffs? And I think he does. So I think you kind of have to side call and not be too thrilled about it.
What do you think the bluffs could be? 8s with the spade?
Something like that. Or an ace-king, actually, that isn't of spades.
Yeah, I think usually we'd just perceive ace-king to go all in pre, but yeah, ace-queen with 1 spade would be definitely the ballpark, I think. You're right.
But it's just under 300,000 to call for a pot near 2 million. If Bjorlo can fold, they actually saved themselves some money by not getting it in good, with Christensen somehow not 4-betting jamming from under the gun with his ace-king suited. And Bjorlo does not look very comfortable at all. Maybe he can find a lay down, but he is counting out some chips. Perhaps seeing what he'll be left back with if he calls, and he will have more than $1 million. Which isn't as much as it used to be. That'll be 20 big blinds in about 30 minutes time. And does make the call.
Yeah, just getting such a good price at that point. If his opponent ever has ace-queen with a spade or some kind of pocket 8s with a spade going for the bluff, he feels like he's getting around 7-1. He just needs to call, but you know that you're just going to be shown the goods most of the time there. It's just the odd occasion where you feel like your opponent could be making some kind of move with not many chips behind. Very difficult to get away from that situation. The 7 was, sorry, the river was potentially a route out. So let's have a look at these recent eliminations. Erlend Danielsen, as we mentioned. Tony Linnea Martinsen, Tommy Raven, Thomas Udnes, Vegard Afed. Oh, God, that one's brutal. Afed.
You don't need to pronounce the middle name,
Yeah.
so just go Vegard
Bukvi. And Erlend Selvik Ask, Jan Stian Nikolaisen, Rene Zimmerman, who we saw on the feature table earlier, Age Spets, and Antonius Lazut, as we are in the territory of over 2K for the current payouts. Yeah, currently looking at 2.25, so 2,250 euros to all of these guys, which is 11 bullets in the PLO if they fancy heading straight over there.
Are you trying to encourage people to fire 11 bullets in the PLO in case you max late reg?
That would be some juicy action. 76 players over there. Lovely.
I'll probably play something on Sunday. I don't think we have a stream going on Sunday. Sunday is the Tournament of Champions. There's an outside chance that they will want to stream for it. But assuming that it is a day off from streaming, there are some nice events on Sunday as well. The main event final, the Poker North Masters, I can't reg that one. Tournament of Champions, I'm not invited to. But there's this straight to day 3 in LHE. I have no idea what that means. But the buy-in is nice, 250.
Yep.
I'm not that interested in a Turbo 6 Max, although if it is a Turbo and a 6 Max, maybe I'll play that at 4 o'clock. But this PLO, I guess, would be the one.
Yep.
With a 150 buy-in, which means it has players that maybe I'm better than. Maybe.
You think so, sir? So day 1G of the Poker North Masters event, that's got 123 players so far, total entries of 847 there, which is, if I get the calculator out, around about 250k of the 500k guaranteed collected so far. Yeah, 263,000 collected there, so still a little bit of an overlay. I'm sure that will probably hit, but if you are hunting some value, head down to the card casino. The high roller has there's 5 seats open, not started as of yet. Waiting for that one to get going in around about 34 minutes local time. The PLO is still on 5 players playing for that massive min cash, the 4x min cash there, 7,000 euros, the guaranteed payout for the top 4. Of course, we're in the main event day 3 action, which is going to be going to a break in around about 20 minutes. And the Thor Hansen Memorial, let's check in on that one. 632 runners in the mystery bounty. So you're probably going to see a mystery bounty of about 25k up for grabs in that one, I imagine.
Very tasty.
Yeah, pretty tasty. That's a guaranteed, well, that's a collected prize pool of 300,000 euros. My lord.
And that might be a 3-day event, not a 2-day event. That's interesting because I'm noticing that the final of that is on Saturday, the Thor Hansen Memorial. I'm taking a closer look at the schedule now, the latter portions. I had the earlier portions down. I'm trying to find where day 2, yeah, day 2 is tomorrow at noon. So what a structure. I guess a structure deserving of Thor Hansen, but it's the only 3-day event on the schedule. This one's a 5-day event, so a little bit longer, but most of the longer events are 2 days in nature with a lot of 1-day events mixed in, such as the 250 PLO. And how many days is the Poker North Masters? Let's see. The finals on Sunday. So that's also a 3-day event. So
Bedell going to take a flop out of position here with the 5-4 suited up against the King Jack. So Biolo with the 3-bet bluff pre-flop. Let's see what happens here. Wow, great flop for Biolo. No worries for him as Bedell is drawing close to dead.
Is Padel's gold chain also Gucci, do you think? He has I just noticed that chain because of the angle that he's sitting at, but that's a rather nice chain he has. And Padel gets out of the way, not trying to get cute this time. It worked with him once with the 10-8 about half an hour ago. But recognizing in this particular spot that there's no reason to be cute.
Can't win them all.
That is one thick chain. I'm just admiring it. I'm not a gold person myself, but I do appreciate people that think about fashion and style.
Andreasen, it's been a little quiet, but did find a nice bluff with the 9-8 of hearts a couple of orbits ago. He opens it up with the King-Jack suited here.
George pulling up villainous people with birthdays on his social media. This time I'm not throwing anybody under the bus because it's a little more personal, unlike with guys like Kessler, where I'm basically tongue-in-cheek.
Christensen gonna show some resistance here with those 9s. Feels like 30 big blinds is a little too much to be committing the full stack with. Does Ullering find a squeeze jam here with the king-queen facing under the gun and a button call?
Yeah, I was about to say that maybe that was one of the reasons that Christensen called, was to induce a squeeze, and then see if Andreasen folds. I don't know. It's a more complicated play.
I like the peel with the 9s here. Yeah, I think we go 10s potentially, but definitely jacks plus ace-queen.
It does disguise his hand quite a bit because Christensen has been peeling buttons, peeling from the cutoff.
Yeah. He peeled the small blind with ace-deuce off. Ullering is going to go with the more conservative option of calling. I don't think there's anything wrong with that either, and that allows Magnusson to come along in the big blind with the 5-3 suited. That's a pretty nice hand to be going four ways to the flop with. You feel like when you do hit the board, you're going to have the only range that is going to interact. So getting a good price, closing the action, he is in the mix.
So a rare four-way to the flop on the ace-jack-5 flop. Doesn't really connect that well with anyone. Andreasen, though, with the middle pair, he was the pre-flop aggressor. We'll see if he continues. He would be more repping an ace with this bet than the jack, but maybe he can try to thin out the field a little bit. Christensen would get out of the way. I think everybody would get out of the way, other than maybe Magnusson if he wanted to be sticky with his bottom pair. Christensen's not folding his 9s because it's multi-way. Perhaps if he did 3-bet, he would still be folding, so saved himself some chips.
Ullering here with the gut shot, just counting his chip stack. I don't think he's really in a position that he can ever consider calling here.
He couldn't shove, though, but that would be showing
real,
a lot of balls.
Yeah, I mean, that would be suicide.
No backdoors to the flush. Would basically just be targeting this exact hand like a jack-king, jack-10, but there might be a pay jump coming too, and this might be about that. We can't really tell if it's 47 left or not to really examine that. But that's another reason sometimes you see players take their time.
Peels one off four ways to the flop with the bare gut shot here, which is a third of his stack. So he's going to have less than half pot behind on the 6 of clubs turn card.
Perhaps with some kind of read. I don't understand this otherwise.
Potentially he's going to go for the shove if he does face a check back on the turn. I don't think Andreasen can really do anything versus a continue when we've bet four ways here, and our opponent is so short stacked.
I think you have to check here, and then you're not so happy about Paul the River, but instead he's trying to take everything down now, saying, I have the ace, you go home. So turning his hand really into a bluff.
Yeah,
It's not a value bet.
Does he think his opponent will fold like ace-9 suited there to the turn jam? I'm really not sure.
I guess he gets rid of that 10 queen, but is that even in there?
Yeah.
No real flush draws. I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's a peculiar play. Still 5 left in the PLO high roller.
Opag, who's been quiet, waking up with a nice hand from under the gun, ace-queen offsuit.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate not to get the action. He had ace-king versus ace-queen, but his opponent made a really disciplined laydown. I believe it was Magnuson. And you should see him opening it up here. Going for 80K. Bedell out of there with the offsuit ace.
Bedell's calmed down a little bit. He's going through a different gear now, just chilling, letting other players have some fun while he can sit back on his 5 million chip count.
Yeah.
Another ace here, this one with Christensen with the diamonds. Might
Looks
be
like
reaching
he's
for a 3-bet.
Yeah, looks like he's going to go for the 3-bet. Oh no, he's going to call. I think I prefer 3-bet here, just targeting some hands like ace-10, ace-9, ace-jack off even that could consider folding.
Even some of the pocket pairs might fold.
Yeah, 6s, 7s. Andreasen, though, will be happy to come along in the big blind with the 7s here. He's got 40 big blinds versus an opener opening and off 20.
And really no reason to be
Yeah,
betting against such a tight player.
I think shoving is a bit risky just in case Christiansen has the occasional trap here, because that would be, yeah, 40 big blinds effective. And he's doing okay, but not great versus the open.
Meanwhile, it's Opag improving to top pair on the queen 8-4 flop. He will likely continue even though it's a dry board, especially considering it's multi-way. Probably won't get any love from anyone. Maybe Andreasen will be sticky and check call his 7s.
Yeah, I feel like the game's up at this point, even versus the third pot sizing.
I still don't mind the bet, though. I think if he's betting, if he had ace-jack, he should be betting. If he had ace-queen, he'd maybe be betting if he had ace-king. It depends on how often he's continuing.
So he's going to come along for 1 with the 7s, just hoping to turn gin. Does turn a gut shot. That gets awkward for him now. 7 or a 6, the way is out of this one. And Orfalg has 655 left. And not the most comfortable of turn cards to navigate, but surely reason enough to bet. And if we're beat kind of thing at this stage. Going to bet 275K.
175.
Oh, nice.
And Andreasen, who called the flop now, as you mentioned, more equity on the turn. We could see he's still a 5-1 underdog, and the problem is if he hits a 6 or 7, he's not going to get any value. If he bets, chances are Opag will fold. Otherwise, it would go check.
Yeah, and that
like
really, really slows down the action here. Some of the more creative double barrels, like potentially a king-jack, now arrive and hit the top pair. So Andreasen here, trying to figure out whether he's got the winner and is shown the better hand. So slides those 7s into the muck. Bit of a bleed from him out of position there. I think versus someone like Orpfag, he's been fairly solid. If he is c-betting with those hands that you mentioned, ace-jack, ace-10, jack-10, then good for him, right? I think just letting that one go. He bet into 3 as well, which makes it a bit different from a heads-up pot. So just so easy to bleed chips in those situations. You're really not going to turn the 7 that often, and every other card is going to be problematic for us in that situation.
Bedell with the pocket rockets from under the gun, and nobody's going to buy the story when he likes 10-8 offsuit sometimes from under the gun.
Wow.
Such a disguised aces. Any other player, you could say they could have aces, but Tom can really have anything.
Is he going to face any resistance here? Yes, he is. Ullrich with the nines. This is a dream spot for him versus someone who's opening 5-3 suited in this position.
Oh my God, holy shit. Wow, wow.
Magnusson with the kings next to act. How does he continue here? I guess in the form of a click, making it something like 475K.
Wow.
I think shoving would be a little bit out of line, wasting the value of the hand. He can also go for the cold call here and hope that Bedell seizes on some perceived weakness and jams in hands like jacks, queens, and tens.
That is crazy. Nobody's going to believe Bedell has aces. Magnusson must feel like he's in a dream spot, just like Ullrich did.
Wow, this is such a sick cooler.
This is how nightmares are made, though.
And is he shoved? Oh my
Wow. What is going on here? Such a massive pot. Bedell, no slow roll for Bedell. The snap call. Well, this aces hold for a massive pot, 3.2 million.
Unfortunately, Jason, I think I saw a king-8 being folded there, so only one out for Magnusson. Ullrich, 2 nines. He's hoping for a 9, and what a sick pre-flop cooler for all players involved. Bedell on the right side of it so far. Are we going to see any ridiculous runouts here, or is he going to hold with these aces and just be steaming his way through this feature table? It's insane. We've seen some post-flop craft from him. We saw a great bluff where he managed to get two better hands to fold, and now queen 3-3 offering no help to either player, just the king or the 9.
I am just amazed. 5 of spades on the turn changes nothing.
Complete break.
Both players with just 3% equity. Tom, a 94% favorite to become likely the overwhelming chip leader in the main event.
Can he hold? No king, no 9 for him, and it's a 5, so a clean as a whistle run out for Bedell, and he's up to 7 million.
Wow.
40K big blind. Wow.
Gotta love the Tom Bedell show. I mean, it's been a clinic with some hands and then just waking up with the aces at the exact right spot. So it's a nice combination of playing the cards when you don't have them, and when you get the cards, getting that aces to hold.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think one small takeaway I would say is Magnusson's jam.
It was getting in at some point anywhere here.
It was, yeah, but you know, Magnusson's jam there, I think, would get Bedell to fold a hand as strong as ace, queen suited or tens, that if we cold call or click, may just get it in anyway. So, wow.
Insane.
Look at this.
4 million increase at the TV table
and
with the 40K big blind.
He came in with 3 million, which is way over average even now. So he's got 4x average.
That is sick.
That's insane.
At this stage of the tournament, he almost has a final table chip stack already.
Yeah. It would be the final table average. So 75 million chips in play, and he's got 10%. So yeah. He's got an average stack with 11 left right now. That's insane. We still have 45 players remaining and plenty of opportunities for him with his tricky style to accumulate even further. So what price would you give on Bedell to make the final table from here?
I was just thinking that he has to be like, it would have to be like a 1.25 kind of thing. You bet.
You think?
Yeah, you bet $4 to win 1.
Wow, that's pretty short.
I mean, that's what it would need to be. You have a guy like Tom, you have a guy with chips,
you know,
a guy that can read players. I mean, he has
he's going to
everything.
put the pressure on as well. I would take the bet at 1.5. I would bet on that price. I think 1.25, I'd give it a miss, but yeah.
But I wouldn't bet the other way at 1.25. I wouldn't take like the 3 to 1. No, I wouldn't take $1 to win 3. I mean, I wonder what the odds would be at this point for Tom just to make the podium. Never mind the final table.
Top 3, yeah.
To win there's a long way.
There's a long way. There's many different things can happen. The the beauty and the beast in some ways of No Limit Hold'em tournaments is such that he could be on the wrong end of a couple of those exact situations where he's got the kings or the jacks or the tens or whatever versus a higher overpair. But wow, it's just been the Tom Bedell show. He's really shown his craft. He's shown a lot of moves, and he picks up aces in the dream spot. Magnussen, nothing that he could do there, regardless of how he played it. You could, you know, nitpick and say, well, it would be better to go for the click there or even the call to try and induce something from Tom, but he did shove and ran into the pocket rockets. Christensen now, as we try to revert back to normality here.
That's a little bit tough.
Yeah, geez. What a roller coaster of a ride.
I wonder what you would be feeling if you're sitting at this table. I mean, you have Tom, like, it's just
an insane chip stack.
Please move me to another table.
Exactly. You really don't see someone in these types of tournaments with such a commanding chip lead at this point in the tournament. Wow, okay, so check, and now Biolo is turning some equity here. Facing the check back with that nut flush draw. Looks like he wants to go for another one, and Christensen playing it slow the whole way, allowing his opponent to fully realize his equity, and now you'd think the time's up and it's surely time to fire in a bet.
He checked again, though. Perhaps afraid of some flushes, some straights, some two pairs. I mean, it was a scary board. I don't blame him too much if he's checking the turn to check the river, but there was never any sign from Bjorlo that he had anything. If he had the two clubs, I'm pretty sure he's betting that flush. I would love to keep this table, but we definitely will have a new table. The fair thing to do is to keep rotating tables so no players are on the TV table for that long, and everybody gets their chance as much as possible to be under the lights and camera in front of their family, friends, and poker enthusiasts all over the world. I assume Bedell would be something between 5-1 to 8-1 to just be on the podium at this standpoint. Maybe closer to the 5-1 if you were betting it. There's a lot of impressive players still left in the field, so that might be too low. Tom is one of those impressive players, but you still have Tobias and Monica Vaca, you know, who we know both have chips. Although maybe they've punted them away, but as far as we know, still have chip stacks.
Punted them away, love it. So 6-5 up against the 10-8, two pretty strong hands here. Bedell coming up trumps right now with the immediate best hand, but Strand's got a lot of equity to contend with there. A flush draw, two overcards, and a gut shot. Look at that.
2-1 favorite.
64%, insane. And what do we do here? I feel like the route is just to jam here. Try and get some hands like ace-9, king-9, ace-10 to consider folding.
And if you're called, you're still in great shape to double up. So
exactly.
I like the jam as well for those reasons.
Yeah,
He'll even maybe get the 6 to fold here.
Yeah, he should do. I don't think we want to get too cute here. Bedell is leaning on this big blind. It's obviously got a clear open regardless, but he just calls.
So we shall never know if Bedell was going to call that late, but I think Bedell would have let it go. But now Bedell turning a flush draw, so a jam wouldn't work anymore.
I think Bedell's going to jam when check 2 here, to be honest. Trying to clear out the potential of some better 6x. Oh, he's going to check. Okay, so I'm still struggling to get it right as for his play.
Saved himself a little bit, perhaps. I don't think you can call jam here, and I think that's the bet sizing that we should be looking at from Strand. He may get cute and try to just toss in one chip like Tom likes to do, and then Tom will toss the one chip in just to see what Strand has, because that's what Tom likes to do as well. But it is a jam. That's the logical play here. Bedell can only beat a bluff, but...
Yeah, 10-9, king-9, 9-8, 10-8. Non-diamonds, that's all he can beat.
It's a 10-8 non-diamond, so calling off a short stack, a bet on the flop, that's maybe too wide.
Good fold.
I have to say I'm far more impressed with Bedell's Hold'em tournament acumen than the PLO. Even though he did a good job in the PLO, there were other players that I would say handled their navigation a little bit better than Tom did during that match. I mean, Tom played very well during that as well, just a completely different style than what we're used to.
Yeah.
But it's like a masterclass here in the Hold'em. That 10-8 that he pulled off before, I mean, that the aces played itself, but that 10-8 led to the fact that nobody ever thought that Tom would wake up with aces there.
Yeah, exactly. The Kings fist pumping it in versus the rejam. And I believe that we're going to have 1 or 2 more hands before the 15-minute break. So 45 remaining here.
Then you have a decision to make. Are you going to play the PLO, or are you going to hang around for the stretch run? I think if Bedell was coming back to this table, you would probably want to watch Bedell. But on the other hand,
so we've got about an hour.
Okay, so you can come back for a little bit regardless and then make a call.
Gonna get some food from upstairs.
That's a good shot.
Get a bit of energy in the sails, yeah.
It helped me quite a lot. I needed to eat, so now it's your turn to fill the belly, get some energy.
Good stuff. King 3 for Christiansen. We know that he likes to defend this big blind nice and wide and just play a lot of hands in general. He's gonna come along for the ride with the King 3 here, getting cozy in that hoodie, giving his opponent a little bit of a stare. Orfog not really interested in any of that shenanigans.
The call is more than fine, even against a super tight opponent, and even if Christensen was a bit tighter, I think you call it here with the King 3. Now it's a question of what you do if Orfog decides to continue, which he should. It's only 1 overcard to his 6s. He has had 6 of spades, which makes a small difference as well. And Christensen doesn't have any draws to the flush, but may want to call this small bet and see what happens on the turn. This is kind of read dependent. Or he may want to raise, because that's what, no, he's going to call. It's going to say, I didn't see a raise coming, but...
That's the standard play. I think our calls want to be a little bit more straight draw or flush draw orientated on the monotone board.
This often goes check, check, opening up the chance for Christensen to barrel the river if he so chooses, if he thinks he could bet a hand such as 6s. That's kind of the hand he'd be targeting, where an ace-high flush draw would be for value then, but very often this will go check, check as well, with both players having showdown value at this standpoint. And blank 5 of clubs hitting the board, and Orfog can breathe a sigh of relief that his 6 is held. But like Tommy Wynn, he's not showing any signs of when he's angry or happy. He's just purely calculated.
Got that business-like resilience about him, just kind of, you know, going through his business and working through the motions there silently and with a lot of confidence. I think he's played most of his spots really well so far.
Certainly hard to get a read on by looking at him, similar to Tommy.
Definitely.
Whereas some of the other players we've seen, even if it's like small little things, you know, you could pick up a little bit if you are good at picking up tells.
6-3 though, getting slid into the muck here. So with 45 players left, payouts wise, we are, I think we're about 2,700 here.
Tasty already.
Yeah, 2,565 with the jump at 39. So we're going to have a little while before we get up to that next jump.
But a nice 3 buy-in plus cash.
Exactly.
So a good ROI already for the final 45.
And King Jack 5 cut off versus small blind. Christiansen really with a complete swing and a miss. You feel like Biolo will naturally continue this board. It's very much a range bet. And he does take it down. So we're going to take a break. 15 minutes or so. We'll be back with you. So don't go anywhere. Looking forward to seeing you then.
Peace.
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Nå har du sjansen til å plukke med deg et deluxe skjetongsett med 500 skjetonger NM-design fra POKERNM. Men du må kunne svare på følgende spørsmål. I den nye vignetten til sendingene fra POKERNM så det et fjell. Dette fjellet, det ligger i Nordland i Norge. Men det A, Møysalen? Det B, Reka? Eller det 3, Krillen? Gå inn på Facebook og på Norgesmesterskapet i Poker sine sider der, og svar på spørsmålet. Lykke til!
Og dette altså et eksempel på det pokerskjetongesettet Deluxe Style som du kan vinne. Hvis du svarer på det superenkle spørsmålet egentlig, i hvert fall hvis du fra Nordland, så kjenner du igjen det fjellet, det jeg helt sikker på. Gå inn på Facebook på Norgesmesterskapet i Poker, så finner du steder hvor du kan svare på dagens oppgave. Og du ikke den som blir trukket ut i dag, så det en ny sjanse i morgen med et nytt multiple choice quiz vi legger ut da. Men for et TV-bord vi har hatt. I hvert fall etter at min gode venn Tom Bedell kom seg opp hit. Og den trippel all-in der, den kommer jo til å gå inn i hvert fall dagens historie som en mektig hånd. Og Tom ser ut som han har skumle hensikter også i denne turneringen. Han har ikke sluttet å jakte på sin første norgesmestertittel. Det i hvert fall helt sikkert. Men det jo andre bord enn TV-bordet. Sverre har som vanlig vært en runde rundt nede i hovedrommet og truffet flere spennende personer. Se her.
Det som gøy med et sånt her NM jo at noen jo her for aller første gang. Alle har jo vært i et NM for første gang. De fleste de prøver seg kanskje på noen sideturneringer, kanskje til og med har blitt med i main event, kvalet inn til main event. Som regel så pleier det å bli ganske tidlig exit, men det kan jo ta seg litt opp etter hvert her, men her en solskinnshistorie. Fordi at en mann som har reist og første reis her i Bratislava, vet du hva? Dette venter vi med. Her det en stor situasjon samtidig. Vi går inn på bordet her. En massiv pott som skal spille samtidig. Det toersettet mot S-dame. Vanskelig å komme seg vekk fra denne. Og det tror det har vært Hadle som vinner en svær pott her. Slår ut en av spillerne på bordet. Og jeg beklager, Hoppe, det var deg jeg egentlig skulle snakke med. Men i stedet så blir det en Knut Edvard som bare ødelegger for alle ved å floppe toersettet på veien. Men jeg må bare si, du i ditt første NM i Bratislava, og nå du i penga, og du har ganske bra med chips også.
Ja, det ser ikke så galt ut det her. Jeg synes det ser bra ut, jeg. Ja.
Men hva din opplevelse av det å spille et norgesmesterskap for første gang?
Jeg må si utrolig mye hyggelige mennesker. Jeg møtte Gry første dagen som begynte å kommentere spillet mitt, og det var bare riktig bet size, veldig bra spill. Det der hadde jeg også gjort. Jeg synes de var utrolig hyggelige alle sammen. Tommy Ravnog har hengt mye med, legende i pokermiljøet, og har gitt meg mye tilbakemeldinger, og bare positivt. Og så et par feil i løpet av NM, men det har vi kommet over, og jeg er godt fornøyd.
Så det du egentlig har lært at dette lett?
Nei, lett det ikke. Man skal konsentrere seg, men man skal tilgi seg selv for å gjøre noen feil i løpet av et langt NM.
Det din tur, Bjarte.
Ja. Skal vi se?
Han med i henne?
Ja, alltid. Sånn? Ja, nei, det går helt fint det. Ja, men så har det vært mye bra henne. Jeg floppet 2 straight flush i løpet av NM. Ja.
Tuller du med meg nå?
Nei, jeg hadde straight flush.
Og du snakker ikke om å få det, du floppet 2 straight flusher?
Ja, det andre får jeg på turn. Men jeg floppet et med 8-9 suited og en med 5-6 i en 3-bet-pott. Så det er kaldt det.
Da kan jeg bare spørre resten av bordet mens vi her, alle sammen. Hvor mange streetflusher kan dere huske å ha floppa i et NM noensinne, dere som har vært der litt oftere?
10-12.
Fasit bare sånn hvis du var i tvil, ingen på noen på resten av bordet. Du banker inn en på flopp og en på turn. Det jo en interessant førstereis du har.
Ja da, og så reiser jeg alene, så det jo ingen å fortelle det annet enn deg. Så ja, men det utrolig hyggelig NM å få lov å henge med folk jeg så på YouTube for et par dager siden. Og så sitter jeg midt blant de og leker med de store.
Hvis du ser en veldig hyggelig mann med briller og uten så mye hår med et flott skjeggvekst som går med et sånn «Jeg reiser alene»-skilt her rundt omkring i Bratislava, vær snill og pass på ham.
Får jeg hilse til de i Spania også?
Ja, selvfølgelig skal du hilse til Spania.
Hola Erik, hola Jassi, muchas gracias por que me puede jugar un poco poker. Nos vemos, ciao.
Også de på Vestlandet?
Heia Brann.
Det går ikke an å avslutte dette det. Ta den tilbake.
Ta stryk det siste der. Lyn. Heia Lyn, sorry.
En ting jeg vant til når det Norgesmesterskap siste årene, jo at det veddespillere i toppen, litt uavhengig her. Vi har allerede hatt ett blad vedde som har levert på et finalebord i en annen øvelse. Men Jonathan, ser du for deg at main event, den din?
Ja, jeg håper jo på det. Hold'em på en måte mitt spill i familien. Da. Jeg jo ikke noe 8-game eller fixed-limit-spiller, så det på en måte her jeg har sjansen til å kunne briljere litt. Så ja, jeg håper det.
Hvordan vil du oppsummere turneringen så langt?
Det har vært veldig rolig. Holdt meg ganske greit over 50 big blinds fra start. Både dag 2 og dag 3, så jeg har egentlig ikke hatt så veldig mye veldig store potter hvor jeg har vært turneringslig og vært at risk. Da. Så det jo kjempedeilig.
Det behagelig når du spiller en dag 3 av en turnering, at du kan ha en 50 bigs-type dag og sitte og egentlig bare ikke kjenne pulsen slå veldig hardt hele tiden?
Absolutt. Det jo deilig å måtte slippe å være all in. Det jo noen... Altså man vil jo aldri det. Måtte flippe og sånn, så å holde seg godt over 50 big blinds hele turneringen jo drømmespotten da. Så jeg får bare håpe det fortsetter sånn resten av turneringen.
Spørsmål som veldig vanskelig å stille pokerspillere. Jeg bare nysgjerrig på svaret ditt. Hvor høyt må du før du fornøyd?
Tja, jeg liker jo å tenke kortsiktig, men et finalbord, da hadde jeg vært veldig fornøyd, ja. Og så har jeg også en plassering fra i fjor som var 38. plass. Jeg sammenligner ikke det så mye, men det hadde vært gøy å på en måte komme bedre enn 38. plass fra i fjor, da.
Der sitter du veldig godt til akkurat nå.
Ja, absolutt. Jeg har mer chips nå enn det jeg noen gang hadde i fjor, så det bra det.
Kan du bevege oss litt på siden av bordet her også, og ta en prat med de som sitter i forkant. Det begynner å dra seg til her litt nå. Altså, hvordan vil du oppsummere NM så langt?
Det har gått veldig bra, men i dag har det vært motbakke, rett og slett.
Dårlige hender eller dårlige situasjoner?
Dårlige hender eller dårlig spill, I don't know. Begge deler, i kombinasjon. Ja.
Positiv.
Og vi så det her med mellom 2 og 15 big blinds hele dagen. Så, men en her ennå.
Lykke til. Samtidig kan vi jo få med oss det som skjer på bordet. Her det nemlig dyttet all in fra kanten. Ingen motstand, og så kan vi jo se litt på situasjonen her og høre egentlig med hovedpersonen som bestemte seg for å dytte på her. Roger Myklebusthaug, var det godt å få kast der, tenkte du?
Nei, det var godt å få syn.
Du fikk syn? Beklager, her ser vi at det en pott som fortsatt spiller, og der får vi syn. Det Myklebusthaug som har fått synet. Det 7-par mot konge, dame, suited. Da beklager jeg at jeg hoppet inn her, Roger. Jeg trodde det var et rundkast. Det rett og slett en vedde som ser etter en konge eller dame mot Myklebusthaug som har syvere. Det kommer 2 kløver som sørger for at det konge, dame eller kløver for å slå ut Myklebusthaug. Vedde, han sitter jo ganske godt over dette i utgangspunktet. En 10er sørger for at det blir enda flere outs. Det knekt konge, dame eller kløver som Myklebusthaug må unngå. Og han klarer dessverre ikke det. Det kommer en 3. kløver. Og det Jonathan Vedde som vinner denne potten her. Roger, det ekstra tungt kanskje å få den der akkurat når vi kommer bort for å introdusere deg også, det det?
Nei, jeg ventet på kort å spille, så det var helt greit.
Det Det veldig kort fra himmel til helvete her I hvert fall, det helt sikkert. Det ett riverkort som med på å avgjøre. Kommer en kløver 9 for tredje kløver på bordet til slutt, og det betyr Jonathan Wende drar ut potten. Roger Myklebusthaug dessverre fullfører da på en 67. plass I denne turneringen. Beveget oss inn på et av de andre bordene akkurat nå. Det først et oppspill fra button. Det en race fra small blind før det kommer en re-race fra opprinnelig høyner på button her. Budet ser ut til å være en pluss på 550 000. Det I aller høyeste grad I ferd til å kunne utvikle seg til å bli en monsterpott. Vi ser at mannen her I smallblind sitter med cirka millionen, litt I overkant. Han teller I hvert fall over her. Det altså Nguyen som sitter I smallblind og forsøker å ta avgjørelsen sin her. Han forsøker også å se på stacken til sin motstander, og det nok det ikke helt jevnt, men de sitter ganske likt disse gutta I stackstørrelse. Jeg tror faktisk at det nesten kan telles på skjetongen til slutt her hvis de velger å gå mot hverandre, men det gjør de aldri. Blir et kast. Og da kan vi også gå bort og stille noen spørsmål til mannen som akkurat har vært involvert I en pott. Det bedre å komme etter at du spiller potter enn før, det ikke det?
Jo, det fint da.
Hvordan vil du oppsummere NM så langt for din del?
Nei, det har vært litt opp og ned, som sett for mange andre. Men nå det jo på vei opp, ser det ut som, så veldig kjekt.
Når det kommer det ekstra slaget på slutten her, hvor uavhengig om du har kort eller ikke, det skal du slippe å svare på lufta her, men altså, hvor mye puls, hvor mye adrenalin kjenner du på?
Nei, nærmest sett 180-190 der I puls, ja. Det gjelder uansett hvor rolig du ser ut. Skal innrømme da.
Gratulerer med det som har vært en veldig fin bygging her, og en veldig fin stack for øyeblikket.
Jo, tusen takk.
Ja, det godt å se at det aldri for sent å være førstereis, tenker jeg. Det synes jeg var veldig hyggelig, og særlig når man da drar på flere straight flushes. Første gangen man med et Norgesmesterskap, ja, det noen som født under heldigere stjerner enn andre, kanskje. Så det jo spørsmål da, om de som har kommet seg opp på TV-bordet nå, vi beholder det samme TV-bordet vi hadde I stad, men siden Tom Bedell I det humøret han I, så trenger han litt ferskt blod, litt ferske skjetonger han kan få satt tenna og kloa I. Så vi får se da om de synes de var heldige som kom opp på bordet til Tom. Vær så god, Stig.
Sendingen sponset av Wabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Welcome back to the €800 buy-in main event, and we have the same table that we had before, so we're in for a treat. Tom Bedell has not made it back from the break, but we see his colorful jacket leaning against his chair, easily the chip leader at this point in time with more than 7 million in chips. Blinds have gone up to 25,000, 50,000, along with the 50,000 big blind ante. And here comes Tom back in his seat, our hero. It's been the Tom Bedell show the last couple hours. Made an amazing play with 10-8 offsuit from early position before winning a monstrous pot with Cowboys against Kings and Nines. It's been quite the treat. And as promised, we found out who the gentleman on the rail is, and he is a good friend of Mr. Bedell, and that is Stein Smith, a friend of Thor Hansen, rest in peace as well. Not necessarily a big poker player himself, but is good friends with some big names. The Thor Hansen Memorial Mystery Bounty Tournament continues to rock and roll. That got 673 entries, including 155 re-entries for a €326,405 prize pool. I believe late registration is still open for a little bit, so that may grow for a little bit longer, but my name is Jason Glatzer. I'll be with you until the end. George will be joining us most likely pretty shortly if he does not opt to enter the PLO event that's starting tonight. Here's a look at some of the payouts that are coming up. So right now, players have locked up €2,250. They're looking at a pay jump when there's 40 left to €2,565 before. The final 32 have locked up €2,880, or the final 39, apologize. It's kind of listed backwards in my head, where usually the smaller number is listed before the bigger number, and that was confusing me momentarily. Meanwhile, we have another active player, Ira Christensen, ready to act from the cutoff. Does have an ace. It's actually the hijack, although it looks like the cutoff, so maybe there's something wrong with the positioning going on here. Yeah, because Johansson's in the small blind. Yeah, this is, yeah, but Orfag is in the big blind, so everything is okay now. Has a dominating ace, is going to defend. A 5-5-9 flop doesn't really hit either player. Orfag is still marginally ahead with his 8 kicker to the ace. But meanwhile, it's Christensen with an opportunity to take down the pot with a bet. It's a small bet of 80,000. Orfag not buying the story here. Does make the quick check call. King of diamonds on the turn. Right now, both players kind of in a similar spot with their kickers not coming into play. But Christensen can rep a lot of kings as well. The problem is it was also a diamond. He had an opponent that check called the flop, so it does check it back. And the 6 of diamonds on the turn connects with Christensen for the check mark, but if Orfag can turn his hand into a bluff, repping a diamond, and it looks like he's about to do that. Let's see how much he sizes it up. It doesn't have to be too big. Even though we see Christensen's ahead with that 6, even if he doesn't buy that there's a diamond in there. There's other cards that beat him too. The cards were folded almost as soon as the chips hit the pot. So good awareness there by Orfag. Meanwhile, the 2000 Hold'em High Roller has kicked off with just a tidy field of 5 players, including Slovakia's Lukas Benkovic and Joseph Sibicic, Hungarian baller Daniel Kolazar, and another Bulgarian that we've seen around in Antanas Malinov in the field, and none other than Kayan Mokri, Norwegian nosebleed superstar in that field as well. That will continue to grow. It's just really in the opening moments. Late registration will remain open until the early parts of tomorrow. Johansson thinking about opening his bad ace. He is in late position, but not this time off a 14 big blind stack, 16 big blind stack. And it looks like a walk for Bedell. He definitely had an ace. He's going to show that ace of spades. Bedell having a good time. And here's a look at the chip valuations again. The 100s and 500s are out of play. The 1Ks, I believe, are out of play right now, too. So it's really just the green, reds, and whites. Maybe Tom has some blues. We'll have to get a close-up on his chip count. But if he doesn't have any blue 250Ks, I don't believe anybody does. Those will be introduced at some point during this tournament. With 75 million chips in play. Ah, we got George back already. That was a quick meal, George. Welcome back.
Yeah, I had a good chat with one of the local regs, Adam. Getting some insight into some of the stuff going on behind the scenes here at Card.
Adam, the guy that sometimes does commentating in Slovakia.
Edval. Yeah, nice guy, knowledgeable player. He's telling me about some new casino that's opened up that apparently is running cash games, and the standard there is rather interesting. So might be worth a little trip. It's only 45 minutes away.
Meanwhile, we got the same table back, George. So the Tom Bedell Show Part 2. He got a walk. A player folded an ace-6 in late position, and I think he only looked down at one of his cards, saw the ace of spades, and flashed that to the table and took his walk.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we found out who the gentleman is that has been railing him, and it is a friend of Tom's called Stein Smith, a famous fellow in Norway. He used to be good friends with Thor Hansen before the unfortunate passing of the Norwegian legend. So he's here to support his friends in the Norwegian poker community in general. So
does he play at all, or is he more of a bystander?
He plays a little bit, but that's not his main thing.
Yeah.
He had something like 13 or 14,000 in Hendemop cashes as an example.
Yeah.
So certainly not playing the games that Tom is playing in terms of tournaments. Who knows, maybe he's playing some high stakes cash, but typically even the high stakes cash game players, if they have a Hendemop profile, because some of them hide it.
Some big juicy buy-ins on there.
Yeah, exactly.
So ace queen, navigating that one to showdown in a 10 big blind pot.
And it's nearly 700 entries now in the Thor Hansen Memorial, 677. We went through the list of the players in the 2K High Roller because that kicked off with a tidy field of 5. You'll recognize some of the names. Maybe recognize all the names, in fact.
Lukas Benkovic, yeah, definitely know him. Kayam Mokri, of course. Atanas Malinov.
You know him.
Yeah, Joseph Shibashek. Actually, I'm not sure who that is. I'm going to have a little Google, but Daniel Kolazar is a good friend of mine and just a very, very strong player from Hungary.
You see him in real money, like online games. He's just a crusher.
Yeah, he's... I learned a fair bit from him because he approaches the game like a true pro. You know, there's a lot of guys that have their run and kind of fall away, but he does everything off the table that merits his position in the game. So Josef Shibashek is, wow, interesting.
It's definitely a face I'll recognize. I don't know exactly what his results are, but I know who that is.
He's got an insane Hendon mob. It's so many first places. His first 2 cashes were wins on the Hendon mob. I haven't seen that very often, have you?
No, not very often at all. And I assume he has a lot of cashes at the Rosvedov Casino.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that's where I've seen him before.
Yeah.
And Lukas Benkovic, I believe I've seen here.
That's Lucasino, back from the online days. He made a final table of a scoop main. I think he actually won it for an insane amount of money, like 700K back in the day.
LU Casino, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I know that screen name anyway.
Yeah, he was on the final table with Randy Liu, I think. Yeah.
There's a name I haven't heard in a long time, Randy. He used to be quite relevant. I'm sure he's still relevant, but I think he was a natural 8 ambassador for a little while. I'm not sure what he's up to these days. He was a PokerStars ambassador if you go back a little bit further.
So this guy Shibashek is called The Last Nail online, which is, I think, how would I describe it? It's like a name that was kind of with the Randy Loos, you know, that kind of era of poker.
So I think what you're telling me is if I want to light 2,000 euros on fire, I should enter this event.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, there's an article on him that was done in 2016.
I'm sure Randy's still up to doing things. He was quite active in the poker community as well. I'll take a look at him after we close out the last 2 blind levels of the main event, and we're down to just 40 players, so we lost a few in the opening moments. Meanwhile, George is pulling up the PLO, which has 96 players now, so that will get certainly over 100.
Yeah.
For more than a 25K prize pool, that's not bad for
if it's all right
small, medium stake PLO tournament.
If it's all right with you, I'll dive in that one and just for the max late reg.
Sounds like a plan.
And if I bust straight back in to see the Bedell show, as he's still accumulating chips, slowly catchy monkey, but nothing slow about those aces versus the kings and nines. That was a hell of a pot. One of the highlights of the tournament so far in terms of pre-flop confrontations. And then the other highlight was, of course, him floating 10-8 on ace-9-5 and finding a way to get top pair and then also another pair to fold on the river in the 3-way pot.
Yeah, I want somebody to really like kind of break down that hand from, let's say, an unorthodox perspective, but quite amazing, that 10-8. The aces played themselves. I mean, that's just a viral spot that people will want to watch. That was quite enjoyable to commentate, but the 10-8 was just a masterclass.
It was indeed. Finding ways to win with some rather unorthodox play at times, but it's always followed up with a lot of gusto.
It's just hard to figure out what he's doing, which makes it impossible for anyone to really kind of have a plan against him.
Exactly. Ooh, interesting board here. Biolo with the top pair flush draw versus the big blind, who's got the 8-6 middle pair. Going to be seeing a turn card, I imagine, unless we see some ridiculously big bet, which is typically not something that happens on these monotone textures, especially versus the big blind, who on specifically the ace-high monotone boards is going to have the flush advantage. He does just fold the 6, so getting out the way there, and a nice read.
Yeah, possibly because he had no spade in his hand, that he just said, I don't want to do this, and then what happens if I'm pumped on the turn, even if I hit 2 pair? Maybe I'm even drawing dead right now. I don't know.
Exactly. I think that's there's merit to that, and also one of the 8s, which would really help him, is a spade, which doesn't help. So just deciding to get out of the way. It's a decent board for the cutoff, and kind of showing a little bit of restraint here. Maybe feels that there are other spots that could provide a little bit more fruit in the future.
So like most tournaments here at Card Casino, there will be a redraw when it's down to 3 tables. And there is a chance that we actually reach that today. I didn't think we were going to get that deep. I had a guess in mind. We never placed our bets, but my guess was going to be 29, just so now I can release it. But I think I'm going to be far off. I think it's going to be something like 25 and under now, just looking at where we're at now. Maybe I'm still there. Maybe people slow down and play now that the money jumps are getting a little bit more real. But there's still going to be those cooler situations like 9s versus kings versus aces.
Yeah, they just happen very naturally, even in Hold'em. Ace-9 versus ace-9, less of a cooler, but if we can see a couple of hearts, you never know.
Also, Bedell with the position in this hand, he's going to be repping like pretty much everything from 3-2 off to pocket aces.
And this is a board where you feel Bedell will just continue to add to that massive stack of 7,140,000 big blinds. Going to follow this up with the bet, and Johansson in a tricky spot off the gate.
And he's reduced his size. I thought he was going to continue just throwing out the 1 chip like he likes to do, but this is even smaller than that. The 1 chip he was throwing out was the white one for 100K, but 75 is enough. And even though Johansson had the slightly better hand with the suit, it was basically the same hand. The power position and the power of Tom Bedell gets the job done.
Certainly does, continuing to just maneuver his way through the field, picking up lots of small pots, but you know that he's got the heart to follow it through in the bigger ones as well. So very much a tricky player to contest with. And especially if you've got sights on the pay jumps that are starting to become certainly significant at this stage.
Should we pull that up real quick?
Yeah, that's a good idea, Jason. Let's do that. So the payouts right now, 40 left. We're at the small pay jump from 2.56 to 2.88. That's going to be between 40th and 39th. And then we delve from 32nd to 31st, 2.88 to 3.24. From 28th to 27th, 3.24 to 3.6. And that should do it for the time being. I feel like we're going to end with around 25 to 28 players. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we're looking at something similar between 22 and 26.
Yeah.
I think my initial estimate of 29 is not going to be there. It's still possible, but not the likely scenario at this standpoint. I love the durability of Stein there on the rail. I do need to meet him.
Look at him, he's just smiling away.
Yeah. Thumbs up for us.
Perfect timing. What a guy. Doesn't even have the newspaper out. He's not scrolling Twitter on his phone. He's just enjoying the moment. That's what you like to see. That's something you can learn from the older generation there. Sometimes when I'm walking around the city and or getting the underground in London, it can feel like the zombie apocalypse in some ways.
Yeah.
Jesus, everyone's just absolutely glued to it, which for my sins is something that I can be guilty of from time to time as well. But it's very much exacerbated in that particular environment.
I've been starting to travel with old school books again. I have the Kindle on this iPad that we're using, but
when the hell do you have time to read, Jason?
On flights, at airports.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm working at airports, yes, too, but you need mental breaks. You can't keep going with 80, 90-hour weeks every week.
No, for sure not. I like to use chess as my sort of positive escapism, I would call it, just playing a game of chess. It's mentally stimulating, it's enjoyable. There's no variance, so you can't lose a flip in chess. Which is
Your chess is my poker, though. I don't play poker professionally, you know that, but I enjoy playing, and that's how my escape is poker. My wife calls it my escape.
Yeah.
I go to my man balcony, we call it my man cave, but it's really the balcony. And when my son goes to sleep, if I feel like playing, that's where I go.
Fire a few tournaments and get a bit of me time.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe talk to guys like Dara, Ant, I have a couple of close friends. Some are really good poker players. Some are just people that I just like watching because they punt around playing online. So you get some good laughs while they're playing. I love Ant, but his online poker stats, just from the amount that picks up from Poker Tracker on his Poker Stars from the observed hands, has maybe 1,000 hands, has 60% VPIP.
Jesus.
But yet he plays well live because he's a read guy as well.
Okay.
So I keep telling him, let's watch this video, let's go over some math. And he wants to do it, but then he always goes back to his old patterns.
Yeah, which is purely the psychological and kind of live dynamic dependent style, which does work. You do see still a lot of players. Tom Bedell would be a good example of that. There have been a couple of plays which, by the book, if you run it in GTO Wizard, would look berserk. But actually, he does find a way to navigate his way through. And, with the resume, as you're talking about, there are still players that aren't necessarily running sims all day and kind of rotting away in their mum's basement running those. So very much a game that still lends itself to different sides of the coin.
And to be fair, when he runs hot, he runs hot. People don't believe him because I'm pretty sure at the games he plays, a lot of people have notes on him.
Exactly,
At least I would have a note on him if I didn't know him already. But in a live situation, he's quite difficult.
Very comfortable. So nines, again, this kind of decision not to 3-bet get it in. Some ICM considerations here. We want to have a 3-betting range that predominates more around strong blockers. So you'd much rather raise a hand like ace-queen suited, potentially. I mean, it's a bit murky, 28 big blinds. Do you want to get that in versus under the gun? You possibly peel that as well, but for value, you know, jacks plus and ace-king, obviously, and then some bluffs that are going to be sort of ace-8 and king-jack and things like that.
Tom's peel was more than fine, and he's lucky there's only one club on the board because that hand could have gotten him in trouble. Although he figured out a way to win with 10-8 before, but this isn't the board he's going to win on with Berlo improving to top 2, well, 2 pair with the ace kicker.
This is an interesting c-bet because the 6-6x is really going to favor the big blind and also the button. So when we have ace-queen on this board, I don't mind checking sometimes, navigating to a turn card, and looking to get some big bets in from there, because really we don't have a 3-street hand with ace-queen here. Like, you might be able to get king-queen specifically, but you block that. So it's like...
Yeah, if the 9s are folding, then there you go.
Yeah, they do call. But you're not going to get 3 streets from 9s, whereas if you navigate to a turn and it comes a deuce, all of a sudden your range looks a lot weaker. So mixing in some out-of-position checks in these 3-way situations versus specifically the button and the big blind, I think pays dividends in the long run. But it's very natural for someone to see the queen 6-6 with ace-queen and just look to sort of blindly get chips in there.
Especially when Bedell is such a random factor, and it wasn't the call with the 9s, maybe he's going to float and hopes to take it down later.
Yeah, exactly. But you're betting ace-queen here, which is, of course, a monster hand. But if you get check-raised by the big blind, you're already in the guessing game, because there's not really many natural check raises here. So it's likely to be a 6 or some kind of funky bluff. But for the most part there, electing to play some sort of deception / pot control is often a way to navigate this holding here. Let's go for the second barrel here. Of course, he knows that he's targeting hands like 9s, 10s that aren't going to 3-bet get it in at this stage of a tournament.
King, queen of diamonds.
King, queen of diamonds, exactly. King, queen of spades, potentially queen, jack of spades, queen, 10 of spades. There are some worse queen X's out there, but if you list those combinations, quite few. Yeah, Andreassen's been really sticky in these spots. We saw the 7s that he check-called on the 2-over card board. And this one he elects to get out the way, showing some restraint. He did unblock the turned heart draw, so some hands that might have been taking a stab at the flop, like 10-9 of hearts, all of a sudden turned a monster equity draw. But maybe learning from his previous mistakes there, because I'm sure a couple of hours ago he would have been seeing a river with those 9s.
Probably.
But in terms of outside of the Bedell show, it's been quite an honest table. Christiansen is a bit of a wild card.
Yes, for sure.
You never know what you're going to get from him, but guys like Ophag and Andreassen, Johansson,
even Strand with the short stack.
Yeah. Strand, sorry, yeah, he's been extremely tight. We did see a couple of nice 3-bet bluffs from him. They were somewhat intuitive, but certainly has done well to sort of keep his head above water, but looking like it could get dangerous for him if he continues to play a little bit more on the conservative side. Johansson here with the queen-jack. You see what I mean? Just folding with the queen-jack and the hijack. We've really got to be going for the steal there. I guess he's just thinking, well, I've got Bedell in the big blind, and I don't know what I'm up against him, so... Oh, Bedell in the small blind, sorry. Which is even better as a steal, because you're just going to not really receive too much of a fight back from the small blind there. And it's going to be relatively honest.
And Bedell has seemed to cool off as well. His VPIP has certainly gone down since that aces hand.
Yeah, he's not the type of player that actually attacks with lots of 3-bets pre-flop and the kind of more standard route of tournament poker that you see these days. You know, whenever you watch a 5 or a 10K or a Triton, almost every hand seems to go raise 3-bet and then you start from there kind of thing. Whereas Bedell is more of a player that, maybe from a live cash background, he likes to peel, see flops and maneuver his advantage in that fashion. So Andreasen opening it up. And Björlo is going to shove here for 22 big blinds effective with the cutoff. With the pocket threes, a fearless move, but really warranted with this specific combo. Hands like ace-3 suited, ace-deuce suited, pocket twos, pocket threes are just such great jams from the big blind because you get better pairs to fold, and with those ace-deuce and ace-3 combos, much better ace-x to fold as well. So that's showing a lot of class. I like to see that move there. It's a fearless play.
It's a great play, and also his image wasn't dictating that he has capability of 3-bet jamming with the pocket threes, so it's looking super strong.
Exactly, and you know, if you're sat there as the opener with a hand like pocket sixes facing a 23 big blind all in, with the ICM considerations, you're probably folding, right? So
yeah, certainly sixes maybe, and I'm probably even folding sevens. It's eights that where I'm thinking about, and that's kind of a coin flip. I tend to call with the eights, but it's I have folded eights in a similar spot recently. Just
player dependent.
Yeah, exactly. And it does help that there's 1 hour blind level, so if you want to edge on the sake of caution, this kind of structure helps you with that versus a faster structure where those thin edges you just need to take every time.
Absolutely right.
I spent a lot of time. I don't know if you know who John Ape Styles is. You probably recognize the name.
Yeah.
So I've spent a lot of time with him over the years and learned quite a bit from him. And he has always been looking for that like even 0.01 big blind advantage, you know, and talking about things. And I keep telling him, you know what, for me, like those small ones are just increasing my variance too much. He's like, no, Jason, you have to, if you think you have even that much advantage, you have to go for it. But I have a hard time mentally adjusting to that because I feel like I have an edge in other areas other than taking such a small, tiny edge.
But
and
this
I'm not
is
playing enough events for that to come into fruition.
It's an argument that neither of you can win, I believe, because he's just coming from it at the point from such a different standpoint. He's battling in small field, high roller, online all the time on some of the bigger sites where you really can't forego those tiny edges. Whereas when you're playing the sort of $20 to $50 buy-in tournaments online, the people's reaction to those kind of decision points is vastly different. So, you know, where he feels he could make an edge, actually in a $20 tournament when someone opens the cutoff, you know, they don't have King 5 suited there. They've just got a good hand. Like, how many times do you see these guys raise folding? It's not that often, you know. They're by the product of their kind of understanding of the game, that they're not really kind of stealing so often. So when he's finding a rejam there with like a Jack 10 suited or whatever, it seems totally standard for him because he's like, well, I could get the King Jack to fold and blah, blah, blah. But you're just getting snapped off in a $22 tournament by a good hand most of the time. You know?
Yeah, it's a fair statement. And I had a deep run in a tournament once that I sent the final table to both him and Brian Paris. Brian actually helped me write an article about this. I have to pull it up. I don't know how many years ago. And the advice on some hands, like one would say great play, and the other would say, well, maybe you should have done this. You
Wildly
know?
different. Yeah, but
and
Brian,
these are two players that are extremely gifted.
Yeah, Brian is much more of a solid grinder type, and Ape Styles, as you mentioned, is pretty loose, aggressive, and just fighting for every spot. So I can see why there's a difference there, and also their grinds are a bit different. Brian is always egoless in his game selection. He's often multi-tabling like low buy-in events just because he knows he's clearly beating them and doesn't have to face the variance of playing these 500s and 1Ks online. So I can see why they would also have different perspectives.
I should find that article. It's from a long time ago, so maybe things have changed.
did you kind of do it as like a three-way opinion piece? Where
No, I didn't include Ape Styles in it
Okay.
because he asked me not to in that particular spot. But he said, I'm happy to review with you. You've never asked me. You've asked, like, I used to have a couple guys that we were kind of in a stable. Yeah, Brian Paris reviews my deep run. It was actually 2016, so much longer ago.
Okay.
It looks like it was a multi-parter. Back when I was still working with Poker News. Yeah, look at this. This is how I got there, getting it in with ace hit against aces. Life
Wow.
is good. I don't even remember this.
8 on the river.
Thank you, Lady Luck. In this hand, we come to a common spot in this tournament type. It appears attractive on the structure. However, the problem with the hand, it performs barely born against your opponent's calling range. And I think Ape Styles was actually okay with this play. I think this is like the one particular spot where he ran it through and said, you have a tiny edge.
Go for it. Ooh, Andreasen, after a couple of hits to his stack, the 9s, second best to the ace-queen on the queen 6-6, navigating to a turn and having to fold, then gets shoved on by the big blind, now finds ace-king under the gun here. So it's been a action orbit for him. Let's see if he can win some chips back here. We are going to get through to the blinds by the looks of things. De Verg style out the way, and Johansson with the queen, jack 3 offsuit, so easy fold.
Looks like the eliminations have slowed down a little bit, as one might suspect at this stage of the tournament, reducing the chances that we'll have the 3-table redraw today. Tomorrow, I am told that the final few tables will all be in the same area upstairs, which makes a lot more sense because there will be a 3-table redraw, a 2-table redraw, and of course the final table redraw, but that doesn't necessarily matter in terms because the final table will be played out on Saturday's day 5. Meanwhile, we have Johansson here with a decision with his king-queen offsuit facing the open by Christensen for a little bit more than a min raise to 105. All 3 options on the table for Johansson. And he does jam it, folks. This should work, except for the fact that Andreasen woke up with ace-10, but it's not that Johansson has been jamming that much, and when he has, it's been kind of strong. This is strong. It's not that ace-10 plays super well against king-queen, and we also see that Christensen has an ace that he's going to fold when it's coming back around to him, whether Andreasen gets involved or not. Ace-3 is not a hand I think that Christensen's going to call off a good part of his stack with.
Yeah, I think in the earlier stages of a tournament, you might take this one, but I think with the ICM considerations here, the fact that you're doing okay, like you do dominate some of the theory rejams, like a Jack-10 suited and a King-10 suited, but lo and behold, I think what people are going to show up with for the most part is going to be maybe Ace-9 suited, Ace-8 suited, but a lot of suited Broadway, a lot of pairs, and a lot of Ace-Jack plus, so pretty tricky spot, and I don't fault the fold whatsoever. I think that's a good decision.
And Christensen taking his time. I thought he would have mucked as soon as it got around to him, but perhaps thinking of doing something else. He is marginally ahead. It is basically a coin flip, but not ahead of the range of the 3-bet here.
No, nicely navigated out of there, and Johansson with a much-needed pickup up to 950. It's so nice when you find a re-steal from exactly the small blind, because you get the extra big blind and the ante as well as the open. So nicely done. And you can see the next payouts here. So 32nd to 39th, still on that small pay jump up to 28.80. Then we got 32.40 and 36.15 for 24th to 27th.
I'm beginning to think that maybe my 29 isn't that far off, unless the ticker hasn't been updated in a while, but they've been updating it every 5 or 10 minutes. So it seems like that even on the outer tables that players with the shorter stacks are being a bit tighter. There haven't been that many coolers and setups. So we're likely to come back with 3 or 4 tables tomorrow.
Wow, and since we've last checked on the PLO, they're down to 2 from 5. So it must have been some short stack ninjaing, as unfortunately Andre Lon, the local player, is out in 5th for no cash. Emil Tuminen, the Finnish online reg, he got 4th for 8K. Andreas Freund, the Austrian, getting 3rd for 11K, and they're playing heads up. So it's 17.2K locked up, playing for the top prize of 27,000 euros. And the players are Bernard Larabi and Joachim Haraldstad, which, to be honest, could even be the lineup in the heads up of an online high roller event as well. 2 very strong players, so no surprises there in some senses.
But it is rare for a chip leader at the start of day 2 to make it to heads up. More often than not, something happens, and that, you know, having an overnight chip lead is a little bit overrated. It's nice to have a big stack. It's much better than having a short stack. But to make it all the way to heads up is means that you were navigating your stack quite well.
Yeah, very impressive.
Meanwhile, we have some action here. Bedell doing Bedell things once again. He was laying off the gas, but decided to get involved with the 7-6 offsuit. This is a flop he can get away from, but we've seen him get tricky, but it's Ofag calling from the big blind and has the flush draw and deciding to lead out, actually. Bedell...
No, he's called the bet from +1.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. This is the ace-jack of spades, which is the haunting combo that Biello had to fold to Bedell's power play with the 10-8 earlier. So let's see if he can get it done this time. And that is a disaster of a turn card for Biello, but also some room for concern for Orpfag, as it's the only club that actually completes some of the full houses. So which ones is he likely to have here flatting? He's going to have ace-queen offsuit, that's for sure. He's going to 3-bet it sometimes. And the fact that the ace and the queen are of clubs means that he can have, you know, ace-queen of diamonds, ace-queen of spades as well. Those kind of hands that don't really want to get it in for 40 big blinds versus Bedell. And look at this. King on the river gives Biello the straight, but how can he range his opponent on having a worse hand at this stage? Ace-10 isn't going to bet the river. Queen-10 is a boat. All of the flush draws got there, and then we chop with the jack. So it looks like a good spot, but once you kind of boil down this continuing range from the big blind, with Bedell, of course, behind in the under the gun, having opened, some cause for concern for Biello here.
Yeah, I'm surprised Ofag didn't actually bet out after the turn went check, targeting some of those jacks. I know he's still concerned about the queen kings, queen aces that you pointed out, especially the suited variety. But you can be targeting these jacks so hard, and maybe even crying a call from a bear ace or a bear queen. But meanwhile, it all worked out for Ofag. I mean, there's no reason for him to raise here. He can just call and get that value. There are some combinations that George mentioned that he's behind, and that's exactly what he does. So well played by Ofag at 2 million, same stack as Bjorlo.
Absolutely, playing it conservatively there. Didn't want to bet and get raised because there were some full houses available. King-Queen might have been a hand that could have stabbed the flop with the straight blocker and the middle pair. King-Queen and Ace-Queen really would have been the ones in pocket tens. So just electing to play that one.
and exerting some pot control, calling the river, and seeing the good news there versus the sizing. If he'd have faced a huge sizing or even an overbet jam, he would have been in a lot of trouble.
So I'm speaking with our Spade Poker colleagues here, trying to make sure that tomorrow during each break that we get full updated chip counts so that we can have a good idea, at least at the beginning of each break, how some of the players at the side tables are doing so that we can update people on that the same way that we're updating a little bit about the side events, which we'll continue to do because it's a nice festival. The main event is the main attraction, but there's plenty of other stuff that people are interested in, and we'll continue to keep you updated as best as possible on everything that's happening at Card Casino Bratislava until the conclusion of the main event on Saturday evening.
Absolutely, and just want to update you with some fresh news off of K Hold'em. Joachim Haraldstad has bowed out in second place, which means Bernard Larabi is the winner of the PLO High Roller 2K event. And that is an extremely impressive victory because he had to navigate through a really strong field of 35 players there. Did you bring that just for that?
No, no. I have the easy button with me quite a lot because I'll tell you the story about the easy button later. It has sentimental value, so it travels with me for that reason.
Good stuff. I'm going to jump in that PLO, and I might see you later, but if not, let's see. Hopefully the Bedell show continues here, and for me, for now, I'll be signing out, and we'll be back tomorrow from 12:30, but I'll leave you in the very comfortable hands of Mr. Jason Glatzer. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, George, and best of luck. I hope I don't see you back tonight and don't see you again till tomorrow morning. Not that I don't love being with you, but I know what that bad news means.
It certainly will. All right, let's see it. Let's give it a spin in the 250, shall we? I'll be checking out. See you later, guys.
So George is off to play the PLO, which has more than 100 runners. Late Reg is going to close in that bad boy soon. And it's just going to be me for the end run, but I'm rather excited. I've been loving watching Tom, but liking watching the other players too. We've seen some interesting action, not just by Tom. Tom is providing, obviously, the highlight reels, but plenty of other things to be considering here. And meanwhile, we have a defend by Bjorlo with the 10-8 of diamonds. No diamonds on this flop. Ofog may continue on this kind of board. Does want to protect his hand, doesn't have a king or a queen, but his ace-9 is often good there. Deny the equity of hands such as Bjorlo has. Bjorlo with the snap fold. Not a big pot, but still nice to pick that up, especially when you don't connect with the board. Meanwhile, the Thor Hansen Memorial is at 694 entries. It is on break, and I believe late registration will close in that in 24 minutes when the 40-minute dinner break is over. The Poker North Masters Day 1G is up to 143 runners. And the 150 Turbo has got a nice field too, 149 runners. That is on level 4, so late reg still open in that as well. And I see 8 players registered in the flip and go fight for the Poker North Masters, including Frody Fagerly, the York Brew, lots of friends in this one. John Kite, Kent Road, Ingve Steen, Vidar Owi, Seaman Gulbranson, Andre Centula. Hansen, though, meanwhile, min-raising his 8-7 suited. Folding all the way around to Bjorlo, who will fold as well. Let's see if the big blind wakes up with anything. Strand with the Jack-7, getting shorter and shorter and shorter. Now has a sub-10 big blind stack. And down to 38 players, so we lost 2 more. In 39th place was Andreas Gell. And in 40th place was Martin M. Although that doesn't seem correct, so we're going to try to look up the name on 40th place once again in a different way. Yeah, it says Martin M, but I don't think that's his full name. In 41st place earlier on was Joachim Norheim. Kim Thunold in 42nd place, Mats Uldring in 43rd place, Martin Magnussen in 44th place, and Olave Road in 45th place. Meanwhile, back to the action. Bedell with a pocket pair, pocket fives to be specific, and open the cutoff to 105. Oh boy, Bjorla with a monster, the Cowboys. He witnessed earlier at the table when Tom opened with aces to take out a player with Cowboys and nines, but that shouldn't inspire any fear for a 3-bet. It looks like a very small 3-bet to 175,000. To 3.5 big blinds, so from 2.1 big blinds to 3.5 big blinds. Tom happy to call, getting a good price to set mine his fives. And it's an ace on the flop, so maybe Tom will find a way to steal this away. Bjorlo perhaps regretting not 3-betting a little bit bigger, or maybe happy knowing Bedell's probably calling a bigger 3-bet and just wanted to do a small 3-bet to thin out the field a little bit. Tom is far behind, but if he can get a read that his opponent is a little bit uncomfortable with that ace, may want to float here. We've seen Tom with many moves in his arsenals. Most players would fold here. Tom gets away with quite a lot that most players don't. So that went fairly standard, check, bet, fold. A little bit of relief with the Cowboys that wasn't called, because then he wouldn't know if Tom is floating him or if Tom had the ace. It certainly would have slowed down the action from the Cowboys with potentially a decision to make on the river, but Tom deciding to be a bit more conservative this time, showing the many gears that he has. And Johansson here with the 10s. He's going to open this up from any position, so under the gun will be one of those spots off a 22 big blind stack. We have a few more hands at this blind level before we play our final blind level of the day, which will be 30-60 along with the 60K big blind ante. But meanwhile, we're still at the 25-50 level with Johansson min-raising, Bedell with an ace-9 from the hijack. Deciding what he wants to do. And he wants to play some cards, it seems. He's going to call. Has an overcard to those 10s. Folds on through. So it's going to be heads up to the flop between Johansson and Bedell. And not the worst, not the best flop for Johansson. He does check, Bedell quickly checking back. 8 of clubs on the turn. Is Johansson going to target that 8 now? Nope, he is not. Bedell still has a chance to realize his equity. Might even bet the turn to try to take it down. I don't think that would work after he checked the flop. Although if he puts pressure both on the turn and river, that could work. Johansson's stack could be in danger zone if he starts calling and he's wrong. We see that he's far ahead. So if he puts Bedell on that king or on that 5, he may fold, but I think he should be calling most of the time here based on Bedell's image. an innocuous 4 of spades on the river, other than the fact that Bedell could have just as easily been betting the turn with the 7-6. That's not the case here. And Bedell checking it back, and Johansson will be relieved that his 10s are good. Tom getting a little bit of a chuckle. Always seems to be in good spirits. This time it's Ofog's turn to get the pocket 10s, and he's going to be opening. It's not from under the gun like we just saw, but still from early the position under the gun +1. Bedell quickly folding his queen 4. Bureau folding his rags as well. Strand getting out of the way with 10-9 off his short stack, 4-3 in the muck. The Verksal, though, with the King Jack 2 overcards, hasn't given up yet. Is calling off his short stack. And Johansson may decide to come along for the ride from the big blind with his ace. Maybe not because it's multi-way, we shall see. But it does put Ofog in a bit of trouble with just about any overcard to the 10. Only the queen wouldn't hurt him. But meanwhile, Johansson deciding multi-way is not his thing with the ace-8, and I don't blame him. So it's more or less a coin flip situation. And a king, oh my God, what a setup. 2 kings. It was a king out of the window, followed by a 10 and another king. So full house for Ofog. Durskal here with trips, though. This could spell the end. Wow, and just a small bet with the trips. It's a check call. So far, kind of a save. Could still further improve if the board pairs up or if a jack comes. Obviously, if the board pairs up with a 10, that's a bit of trouble because he's going to think he's always good with that full house, only to run into the quad 10s. But right now, it's full house, better than trips. Another check by Durskal, hoping his opponent bets into him. May be concerned about hands like 10s that Ofog actually has and hands like ace, king, and king, queen that he doesn't have, but that's blocked a bit by what Durskal has. Doesn't mean he shouldn't be somewhat concerned, being that Ofog is firing out twice, but thus far keeping it small enough to see what happens on the river. And opting to raise for value, not knowing what kind of trouble's in store for him. And Ofog jamming. And a quick call. So Durskal at risk. Wow, 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 wow. Sander Durskal needs a jack or a 6 or a king to stay alive. One more card to come, and here we go. It's a 7 of spades on the river. So Sander Durskal is out in 37th place for 2,880 euros. Just before him went out Hein Haraldson in 38th place and Andreas Jell in 39th place. But we are down to just 36 hopefuls. Quite a cooler to go out on deep on day 3. Very tough. The only way around that was folding the king jack. The 10s aren't going anywhere to a jam, but just by not playing that hand was the only way out. But very often the trips are going to be good. Meanwhile, Bjorn Ofog has chipped up nicely and is well north of 2 million at the moment. Even north of 3 million, so more than 60 big blinds in his stack. playing a solid tag poker style game. Bedell slowing down a bit, not opening his king 5. Most players would be folding that. Bureau, though, opening his ace rag from the low jack. Folds around to Johansson. Queen 9 suited's always very pretty. It's worth defending from the big blind, but Johansson says not so much from the small blind. And Andreasen with the similar Queen 9, but it's offsuit. A little less attractive, but more than fine to defend off this kind of stack if he wants to. We did see some of those queens and nines already folded from the small blind. But never mind that, there's another queen waiting out of the window on the 2-jack queen flop. It's a rainbow. So a check by Andreasen. Bjorlo trying to continue for a very small sizing of 75,000. Andreasen may not know if he is good. Top pair can be good a lot of the time, but isn't really worth raising here. A call would be the recommended play and then reevaluate on the turn. If his opponent has a queen, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble with that queen kicker. But meanwhile, Bjorlo improving on that turn to a better pair. Finding some love with that ace of spades on the turn. The problem with hitting his ace is if his opponent called in the big blind with king 10, he's hit Broadway, but that's a small part of the range. He would have continued to a very tiny flop bet. So not much information derived from there other than the fact that he could have king, queen, he could have a queen, he could have a jack, and even a deuce. Even a hand like 10-9, 10-8 may have come along for such a small sizing. But Bjorlo showing no fear, betting 250,000 into a pot of 425. And let's see if Andreasen gets sticky with his second pair. May opt to call the turn and see what happens on the river. The one thing I don't think he's going to do is turn his hand into a bluff. It's questionable whether he's going to call or not as well. He may want to save his chips for another day. We should try to get the camera on Andreasen right now. There we go, our Viking friend. Vegaard has been around quite a lot at events I've been at. Not somebody I've gotten to know, but do like the typical Viking look that he portrays. Even though Bjorlo was unable to get any value after improving to top pair on the turn, he should be happy with that turn of events with an ace-6. And blinds have just gone up to the final blind level of the day. The small blind is 30,000. The big blind and the big blind ante are both 60,000. So 150,000 in the pot before cards are dealt. A jam by Andreasen here with the Queen 7 suited. And it looks like Stein Smith is back on the rail. He's been with us quite a while with a fresh glass of vino. And down to 36 in the field at the moment. So still 5 tables in action. There isn't going to be a redraw at 4, but there will be a redraw at 3 tables, either during this blind level or during the next blind level tomorrow. It shouldn't go much further than that. So my initial prediction at the beginning of the day of 29 entries might not be that far off. I thought at the last break that I was going to be far off, but really that might be on target. I could have won another 20 euros off of Mr. George Sanford if I went with the bet. He wanted to bet on it, and then we got distracted by a few hands and never went back to that conversation. But Bedell getting a walk. Happy days. Christensen, who's not afraid to mix it up with a different variety of hands, will be opening up the pocket tens, as any player at the table would from any position. It's too strong of a hand to do anything else. He's maybe just thinking about what he wants to do. He's counting up his stack and just jams in for more than 20 big blinds, saying either you have something better and call me or you don't. Some hands he might be flipping against. Maybe he gets a call from a pocket nines, pocket eights, so there's a couple hands he may be ahead of that might opt to call. This jam typically smells a lot like ace-king. Bedell can afford the race, but does he need to? He's giving Christensen a smile and a look down. And makes the correct fold. So Bedell with all the good reads. He didn't seem too happy with it, but when he looks back at the stream or somebody tells him that he folded those eights, he'll be much happier about his decision. So good read again by Tom Bedell. He seems to have all the reads. However, by just not opening, he could have gotten Bedell to come along if it was just a raise and perhaps picked up a little bit more than just the blinds and the ante. Here's a look at some of the previous winners, including last year's winner and Lars. This time, and under the gun +1, it's Johansson's turn to get a decent pocket pair. It's one less than the tens in the form of nines. Certainly will be opening. Also with a little more than 20 big blinds, about 23 in his stack, and will be jamming as well. So players do not want to play post flop with their decent pocket pairs, at least in the last 2 hands. So far, nothing would have likely come along to a min raise, except for maybe Strand in the big blind, who would have had 1 overcard, so he folded out at least some equity. And Christensen, full of good energy. He's been in big spots before, even on big final tables. Does appear a bit relaxed, having fun. It's good to enjoy the moment in these big spots, especially under the lights and cameras. A lot of the country of Norway is watching this on a 30-minute delay on directsport.no, with Stig Moen broadcasting with a variety of guests throughout the week. Folds around to Ofog with the ace-4 suited from the hijack. He's been fairly tight. I would say tight, aggressive player. I would label him as a tag. Does min-raise here. Gets Bedell to fold worse suited cards to the spades. Strand folding a better ace, so far so good. And more spades in Christensen's hand. So 3 players with 2 spades in their hand, and Christensen is likely to at least defend. I don't think there's any reason to be 3-betting here. Does indeed call. So Christensen with some backdoors. Not much else. It's likely check bet fold if Ofag is going to continue. Ofag is betting 100,000. That should be enough to get the job done. It's a bit tricky to keep your equity when out of position, but maybe he's going to try something else. Maybe it's a raise, which would work. Showing a lot of heart with this raise. Really nothing to fall back on if he's called other than relentless aggression. However, Ofag is likely going to have to fold here. Give some respect to this. To Christensen making a move, which further makes me wonder why he jammed those 10s for more than 20 big blinds when he does like to make moves post-flop and usually gets away with them. Seems to usually have good reads on the situation. He is thinking things over, but does have to fold the better hand. So well played there by Christensen and getting a fold out of Ofag and up to 1.7 million in chips. Just had Vojta come into the booth. He's been doing a fantastic job all week. I've been enjoying the photos both by him and Thomas Dacha and by Elizabeth as well. It's a very nice trio. It used to be a duo, but this year it's a trio. And not the trio you guys are thinking. There's no menage a trois going on in this photography booth. Bedell folding his 6 high, Yurlo folding king 8. And a jam here with the pocket queens. Wow, waking up on the button with that. And it's not a big stack, so it's not going to take that much in someone's holdings to find a call here. It's just a 5 big blind jam. He's hoping somebody found the call, but not with the 10 deuce, so Strand still picking up more than 50% of his stack without a showdown, so not the worst result either, but he would have loved to have gone a call here. Here's a look at some of the more recent payouts. We've listed all these names already. There hasn't been a bust out since Sander Turvskal over at the feature table. So still 36 players remaining with plenty of action still to come. So Ofog with the pocket 9s and Christensen jamming the ace queen. So this could be a big pot. Johansson folding his queen jack. So back to Opok with the nines. He does have Christensen covered, but it would bring his stack down to just 1.2 million if he called and lost the flip. Looks a little puzzled about what's happening here. But it would be a huge call for him. We see that he would be in decent shape if he did with at least one ace and queen out, but Christensen's aggression works again, and he's up to 1.9 million, preventing himself from being in a flip situation just by jamming. Perhaps if he 3-bet to 5 or 5.5 big blinds, he would have been 4-bet jammed over the top and then had to lay down his ace-queen. So instead, putting max aggression on his opponent and forcing a fold. So we lost 2 more players. We're down to 34. Let's check out who went out in 35th and 36th places. In 35th was Evan Evanson, who we've had at the feature table earlier this week, and Galte Shippers in 36th place. So top 34 is still locking up 2880. The pay jump isn't until there are 31 players remaining, but back to the action with Tom Bedell ready to get back in motion after folding a few hands, opting to get involved with the Jack-10 and gets a better Jack to fold than the Queen-Jack, Queen-9 folding as well. Nobody wanting to play with Tom, even with the understanding that he could be opening wide, but he could also be opening with those aces like he did earlier. But it's back-to-back spots in the last few hands anyway for Opok having nines. He's not looking to 3-bet them at this point in time and just calls, and it's another coin flip situation, but it's a pretty good flop for nines. He has an overcard to the board. He's blocking the 7-9 nuts, has a gut shot, no spades. But Bedell has 2 overcards, also no spades in his hand. He was a pre-flop aggressor, and it looks like he's ready to rumble with a c-bet to 160. Opok shouldn't be going anywhere. Is he going to call or raise is the only question here. And he answered it quickly with a call. And the queen of clubs on the turn could make things very dicey if it's like a red 9 on the river, like the 9 of hearts, because Bedell then would have the nuts. Opok would have what he would perceive to be the best hand with trips. But meanwhile, Bedell is keeping the aggression on. And it looks like incoming is a bigger bet of maybe around 2/3 of the pot. Looks like around 445, 450. That's 200 there. Let's see how it's being broken out. A little bit less. So it's 395. So it is about 2/3. Opok trying to get some kind of read off Tom. Bedell staring straight down at his hand, which is covering the cards, protecting them. And Tom Bedell getting away with one again. I mean, he did have some outs on the river with the Jack-10 or 9, but wasn't ahead when the money went in, only to get a fold by Opok, who hasn't had much luck with the 9s. He opened up with 9s moments ago, only to be 3-bet shoved upon by the ace-queen of Christensen. Opok folded there, and he lost a little bit more on this pot now. Sturler Hiller, who I thought went out earlier, actually went out in 34th place. So we're down to 33 players. When we lose one more, this table will fill up, because then we'll be at 4 tables of 8 players each. And Stein Smith still having a good time on the rail. He found someone to have a little bit of a chat with for the last half hour or so. And Bedell just getting a walk that time. Nobody wanting to tangle with him, and who can blame him? Full of confidence, ready to rumble, and completely unpredictable. And when he gets hit in the face with cards like he did with those aces, he's completely unstoppable on top of all that. Folding around to Bedell in the small blind. Last time he got a walk in the big blind. We don't know what he has yet. Here we go. It's a suited queen 3. Putting some pressure on his opponent, Bjorlo, who will likely defend with his 9-6 off a 30 big blind plus stack. It is suited. Does have a lot of possibilities. And we can see that the equities aren't so far apart. It's at least close enough that seeing a flop is worthwhile. And now Bjorlo pulling ahead on the 5-7-9 flop, 5-7-6 flop by connecting with the 6. Also, if an 8 comes, he gets a straight. But Tom is going to lead out. And I don't think Bjorlo is going anywhere to a single bet. There is even a diamond backdoor flush draw. And does call. 2 of clubs on the turn does not help either player, but Bjorlo is still ahead with second pair. But if Tom is able to fire out a bigger bullet on the turn, it's really putting a lot of pressure on his shorter stacked opponent. Not that Bjorlo is short. It is bigger, but not that big still. It's exactly half the pot at 290. I suspect a call, but maybe Bjorlo is worried about what's to come on the river. And he does call, so more than $1 million in the pot in a blind versus blind battle. And the ace of hearts, this may spell trouble for Bjorlo, because if Tom is able to bet again, it's going to be harder and harder for him to call, especially if he does something close to a pot-sized bet. And he is sizing it up a little bit, but not by much. It looks like a little more than half the pot this time, or maybe a little bit less. We'll get a count soon. A little bit less, 530. And Bjorlo going to look back down at his hand and then probably think things over. If it wasn't at this stage of the tournament and Tom was as active as he was and able to bet whether he has it or not, we would likely see a crying call, especially after calling flop and turn bets. It does seem strong betting all 3 streets. Bedell will still have 6 million if he's called. And great call there by Bjorlo to win a decent pot to get over 3 million in chips. Can breathe a sigh of relief. And Tom Bedell tapping the table. Nice hand, nice play. So what's going to happen near the end of this blind level, they'll stop the clock and they'll randomly draw whether they're going to play 3, 4, 5, or 6 hands. It could be different numbers, but they're going to draw to a random number of hands that they will play before ending the night, that each table will play. What this does is it prevents a little bit of unnecessary stalling for those trying to avoid getting through the big blind once again, and allows a smooth form of play. Opok opening up his, no, it wasn't Opok, it was Bedell opening up his 4s. And a jam by Strand with King Queen, but not for much. I think Bedell is going to call. He knows that he's flipping or something worse. He's going to be happy to see that he's flipping and then hope for the best. Meanwhile, Strand is hoping that a king or a queen comes. He says, I was hoping, I think, for something that I wasn't flipping against, like that queen 3 he saw before. But instead, he needs a little bit of help, even though it's a coin flip. But falling behind after not connecting with the 5 ace 8 flop has some backdoors to the Broadway, but that's about it that this flop delivered. Needs basically a king or a queen. The king of spades is dead, but the jack of spades brings that Broadway draw to the front door. Still a gut shot to the 10, so a 10, queen or king to stay alive for Strand. And it's a queen on the river for Strand to double up. Miracle river. So Eric Strand doubling through Bedell. So Bedell, who had over 7 million, tossed a little bit of a chunk away to Bjorlo before doubling up Strand. Still has a healthy 5.6 million. But the momentum he had during the last 2 hours seems to be shot. Johansson folding his 6s. Not wanting to get involved, I suppose, near the end of the night. And it's gonna fold all the way around to Strand in the small blind. Maybe jamming once again with the ace deuce. Does fold it though, very interesting. And shows the deuce. I think that was a missed jam there, but once again, these are the players battling it out in the commentating booth, and can't blame players for overfolding, as we said, in these spots. But we are down to 32 players, as you can see on the upper right corner, which means we'll be getting some new blood. It was Evan Mickelson out in 33rd place, so near the end of the night, we are looking at 4 tables of 8 players each. Coming in soon is Chartan Kronstad in seat 6. Christensen will be doing something off the small blind with more than 30 big blinds. It looks like he will just be completing with this queen-jack offsuit, and Johansson may opt to raise it up with a bad ace. It's a little bit too much to jam and doesn't want to bloat the pot. Will play in position with 180,000 in the pot after checking back his option, and we'll see a 2-4-8 rainbow flop connecting with neither player. Some backdoors for Johansson for the straight. He's still ahead with the ace. May want to bet after it's checked. It is a min bet. And Christensen with the quick fold, so that's all it took to get the job done, realizing his equity right away. Bedell likely to open up based on what we've seen from him before with King-9. I think pretty much every other player at the table with their shorter stacks would not be opening up the King-9 from under the gun +1, but Tom floats by his own tune, which works out quite well for him. Bjorlo is calling. No, he did 3-bet to 325 with his ace-jack. Gets those ducks out of the way, 9-3 folding, which would have done anyway. Same with 8-4 and Jack-7. And let's see how sticky Bedell is going to get with his King-9. He would have 2 live cards if he opted to call, but he makes the obvious, more obvious play of folding. Been really enjoying the last few hours. Anytime we get to watch Tom Bedell in action is always a treat. And Charlton looks like he's going to add some life to the table with this very commanding personality that can always make things fun. Bedell opening with Jack-8 this time from under the gun. It is suited. Did just have to fold to a 3-bet. But this time around, he's getting a lot of folds. Kronstad folding mystery cards. Johansson, no reason to play his Jack-7 offsuit. So Andreasen may decide to jam here, though, with 11 big blinds. And Stein Smith standing up, perhaps having a conversation, but now perhaps to see an all-in. And look at Stein Smith's face facing that all-in by Vegard Andreasen. Opag with the easy fold from the big blind. Now Bedell may feel like he's getting a good price to call, but not this time, does fold, understanding that he is behind just about anything that might be jamming, but did have 5 cards in that situation. And Tom does mix it up quite a lot.
I thought he also took because it fucking shit. Yeah. I thought I saw it in your phone. No, it was lying there. The guy downstairs. Huh? No, it's only a
Bjorla with the ace-7 from under the gun, quickly folding near the end of the evening. Ace-10 for Strand.
Ja, vi får håpe det. Det har vært hyggelig. Fortsette å være hyggelig.
And Bedell getting a walk with the Jack-5. No complaints by him, that's for sure. It's amazing how much fun these players are having with just 32 players remaining. Lots of folding happening, but Bedell in the small blind looks like he's ready to at least complete, and that's what he does with the 7-5 offsuit. He plays the players as much as he plays the cards. And Bjorlo opting to check back his option with King-4. Does flop that open ender. Does have a backdoor flush draw. Not the worst flop, not the best flop. But it's maybe enough for him to bet. It looks like Bedell folded before even the bet came out. He saw the bet coming and knew just to save a little bit of time, why not fold here? I'm folding even to a min bet. I have to say the floor has done a fantastic job today, so props to them. I hope Dave Trigg feels better. He's still a bit sick. I spoke with him this morning just to see how he was feeling. So sending my best wishes for a speedy recovery to Dave Trigg, who is on my A list. But I have to say the floor today has been pretty solid. It can be a bit tricky to know how to manage the TV table. Kronstad with the ace-7 suited. We don't know his style quite yet. I do not remember him if he was on the featured table in terms of how he played, but is raising it up to 130,000, which is fine, especially on a table as tight as this outside of Bedell. Bedell folding one of the worst hands in the 7-deuce offsuit. Let's see what Strand does, though. He's playing off a short stack of a dozen big blinds. Still, it's the kind of hand that you can defend. Maybe he's even going to shove. I don't want to see him fold, but if he puts Kronstad on something super strong, maybe he will. Queen 10 typically does well against a lot, but not against ace-queen, not against queens, kings, and aces. So it does give it up, which is also okay.
Hallo, har du læst nogle stykke? Nej, det er
The big slick has 16 big blinds, so he can open, but maybe we're going to see a jam. Vegard deciding he doesn't want to mess around, does jam. Even if he's called, unless it's against kings and aces, he should be in fairly good shape, either dominating a hand like ace, queen, ace, jack, or flipping against some of those medium to strong pocket pairs from sevens to queens. Such as this nines that Christensen had. Let's see how he plays this. It would be for half his stack. And does make the call. So Andreasen flipping for his tournament life. Meanwhile, if Christensen is unable to win the flip with his nines, will be down to 15 big blinds himself. So far the nines are ahead on the 3-4-8 flop, but still any ace, any king, some backdoors to the wheel. But it's the ace on the turn, so Andreasen now is the one that is up front. Christensen needing a 9, and it's only the 9 of spades that's live, and it's the 4 of clubs on the river for Andreasen to breathe a sigh of relief and double up, and some disappointment coming out of Christensen's face, and who can blame him, down to 875,000. Sometimes it's about winning those flips. So the pocket rockets for Strand, but no action for him. A little bit disappointing. Did shove it in instead of raise, but the raise would have looked strong too. Was hoping somebody woke up with something like ace king or the nines that we just saw Christensen call with to get an end of the night double up, but did get 150,000 added to his stack. So Bedell getting back involved with the ace-2, and Johansson, we do not know what he defended with. So we can play along, but the went check only for Bedell to hit his ace on the turn. Seven of diamonds on the river. Bedell gonna try for a little bit of value now. Betting 225. We will learn soon enough if Johansson has something like 9-10 that he can raise. I don't think he's ever bluffing at the moment. Or if he has something else that he feels like might be good against Bedell's wide range. If he has a jack, an 8, or maybe even a 7, he may want to call. It wouldn't be a good call unless it was a 2-pair like a jack 8, which he probably would have bet the turn on. And does call. So we didn't see what Johansson had, but it did not beat the 8. It did not beat the ace held by Bedell. So Bedell back up around 5 billion after the hand. He was over 7 million at one point. So Kronstad looking like he's getting ready to do something with the Queen 4. Trying to steal the blinds with the Queen 4. Johansson will likely get out of the way with the Queen 6. And Andreasen has little reason to defend the 6-4, but maybe he will. He has more than 30 big blinds. We could see that the 4 is kind of dominated here, but doesn't want to play. And Kronstad getting away with one, up to 4.5 million. The power of position, folding around to him on the button, raising a queen, and that's all it took. So down to 31 players. Let's see who we lost in 32nd place recently. That would be Marius Ellington in 32nd place for 2,280 euros. And now the final 31 players have locked up 3,240 euros for a pay jump of 360 euros. So already at 4 times the buy-in going into tomorrow's penultimate day of the main event. So Bedell back doing Bedell things with a raise to 130 with the King 5 suited. We've seen him doing this seemingly randomly and working for the most part. Andreasen with the Queen 9 suited. Thinking about what to do. He knows Bedell, even under the gun, has a loose range, but he also knows that Bedell can have strong hands and do this with 2. He doesn't need the jam. It could be a call or a 3-bet if he's thinking about getting involved. His Queen 9 suited can flop quite well. We could see the equities are kind of close against the King 5 suited. But he is trying to make a move here. And we'll get Ophog to fold the Queen 9 off. Let's see what Bedell decides to do. He can play this hand in position. He can fold. He can actually potentially 4-bet if he has a read that he's being 3-bet light. But typically people have not been 3-betting Tom light. And Tom opting to call is actually ahead with this King 5 suited, but has to be concerned that he is not, but now has little concern after flopping 2 pair. What a flop on this 5-King ace flop. Andreasen is going to be repping a lot of those ace-kings, so it's not that Bedell's 2 pair is always good in this spot, but we see how good it is. And Bedell trying to get value after calling the 3-bet with the 2 pair. Is going to raise the bet by Andreasen, who is betting with air, just basically betting his 3-bet range. And Andreasen deciding not to play along anymore, deciding not to 4-bet and say, I have ace-king. Understanding that Bedell maybe was calling with probably not something like King 5, but some kind of strong ace. Maybe even an ace 5 is possible if it's suited, but in this case it was light. As light as King 5 suited, just happened to hit the flop quite well. This time Kronstad with the same hand that we just saw opened by Tom, King 5 of diamonds. Johansson waking up with even better diamonds with the ace queen of diamonds. May want to just shove here from the cutoff. May not know how loose Kronstad is, but it would still be a pretty standard 3-bet or shove on this stack depth. And he is shoving, folks. Will anybody else wake up with a hand? Not Andreasen with the 7-3, not Ophog with the 10-9, and not Tom with more diamonds, 10-6 of diamonds. And I don't think Kronstad can ever call here. And Kronstad making the quick fold. So nice little pickup there. 4.5 blinds added to his stack.
to go downstairs and we're going to play 5 more hands.
And we are playing 5 more hands before bagging and tagging for day 3 into tomorrow's penultimate day, day 4, which will resume at 12 in live time, 12:30 for the Norwegian stream time, and the English coverage will be released a little bit later. But really looking forward to the end stages of this main event. It's been quite a day today, especially with Tom. It's been the Tom Bedell show for the last 4 hours. Putting on a clinic, did lose a few pots in the last blind level, but more or less has put on a show to remember. So a jam here by Christensen over the open by Bedell. I don't think there's any way Bedell can come along for the ride. No, it's just an open jam by Christensen. So easy peasy lemon squeezy. Nobody coming up with anything to call Christensen with, and look at the smile on his face. When we resume shortly tomorrow, the blinds will be 40,000, 80,000 with an 80,000 big blind ante. You can take a look at the rest of the streaming schedule. So we'll be back with you tomorrow for day 4. We'll play down to a final table, and the final table will take place on Saturday at the same time, when we will know who the latest main event winner is.
Here we go.
So Bedell likely to open up the button with the king 10. To his standard sizing he's been using lately to 130. And everybody folds. So we're now down to the final 3 hands of day 3 at the feature table. Some of the side tables may have more hands, some may have less. The clock has been stopped with 10 minutes remaining 2 hands ago.
Yes, you just gave me a big line. It's like, can't get any better.
Kronstad folding his queen 4. Let's see what Johansson does. I would expect him to open off a 21-22 big blind stack with the king queen. And he is for a min raise. Andreasen folding his 8-6 suited, Opak folding his king 5, Bedell quickly folding his 10-4, 6-5 suited in the muck, Strand folding his queen 3, and king 3 by Christensen opting not to defend. So once again, a very quick hand. This is the penultimate hand of day 3. Just 2 hands remaining. Meanwhile, Edvard, this is a hard name to pronounce, Skeldesaver is out in 31st place, so we're down to just 30 hopefuls. Andreasen folding his Jack-10. Opag, easy fold for him. Meanwhile, Bedell will be opening. He would be opening a bit lighter than this, but this is a pretty hand for him. King-Queen suited. Chip back up to 6.4 million. He was over 7, but then got down to 5. Oh my, pocket rockets, what a dream. Near the end of the night, jamming for 11 big blinds over the open by Bedell. Bedell has chips he can afford to call if he wants to be, if he doesn't put Strand on such a strong range. Obviously does not fare well against aces, kings, queens, ace, king, or ace, queen. Is Strand ever doing that lighter? But Bedell calling. So amazing spot here for Strand with the aces against Bedell's king, queen. We could see he's a 5-1 favorite to double up near the end of the night. If not, he will have a story to tell. And Bedell flopping the open ender, so a bit of a sweat for Strand. He's blocking those aces, so there's just 2 aces. All the 9s are live as far as we know. Even has a backdoor flush draw. So the equities have gotten much closer, and we can see all the 9s are live. The 5 of clubs is a brick, so Strand now a heavy favorite once again. Does have to fade 6 outs to double up near the end of the night. And it's a 9 of clubs on the river. Oh my God. What such sportsmanship though. Out with the pocket aces, giving a fist pump right away to Tom Bedell. Meanwhile, Tom Bedell back above 7 million near the end of the night. Oh my God, the Tom Bedell show. It's his show, and all we can do is watch the mayhem. Oh my God. So we're on the final hand of the night. Meanwhile, we just got word that Knut Bernstein went out in 29th place, so there's 28 players remaining. If one more player goes out tonight, then players will come back, locking up 3,615 euros. If not, one player coming back tomorrow won't get the pay jump. But we shall see. Meanwhile, Andreasen with a very strong hand, ace-king suited. Opening for a min-raise. Opag will fold and get ready to bag. Let's see if Tom can cause any more mayhem. He's not going to bother with the queen 4 offsuit. 7.2 million in his stack now. Christensen may decide that this is his moment to 3-bet jam, but off the opening min-raise from Andreasen, he should recognize the strength here and come back tomorrow hoping to spin up a 10.5 big blind stack. But maybe he'll jam and get there with this king-queen, similar to what happened with Tom Bedell. To crack Strand's aces. Feel the pain of Eric Strand still from the previous hand. And Christensen reaching for some chips. Maybe has something in mind here. It looks like a call though. So playing it safe. A fold is a little bit safer, being that he is down to 9 big blinds. But perhaps he can do something on this 5-4-7 board. Andreasen with 2 overcards, the backdoor flush draw. Christensen with this, also with 2 overcards, but his king would be no good. So really just drawing to the queen if it would be all the way checked down, but maybe can find other ways to win the pot. But likely will give up facing a bet of 105. The range of under the gun is quite strong. And as I say that, he's snap calling. So now the button call looks rather strong, and a lot of good. The 7 of diamonds on the turn, pairing the board. So what's Andreasen going to do now? After Christensen calls him in position off a short stack, is he going to put max pressure? He does check. Now is Christensen going to make a move? He has a pot-sized bet behind. It looks like he's ready to do something, but it maybe not jam in the lot. Does bet 160. Vegard Andreasen thinking about what to do. Is counting chips. I don't know if that's for a call raise or just to see where he's at chip count wise. Possibly thinking maybe Christensen has an overpair to the board. We can see Christensen's playing the power of position. Not an easy spot for Andreasen. And turns over the ace-king to show Christensen he got away with one. Is Christensen going to show his king-queen? He's not, I don't think, going to show, but he is going to show. It's going to be on the stream anyway. Got away with one, a tap on the table by Vegard Andreasen. And that is it, folks. We are down to just 28 players. We will be back tomorrow at noon. If Tom Bedell is not the chip leader with 7.2 million, he's certainly in the top 2. So stay tuned to see the conclusion of the Norwegian Championship main event when we come back tomorrow. This is Jason Glatzer. I'll be joined once again by George Sanford tomorrow for the end run.
Everyone takes a bag, so
and have a good night.
As clearly as you can. And what we also need you to do is, with your chips, put your ticket inside the bag and write the ticket number on the bag. Please write your ticket number on the bag as well before you put the ticket in. And guys, we're going to restart at 12 o'clock tomorrow. If you want to open your own bag, then come early, like 11:45. No more TV table. No more TV table? Well, check his switch table. There's 4 tables left, so you've got 1 in 4 chance.
It's a redraw, of course, for tomorrow, right?
I'm not sure if they will do a redraw now, because there's only going to be a redraw at 24, and we're quite close. So they'll tell us.
Okay.
Anyway, it will be at 24.
I just confirmed there is going to be a redraw.
Yeah, it is, yeah. And then again on 24.
I can't confirm that. Usually
Sendingen sponset av Vabba, Urmaker Christensen og POKERNM.
Ja, Tom Bedell, han avsluttet dagen som han startet den, holdt jeg på å si. Han har vel slått ut en fjerdedel av alle de som har gått ut i dag. 126 startet vi med. Vi har blitt til 28, og i morgen skal vi spille oss ned til finalebordet. I tillegg starter både ladies- og seniorturneringene. I konkurransen vår om chipsettet så gikk vi fra 226 til 1. Rettere sagt, det var bare en eneste en som visste det rette svaret. Fjellet heter Reka. Så gratulerer Natasha Dale fra Sykkylven i Møre og Romsdal. Du er bedre i geografi enn resten av oss. Men det blir nye vinnersjanser for Deluxe Koffert i morgen, så det er bare å følge med. Tenk om hver da var som en boble som alle bodde på. Og ingen folk var fattig eller rike. Tenk om alle hadde samme Gud som de trodde på. Da ville jorda være i himmelriket. For bobler slike en lyt være varsomme. De går så lett i søvn om ikke folk lar dem være i fred. Og ikke kan vel noen si at halvparten min. Nå stikker jeg høl i bobledelen din. Men pokerverden, den ikke som alle andre verder. Her går det faktisk an å dele på bobler.
Euro to 2. Little money. Please practice.